I didn't request the change, it's just that
They did.
Which you could use to encode data if you wanted, but even if you didn't put the data on it, the pattern would still be. 1 second,
Two forms I want
one way or another, be synchronized to the
Yeah,
reference.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, they encode it.
So what do you have going for your phone?
We have,
You know what's time now,
Jason came in here and
like actual time.
and then that can be used.
We have a post
Now,
op
there are ways to
lead
do it, you
who's
just put a
been working very
1
hard on
second
that, so you can't get those
spike,
results.
you know, into
Christine
the,
Collins is going
into
to,
the radio.
and Ed is going to
And it's a
present
nice
on
gateway
the
into
meteor.
Spectrum.
There's
I'd
one
like
other
to
as
do
well.
that. I've
Yeah.
been playing with,
Nick
I
said,
can do
I asked him who he has presented, he said,
ESK
oh, I just
or
talk.
FSK.
So I don't know, maybe I'll come see you.
Oh, yes, I can do like it.
We do have, we've got a very structured,
Well, I don't want to hear it.
very structured core talk. And a few things also.
You know, this,
So,
what you would do if you inject a very into your,
Okay.
should I start the recording?
wouldn't be retransmitted.
Don't forget to press record.
Yeah. So,
Although you could have a transmitter setting that, and that would be another, then you could be doing private flight.
Welcome
So that kind of stuff is fine, that's what I'd like to do.
to, so this, I'm the first speaker today. My name is Dave Larson. I'm the first year president here. Scotty has stepped down, and we'll talk about that a bit. I'm gonna talk about what Tapper is trying to do, and then we'll be followed up by Elliott, who is vice president, and he'll talk about some of the developments we're all working on. So, we at Tapper have really gone into SDR radio, software-defined radios in the true sense of software-defined radios. They actually mostly live in the computer, not in a piece of hardware. There's a hardware interface to get the signals in, but then, and we're greatly dependent on software written by Bill Kahn. So, next. So our current leadership, we've gone through a transition. I'm the president, Paul Elliott's vice president. We still have Stana as the secretary. We have no treasurer, so if anybody wants to be a treasurer, we're always happy to get it. And George Burkett is our store manager, and he's in the booth over attending that. Other board members, John Ackerman, David McGaw, Jason Rauch, and Jason, he isn't here today, but he's also a member of the APRS Foundation. And we have Bruce Raven and Daryl Smith. Daryl Smith is our Aussie member, so we don't see him as much as the other people. We do have a website, and it has information about that. I wanted you to make sure that you know about this. We also have a PSR. Many of you remember this. I had a little article in there about who I am, what my interests are in ham radio. We have a very strong collaboration with Hamside, and Nathaniel is over here. Most of our projects somehow coordinate between the two. And we have many participants. Our participants are a variety of different kinds of people. Some academics, had been, I was a professor for 30 years. There are also a number of engineers. But we also, any hand that's interested in building your stuff from scratch, that's what we're interested in helping you learn. Okay, right now we're working on interests in signal propagation, timing, filtering, decoding, and data storage. We're very interested in being able to not only hear the signals, but record all the signals and use them in a post ad hoc system. So we're actually recording IQ, and then you can actually process it later on. You can process it real time, but also later on. We are a small group, and unlike, we are not a company. We don't have a whole bunch of people working. It's somebody comes and says, I would like to do this. Franco here has done that. He's put up his hand and said, what can I do? And here's the things I'm interested in. How can we get together? And that's the way our organization works. I want you to know that. If you have an interest, please contact us about news, contact us through the website. And you put your hand up and you can say, I would like to work on building this. Figure out a way to make it work. We're all volunteers in our organization. So we have this unique aspect that we're trying to record and archive signals, and then in a radio science context that allows data analysis of the signals later on. We had several events that were focused on the eclipses that have happened in the last few years, and actually even the solar cycle maximum has been quite interesting recently. So all these things affect how well a signal moves around the world, and by collecting the data and analyzing it, it helps us figure out how this propagation works, what's going on in the ionosphere. Our current efforts are focused on SDR tools, and particularly K9Q radio. So K9Q is Bill Karn. He sat down and started writing a radio software that essentially works, almost all of it's in a computer. You have an A to D converter, and then you have a USB, high-speed USB, and that goes into the computer, and that's it for the front end. You put a filter in front of it, and we also depend on timing marks, so we can use discipline oscillators with that. And we've been working on one of the things about K9Q radio. It it's Linux only. It runs as a set of system programs. So they're running as separate programs that are intercommunicating inside the computer. If you have a local subnet, you can take multiple computers and have them talking to each other through it's multicast, basically, within your whatever subnet you define. You have to define the limits so that it doesn't bother overlapping with your connecting signals, because it create havoc. So we're building tools in there. Essentially, one of the wonderful things about this radio is you can receive on one computer and do decoding on other computers. And that eliminates some of the bottlenecks so that you can be decoding multiple signals. The other thing about the architecture is that we capture HF bandwidth once. Every 20
milliseconds.
20 milliseconds, we capture a chunk, and then that goes in, and then it can go to the decoders, and you can have hundreds of decoders if you want. I don't know, I haven't gone much over 20 or 30 at a time,
You can have as many as you want.
but it's an architecture that it takes a while to get your head around. But once you understand it, it is incredibly flexible and helpful for monitoring large amounts of spectrum. We also have a program called K9Q Web, which is built by several authors, starting with John Melton, who worked on the original HPSDR. And K9Q Web is just an interface, a web interface to the signals that are coming through this radio that's grabbing the signals. Our big sub-user has been Rob Robinette and WsprDaemon. So Rob has figured out ways to configure his code to pull Whisper, FT8, pretty much any of the digital signals, decode them, and then upload them to databases that are distributed around the world. Part of the database is in Australia, part of it's in the US, and you can actually watch almost real time, by the time cycle, what's going on with those signals, both your signal and other people running the same software. So WsprDaemon's a big part, but there are many things that K9Q radio can do that are not associated with WsprDaemon. So I don't want you to think that it's only that. And I've gone through some of this. K9Q radio is written completely in straight C. So, and it was because the author's choice. The way our organization works, you come and volunteer and you get to pick how you do stuff. And we argue about it a little bit, but Phil likes working in, he's a C programmer from way back, and that's what he felt comfortable in, and that's where he worked. We use Linux tools. One thing I did last year is set up a shortcut page. So it's k9qradio.org, and this helps you get to the GitHubs and all the different pieces that you need to set up. It's a very short little page. There is a GitHub, so those of you that are aware of how to use GitHubs, the C code's all there, and it changes regularly. Our group is very active. This is what the radio looks like when it's running on the machine that just has the radio daemon running. And this is what I watch. And I use I actually use a little B-top that gives me what's the computer's doing. The radio is actually running in the window on the far side. And the middle is WsprDaemon decoding. And some of the decoding feedback. And this is decoding basically Whisper and FT8 signals. And so you can watch what's going on, but it's actually just being stored and then forwarded, the spots forwarded to the databases. Then we came up, John Melton started this, K9Q Web. It has a GitHub. It is in active development too. And it has a screen like this. That's the full HF maybe 100 to 30 megahertz. And you can see the big bump of AM down at the end. This is running live in our booth, so you can come by and look at it. And it can be zoomed, but you can look at everything at once. There are other pieces, Rob Robinette's WsprDaemon. If you don't know about WsprDaemon, it's a fantastic piece of software. It takes another setup. It does run with K9Q, and Rob has developed a system of helpers that will help you set this up. A lot of Rob stuff gets uploaded to international databases. This is my signals over a period of time. And you can see these are spots in Whisper and FT8 and such over about a 7-day period. And it's really nice to be able to see that. And you can look at the other people using the same software, how their signals are working. We want to promote HamSci as the major collaborator, and they are using this actively and intensely to collect science data. And I did want to show this page because to find the, Nathaniel and I run a weekly Zoom call on Monday nights, and I encourage you, if you want to learn more about it, that's one of the best places to go and learn, and you can ask questions. And I'm kind of the moderator host, and Nathaniel's generally always there, and we encourage you to come and participate. And I wanted to show where on the Ham site you find this. So this is the page, but you have to get down to this part, and you want to, there's the Zoom address. It's a ham site Zoom address. And so this is where the active development of this code is discussed, and many of you that I see in the room are participants. We don't use one hardware radio. The current version that we're using is a Chinese board made by Ping, and it's called RX888, and it basically is an LTC 2208 A to D that goes to a FX3 USB chip, and then it goes into your radio. There's a little bit of filtering, and there's the ability to put a timestamp into it. I have bought one of the Fubos SDRs, and I have run it with K9Q radio. It works fine. Phil originally worked with the APRS radios. They're very easily used with this. And the RTL, SDR, and works fine, but it doesn't have the fidelity. It just doesn't collect as many bits. And Phil originally worked with the FunCube, and it works. There are other radios that work. Again, somebody has to write a driver for each one, or some figure out how to get it connected to the radio. So it's a kind of a system that works with lots of different radios. How to participate. The way our organization works is you have to raise your hand and basically say, I want to do something. And when you do that, we say, great. What do you want to do? And how can we help you figure out how to do what you want to do? So you want to specialize in some particular kind of encoding, or you want to look at large spectrum swaths or small spectrum swaths, it can all be done. It's just learning how to do it, and we help you learn that. We are also looking at one of the big things that's coming up is we need more documentation that explains. We're building and documenting at the same time. One thing that Phil has requested, and we're going to make an effort to try to do, is develop some wizards. And the wizards are to help install the software. Right now you have to install it by hand from the GitHub, which some people have trouble with. And we're going to try to come up with an installer. And if you want to work on that, we come by the Tapper booth and I'll talk to you about that. The other thing we're also interested in, because of the different radios and because of the different things people use it for, there's a need for, so there are plain text configuration files, and they are not trivial. You can learn how to program them yourself, but we're interested in building some tools to help people program. So it would investigate your computer and see what radios are attached, and then start to build the pieces so that you don't have to do that. So we're in this building mode, and we want to encourage you, if you find this kind of stuff interesting, please participate. I think that's, yeah, thank you. Please come to the Tapper booth. Hamsi's right next door to the Tapper booth in Hertz. And that's it. We're next going to have Paul Elliott, our vice president.
Yeah, where are we now? What time is it now? 9:34. Okay, so okay, I'm going to swap out memory sticks here. I'm Paul Elliott, by the way. Okay, thanks. Oh, that's good. Oh, I can go on and on and on. Thank you. Yeah, let me. Which is which? This is. I'm sorry for this. I think I'm okay. I just have to double click on that, maybe. Well, okay, that's me. Okay, now I go to PowerPoint view. Is this going to be view of presentation? No. Slideshow from beginning. Okay, I think we got this. Are we on there? Okay, great. Well, thanks, guys. Again, my name is Paul Elliott, WB6CXC. I'll tell you a little bit about myself on the second slide. And again, if you're here because of what you saw in the one of the printed programs, are we okay? Oh, it's not full. Gee, that's no good. That's gonna. Well, that's probably going to be okay. That should say Turn Island Systems. Okay, I'll explain. I've got a little company, very little. We're trying to lose as little money as possible. No, and I'm actually serious about that. But I make gear that is sort of has been optimized for what Dave's been talking about: SDRs, the WsprDaemon community, the Hamsi community. And I'll talk about some of that stuff that I do. I'm not here to be a salesman, but, you know, love to talk to you about it. So I'm going to talk about optimizing, pardon me. So the program, it had another agenda, other topics. So if you came to see those, I apologize. I'll do my best to make this interesting. It was from like 2 years ago on the schedule. Okay. Is that all there? Yeah, good. So again, I'm Paul, Turn Island Systems. I am vice president of Tapper. Tapper's Tucson Amateur Packet Radio. We're no longer at Tucson and we no longer do packet radio. So we got to probably rework that acronym, but that's what it is. I'm a retired engineer. I've done, and by the way, I don't have a degree, just in case anybody cares. So you can, but I've worked from analog, audio, power supply, RF, digital, most recently high-speed fiber optics. I've been anything from repair technician to director of systems engineering and beyond. But as you can tell, I've been doing this a long time. I've been a ham since, I think, 75. Got my novice back then. Finally got around to getting my extra class license a few years ago. I don't talk on the radio much. I don't Morse code much. I mean, I've done it all, but lately, I just like designing stuff. So that's what I do. I live in Friday Harbor, which Washington State, which is a little island. It's closer to Vancouver Island, Canada, than it is to mainland USA. But spent most of my professional career in California. So I'm going to talk about SDR receiver performance with an emphasis on the 888, but the RX 888 that Dave mentioned. But this applies to, at least pieces of it apply to pretty much any SDR receiver, and in some cases, any old receiver you got. SDR receivers, they're sampling receivers, as Dave mentioned, and I will show. In essence, you take your antenna, you connect it to an analog to digital converter, and you sample it as fast as you can, and then you do something with the data. So if you're familiar with sampling theory, which I'm sure some of you are, and Nyquist is a term a name you're gonna be hearing, one of my heroes. There's aliasing, there are artifacts. These are things that happen when you sample a signal, especially if you don't sample it fast enough, or if you have signals that exceed the bandwidth that you're designing for. So those are some of the things that can happen with an SDR if you're not careful. And I'll talk about also for what we're doing, especially with HamSci and WsprDaemon, we are measuring frequencies. You transmit a frequency, it gets received because of Doppler shift, because the ionosphere goes up and it goes down. And talk with the HamSci guys; they'll fill you in on all the details. Again, I just build stuff, so I'm not the expert there. But you need precise frequency measurement. And we will see Doppler shifts of several hertz easily, but we need to measure stuff a lot closer than that. And what we're doing is using, I'll get into that, but frequency stability and accuracy can be highly important, and a lot of SDRs don't really handle that well. So, I said, RX 888 SDR, it seems to be kind of the new hot ticket, and in a lot of ways it really was a game changer. As I said, the principles apply to many other SDR receivers, but I'm going to use this as an example. And does this show up? Yeah, good. So this is kind of, you boil it all down, throw away the stuff that doesn't matter, and this is what you're left with inside an RX 888. Got an antenna input. It's got a low-pass filter. I'll talk about that. It's not great, but it has a variable gain amplifier, which is, used for AGC. It also has a switchable attenuator, but let's pretend that's inside the VGA. It's, it's a function. It has an internal local oscillator. It's running at 130 megahertz. A lot of times we will crank that sample clock down to half that rate for reasons of power consumption or, heating. Sometimes seemed like the box was getting too hot if you ran it at full speed, so we cut that down. Also, cutting down the sample rate reduces the amount of data that gets sent to the computer and the computer has to process. Okay, it goes into an analog to digital converter. This signal out of the amplifier, it gets sampled at the clock rate. Analog to digital converter in the 888 is a 16-bit A to C, 16-bit ADC, analog to digital converter. That's good. 16 bits is good. A lot of the SDRs, they'll have 12 bits. Some of them have 8 bits. And you can do amazing things with an 8-bit analog to digital converter. But there's a dynamic range issue. We're going to talk about that. And 16 bits gives you 2 to the 16th discrete levels. You can digitize with that amount of resolution, which gives you 96 dB of dynamic range. And actually, you get a bit more than that because of things like oversampling, things of dither, which is because you got noise on the input. Well, if you're curious, come by to the Tapper booth and I'll talk for hours about it. These are things I really love, so I won't belabor the point now, but let's just say it's around 100 dB of range. Okay, low pass filter is marginal. It's completely inadequate if you cut the clock rate down to half of, 65 megahertz, that's half of 130. Because that means signals that are above, because of Nyquist and sampling theory, any signal that is above half of your sampling clock rate, it's what it gets called aliasing, and it folds back in, and you can't tell the difference. So you have to filter it out before it gets to your analog to digital converter. And I apologize, I promised I wouldn't get into that, but now, okay, so we had 96 dB or say 100 dB of dynamic range. Now we've got what's actually coming in on the antenna, and there is noise, atmospheric noise, there's human-generated noise, and there's a lot of human-generated noise these days. There's a noise floor. This is measured by the International Telecommunications Union, something like that. And you probably can't see the numbers, but the bottom line there is basically the input noise of a typical transceiver, typical receiver. And these three curved lines are, the lowest one is quiet rural. That's kind of where I live, actually, in Friday Harbor. There's not a lot of static around there. What there is mostly natural. As you get closer and closer into town, as your neighbor puts on solar panels or you have LED lighting or whatever, the noise floor goes up. Lots of reasons. Used to be diathermy machines would add to the noise, but so the noise gets higher and higher. So that's kind of one of the beauties of modes like Whisper and FST4W and most of the digital modes, they will actually, you can receive signals that are below the noise floor. Okay, they're actually not below the noise floor because what you're doing is you're reducing the bandwidth on your receiver. As you reduce the bandwidth, the noise you're getting, you get less and less noise because you're filtering out most of it. So actually, they're not breaking Whisper doesn't break the laws of physics. But it receives below the noise floor of your typical ham receiver with your 3 kilohertz filters on it. Okay, so that's what we're working with. And the top one, the residential, you should probably bump that up by a few dB, again, because of modern society and our love of efficient switching regulators. Let's see, do this. Yeah. Okay, now the receiver, it's got a noise floor, input referred noise. This is, everything, even a resistor generates noise. So the receiver and amplifiers generate more noise than that. So the receiver's got a noise floor. As long as the receiver noise floor is below the environmental noise floor, you can receive the signals, or you can receive the weak signals. You can receive stuff that's as weak as the environmental noise floor. This is just showing, okay, this shows that with the 888 and with many other receivers, the internal noise floor varies with, and here it's versus signal strength. What this is really showing is as the signal strength goes up, the RX888 software adds attenuators, it reduces amplifier gain, and as it adds the attenuators, that increases the internal noise floor of the 888. So let's just say it's a little bit complicated. And more measured noise floor and dynamic range. I have to thank Clint Turner, KA7OEI, for making these measurements. And I'll refer to his stuff over and over again. I highly recommend you check out his blog because he's got excellent stuff on there. Bottom line, the very far right comment shows the dynamic range depending on the gain setting and measurements he's done, and I calculated dynamic range from that. But it's in the 100 dB, maybe even 114. But that's the range. Now, you'll recall I said we have about 100 dB of dynamic range because of the 16-bit analog to digital converter. So what's this mean in the real world? Well, here's some measurements I made from my home, Friday Harbor. This is not a calibrated receive probe antenna. This is just a off-center fed 80-meter dipole that I had outside the bedroom. And you can see, I'll talk about this, but the strongest signal is off to the left. That's from in the AM broadcast band. And Over here towards the middle, 10 megahertz, you'll see WWV at 10 megahertz. And I live in a pretty quiet location. I'll kind of go over some more details there. Okay, huge differences, even this, at my location, and I'm a long way from any powerful transmitters. That AM station, I checked it out. It's 500 watts. I think I have it here. Okay, thank you. Let's just I'll give you a number here. Yeah, 20 miles away, 500 watts. So it's not a powerhouse, clear signal station. If you were closer to one of those, we're talking about, 117, 120 dB easily dynamic range. That's the difference between the atmospheric noise and those strong signals. And so, oh, by the way, the green line at the bottom, that's the noise floor of my spectrum analyzer. The radio noise floor, the receiver noise floor is probably about 20 dB better than that. But it's just, kind of gives you a reference line there. So we've already exceeded, actually in my house, I'm pretty good. I haven't exceeded the dynamic range of the 888, but many of you probably will be in a situation where you're going to have a dynamic range problem. If you do, you're going to be getting clipping. A little bit of clipping isn't that bad, actually, but if you get a lot of clipping, overscale on the ADC converter, that will result in horrible distortion, signals showing up where they shouldn't, broadband noise. It's not a good thing. So, okay, here I am in my sales pitch here. I developed this. These are filter preamps. And I'll show you how. And by the way, most of the stuff I have here, it's not technically open source, but I provide schematics and documentation and test results on my website. And if you want to build one of these, by all means, you're welcome to do it. And I welcome anybody who wants to ask questions about it. So here I've got a 30 megahertz low pass filter. Remember we mentioned the 888 sampling at half rate and its built-in filter, 60 megahertz built-in filter, which kind of sucks a little bit. Well, sampling at 30 megahertz, that filter is totally useless. So this has got built-in an anti-aliasing low-pass filter. It cuts off above 30 megahertz pretty abruptly. I'm also testing right now, and they look pretty good. And you can see some samples at the Tapper booth, 60 megahertz version of this with more gain. This one is a moderate gain preamp. And often in a preamp, you don't need a lot of gain. You don't want a lot of gain, just enough to get you over the noise floors. Okay, is this showing up? Yeah, I guess so. Here you can see the frequency response. The top one's the anti-alias filter. Also, you'll notice at the low end, starting at about 20 megahertz and going down, the response is dropping off again. That's what's called a shelf filter. And you recall the ITU noise floor and in the US, the presence of the AM broadcast band means we got stronger signals or more noise down at the lower frequency end of the spectrum. So rather than amplify that, rather than send all that noise, all those strong AM signals into your receiver, why don't we attenuate them at least a little bit to improve the dynamic range? So that plot on the bottom is, I've got a selectable shelf filter, either one section or two sections. You see it drops down, and then it's not like an AM broadcast band rejection filter. It doesn't kill it entirely, because actually some people are using these for low frequency receiver work, and they want to get some of the signals coming through. They just don't need them to be so damn strong. So the shelf filter kind of compensates for the atmospheric noise, and at least in the US, the AM broadcast band. And I think, yes, here is that same antenna of mine run through the filter preamp, different time of day. So instead of 10 megahertz WWV, I've got 15 megahertz WWV on the right. But you can, it's hard to see because the green overlaps the black, but I've dropped the AM broadcast band signal by 10 dB or a little bit more. And I've increased the 15 megahertz WWV signal by about 10 dB. That's a 20 dB improvement in dynamic range, effective dynamic range given these input conditions. And 20 dB is a big deal. It will really help your receiver. There are other ways to do this. This is what I'm doing, what I've made. Is a pretty good way though, and we've been using them with receivers really all around the world, and they're pretty effective. This is the results of my 6-meter filter preamp. Again, I've got the shelf filter at the low end. Here you can see the high end. It runs out almost flat to just under 55 megahertz or so. So it works for the 6-meter ham band. It works with the 888 if you're running it at full clock speed, and then it falls off the cliff. It's called an elliptic filter. I've got 4 sections. Anyway, it's a steep drop off. And I've played with the elliptic filter has got like rejection notches in it. That's how you get the sharp roll off. And I've tweaked them a little bit to give me the best possible attenuation in the FM broadcast band. With the 888, the FM broadcast band, 88 to 108 megahertz, even with the built-in, low pass filter, those will alias back down into, I don't know, I think it's around, I forget, I'd have to do the math now. I didn't know I was going to have to do math here. Anyway, it kills those by about 80 dB relative, which really makes a difference. Again, plenty of ways to solve this problem. This is just one, but it's one I'm kind of proud of because I built it. Other dynamic range considerations. In the US, we're kind of lucky. In Europe, they got medium frequency broadcast bands, and we're working 40 meters here, and right next door there's a big powerful transmitter coming through. And I only speak English, so it doesn't help me. I don't know what they're saying, but and that's my fault, not theirs. So in Europe, particularly, there are transmitters, high power AM transmitters, all over the spectrum. Often they're very adjacent to the ham bands. So what do those poor guys do about it? It's tough to do. What I did here for the AM broadcast band, it's pretty simple because the frequencies are well separated. Filters, but it's really, really hard to make good, sharp filters. And sometimes people will notch out, a particularly bad station. They don't try to kill them all. They just find the worst 1 or 2 and they notch those out. And you can buy filters for that. I don't make them, but other people do. Or you can design your own. It's not that tough, but everyone's kind of a custom job. A lot of receivers, so traditional ham receivers, if you're tuning on 40 meters, they've got pre-select filters that are already in the circuit, and they will be attenuating frequencies, other than the 40-meter ham band, or at least, everything that's not close. So they take care of that dynamic range problem, and that's good for that application. If that's what you're doing, is you're receiving the 40-meter band and nothing else, that's an excellent solution. That's the way it's been done for, 100 years or so. When we got a wideband SDR, we're trying to receive everything from DC to daylight, or 100 kilohertz to 60 megahertz in the case of the 888. You probably don't want to filter out. We're trying to collect everything, so we don't want to filter out anything. As the best we can do is maybe tailor the filtering a little bit, but you can't get rid of a 10 megawatt AM broadcast station at 7.6 megahertz or whatever it is with a simple filter. So I don't know. I don't have a good solution other than custom notch filters for that. I tried playing with a filter that was multiple pass bands, very sharp filters. I'm not going to show it. I can make it work. It would work for some cases, definitely not for all, depending on what the stations are. But the thing is a total pain in the ass to tweak onto frequency. I would not want to sell it. If anyone wants to build one, I can give you my schematics and design, but that's a lot of work to make it right. So full range SDR receivers, it's a problem. We have to deal with it the best we can. A lot of narrower range SDRs, the Fun Cube and a lot of other SDRs have got filter banks, and they do the same thing. And that works for, again, if you're only receiving like a 2 megahertz slice of the spectrum. But full spectrum recording and reception, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, noise floor. The ITU noise floor numbers, that shows you what's coming in through the air, generally over a long distance, fairly long distance. There are also lots of other local sources. Your own house wiring, a lot of common mode stuff that goes on. Ground loops, RF ground loops. You can have switching supplies injecting noise into your ground, which then, because there's no such thing as a perfect ground, that gets coupled into your receiver, coupled into other stuff. There are ways to deal with that, and to get an excellent receive site, you do need to deal with that. I can't help you. I don't have anything I can sell you to do that, but there is work being done with balanced probe antennas. Again, the ham sign, the tackler groups are working with a couple hams and testing out various types of antennas and antenna systems that use balanced connections. These are probe non-resonant antennas, but it appears to work pretty well for attenuating or not letting in a lot of this locally generated common mode or just plain local noise, because noise can get coupled right onto your coax shield and then into the receiver. Ferrite choke clamps on the cable, they help, but they're not going to cure it. So, work in progress, things to know about. Okay, frequency stability, we mentioned, and accuracy. The 888 and others, the QRP Labs QDX transceiver, beautiful little transceiver. I've played with it a lot. That's got a built-in crystal, and it works really well for a lot of modes. Whisper works well enough, to make a contact. But for the ham size stuff, for the propagation research, where we need frequency stability to measure the Doppler shift accurately, none of these internal clock oscillators are stable enough or are accurate enough, especially the QDX, because it's a transceiver, and when you transmit, the board heats up, frequency shifts. And I played with trying to stabilize that, finally gave up, and Hans at QRP Labs and I and others went over a lot of this, and finally I came up with, actually in conjunction with John Ackerman, another TAPR member, a design to, well, I did the QRP Labs, okay, clock adapters. What we're doing, sorry. What we're doing is we are making it easy to inject a reference clock. It's not exactly a timestamp, but it is a reference clock frequency, generally 10 megahertz, but with the 888, I think it's 26 megahertz, maybe 27 megahertz. Every receiver wants its own clock frequency, but we can, using GPS disciplined oscillators, the BODNAR is a particularly useful one. And, it costs about $120, $130, not a bad little GPS disciplined oscillator. We can inject a GPS disciplined oscillator signal into the receiver, which then that gets converted into the sampling frequency for the analog to digital converter. And now we can accurately measure, with K9Q software and other tools, we can accurately measure the receive frequency. And for transmitters, now we can accurately control the transmit frequency. So we have clock adapters for the 888. You can buy them from Turn Island Systems. That's one that John Ackerman and I designed. There we go. There's some pictures. The one on top is for the QDX. Probably anybody that ever wanted one has already got one. But if you do have a QDX and you want to stabilize it, I can help. The QDX needs 25 megahertz. If I've got a little board that if you already have a 25 megahertz clock source, you can inject that directly in. A little bit of no cuts and jumps, but you do have to unsolder a component and do a little bit of delicate soldering. I've also got a version where if you have a 5 or a 10 megahertz reference clock on the upper board there, there's a little phase lock loop that generates 25 meg clock from that input reference. Also, and the lower one is for the 888, yeah, 27 megahertz input, and all that provides proper termination, because if you don't do it right, you're going to get reflections and noise and common mode noise and ground loops on your input reference clock. You can get spikes on that, which will burn out the synthesizer chip. And this has happened. It hasn't happened when anybody's using one of these little adapters, but it's a little bit delicate input on the board. Anyway, so we've got these available. We also provide with them new backplates, so you don't have to drill a hole in the backplate to add the connector. It's really all we're doing is we're providing one more hole in the backplate, but it's cheap and easy to give you guys a new backplate for that. Okay, so that's a receiver, transmitter. A couple years ago, we had 2 solar eclipses, one right after the other, one across North America, and wanted to get a bunch of receivers out there, but also to receive, you need transmitters. And for the science that we're doing with HamSci, you need accurate transmitters that you know what frequency they're on and you know that they're going to be stable. Those transmitters are kind of few and far between, so I raised my hand and said, I can do that, because I like doing that stuff. So I put together a 6-band simultaneous output transmitter, called it the Beacon Blaster, and we put a bunch of them out there in line with Eclipse and elsewhere. Yeah, okay, so it started out at the bottom. You can see I built the thing in a modular approach because we didn't really know what we wanted exactly, and I wasn't totally sure I knew what I was doing, so put it together with pieces, but using clock synthesizer chips and let me see, what did I say here? Using a little microcontroller in there that I kind of cloned one of the Adafruit Arduino style boards, just stole the controller design from that and put it on my own board, on the main board. It's not a little plug-in. Have a reference for 10 megahertz GPS disciplined oscillator, and I have clock generators that provide the outputs. If you can see the bottom line there, I mentioned using output divider frequency control, minus 45 dBc spurious, decibels below carrier. If you want to talk about SI 5351 clock generators, that's like the most popular clock generator chip in the world. A lot of ham uses it, and I love the device. And if you want to talk about spurious levels and different modulation techniques, come over to the Tapper booth, and I'll talk your ear off. Okay, so this was the Beacon Blaster 6 channels. That's cool, but it was kind of a pain to build, modular, bunch of cables, bunch of boards I had to secure. So I decided I can improve this. So 6 bands good, 8 bands is better, right? So we got 8 bands on this. I was able to improve the spurious response outputs down to generally 60 dBc or better using a different modulation technique. That meant I couldn't get as many outputs from the 5351. And again, I can fill you in on all the details if you want to hear them. But better signal, more bands. These things, what do I talk about here? Yeah, okay, another one. So you can come, I got this set up over at Tapper, and I've got a spectrum analyzer on it, so you can see what the outputs look like, and I can describe any little piece of it you want. We're also transmitting it, transmitting 100 microwatts. I got a bunch of attenuators on that, going to a little whip antenna. So probably ERP is a nanowatt or something, and it's transmitting through the building to a receiver antenna that we have set up and a 888, so you can see the output of my WsprSon going through the Tapper, being received at Tapper. I don't think I've been received anywhere else. I checked, and so far, the receiver on the bench next to me is the only one that's reported.
Oh, you must mention you have a number of these in distributor.
Yeah, actually, I will get to that. Thank you, though. Yes, there are a number of these all around, but wait, there's more. So what do? We got 8 outputs. And as I mentioned, I think, I'll mention it somewhere. These outputs are actually square waves. 'cause each output channel can be run anywhere from 1 megahertz to 60 megahertz. You know, we prefer the ham bands, but it could go anywhere. They're not dedicated to any given frequency. But you can't put a square wave out into the air, you know, if you want to be a good citizen. So, or meet FCC spec regulations. So we need to filter those. And I'd rather not put up 8 individual antennas when I can get a perfectly good end-fed long wave, end-fed half wave and 80 meter, 10 meter antenna. And it'll give me pretty good match on all the bands that I'm transmitting on. So how to combine those signals into one output. These square wave signals and end up with one output that meets the specs for harmonics and spurious. The spurious is already taken care of by the transmitter design, but the harmonics, okay. And I will show you how, but first, yes, a little bit of a brag here. I've got the WsprSons 8, actually a bunch of them, but the ones I'm particularly fond of, one at VE3 KTB, that's as close to the North Pole as you can practically get. Got another one down, and that's up at Ellesmere Island, Canada. And then we got one down on the Antarctic shelf. This is the Neumayer German research station. They've got one of those running there. And I've got another one running right on the WWV facility, Fort Collins, Colorado, just in the same building and right next door to WWVB, which is, what is it, 100 kilowatt transmitter putting out its 60 kilohertz time reference signal. And let me tell you, I was a little bit nervous when I told we're going to be putting up my antenna and my transmitter right next to these 100 kilowatt transmitters. But I thought sparks would fly, but it's been working great, so I'm really pleased about that. Okay, this is what's inside the WsprSon. I already talked about it a little bit, but there's a controller board, GPS and reference clock input. I also have a GPS. Question, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the other night the one that was
That's great, yeah, because there is a 888 receiver that Rob Robinette helped set up. Well, I helped him too, actually, up at Ellesmere. So there are 2 sites at Ellesmere Island. They're a couple miles away, and on a good day they can get from one to the other, and on a bad day they can't. You should see what happens to the antennas in the snowstorms up there. So they've got a transmitter and a receiver. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad to hear that. Thanks, Phil. So I've got this 4 clock generators. Again, talk to me if you want to learn how to communicate with 4 clock generators on a single I2C control bus. Got a controller which does all the kind of heavy lifting of the programming and actually the timing, because the WSPR and FST4W timing is the way we're doing it. It is incredibly accurate because we can, and why would you not make it incredibly accurate if you could? So it is. And then I have these 1 watt output amplifiers, and they're really just massive digital buffers. There we go. This is a prototype. Notice I'm using those 4 integrated circuits in the middle there. Those are just octal bus drivers. I think they're octal. And I'm setting them up in a kind of a push-pull arrangement and feeding a transformer, a 2-to-1 step-up transformer. And I'm driving them with a 3-volt digital signal. The actual amplifier board itself is powered on 5 volts. So you get 10 volts peak to peak at the input of the transformer, and it's a 2-to-1 step-up transformer. So unloaded, it's 20 volts peak to peak square wave. It's a pretty good square wave, not perfect. I also have the ability, not on this board, but on the WsprSon itself, to shut down 1/2 of the push-pull stage. So it cuts the voltage swing by 1/2, which cuts the power to 1/4. So instead of 1 watt, it's 250 milliwatts. So that's an option. You can have it high power, relatively high power, or low power. Here's the schematic. There will be a quiz, so I will expect everyone to have memorized it by now. Here's the output, square wave output. You'll notice a true square wave doesn't have any even harmonics. It's only odd harmonics. We got your odd harmonics right here, but we also have even harmonics because it's not a perfectly symmetrical square wave. So, got to filter that out. How do we do it? This is a 9-band filter combiner. I've done this with surface mount parts, but here, there's so many bands, they're so close together, really couldn't get the performance out of this low Q, high loss surface mount inductors. So I'm using toroid cores, which makes this a highly labor intensive board because each one of those cores has got to be tweaked. These are actually coupled. You can see at the bottom. Yeah, they're at the bottom. You can see it. Anyway, each one of those needs to be adjusted. So 80, 40, 30, 20, 17, 15, 12, 10, and 6 meters. Yes? Running out of time. Come on, what, 1 minute? 1 minute, okay. It filters it really well. We can get 8 bands on one antenna. Come on by and I'll show you how it works. Hey, I'm getting to the end. GFSK. Well, Whisper and FST4W, which is, FST4W is almost Whisper, but it uses slightly different modulation technique. You can see on the left, FSK, hard frequency shifts. GFSK, more gradual. Yeah, you can see this. I'm doing this digitally, sampled step response to give myself a GF. Every one of those steps, I change the frequency a little bit. And there you can see the sidebands. The tall, noisy one is Whisper with the hard FSK. The bottom one is FST4W. And you can see this, what you might call spurious sidebands are way down. Probably nobody cares but me, but I think it's pretty cool. And got resources. Please come by and ask me more. And thank you very much.
Come by the Tapper booth if you found any of this interesting. We are happy to talk.
Or even if you didn't, you know, we'll make it interesting.
What's the booth number?
Booth number.
It's Hertz, and we're in the back.
Yeah, back corner. I'll go 509. Far back corner.
I put a screenshot.
One mile. Yeah, you know, plus or minus. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, great.
And
Okay. Yeah.
We've never met. At WX2. I work with the I'm the POTA.
What's the word?
I'll be next year.
The back cave.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
What time do we have to get there?
10 minutes.
Your next presenter.
yeah,
Excellent.
went to the ARL donor seat.
Oh, you deserve it. I'm sorry. You know, I worship your feet too. I should. Are you planning on? Okay. Are you planning on doubling your walk rate for plates?
Eventually, yes.
Come by.
Sure.
I need to build. I can't operate that.
Still trying to put it out. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, as I said, you know, you got it's going 1 dB, something like that. Yeah, well,
millimeter capable filter preamp.
Most of our stuff.
It's gonna have to be yeah, yeah. Yeah, because the shell helps. It's not gonna be bad. I respect the FDRB, you know, I figure out that.
6'9".
Yeah, it's best thing to remember, you know,
Every year, I guess I never lined up.
Right after this, but it's not. Yeah, it's not as serious.
Okay. I grew up right outside Cedar Rapids, or Collins of the God.
That's in,
I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk. Weekend for me.
On, off. Those need to be on, off. You have a knife or a pen by chance?
I got a knife.
Thank you.
Oh, I might be able to. All right.
6 should be off.
Yeah. I got somewhere in between. I'll do a little bit. They're early days, I guess.
That's right. Hold on. Off. On. Off. On.
Yeah, great. Oh, thank you, Steve.
Wyatt,
I'm thinking, is it that's the guy with the beard, right? No, that's Mike. Or Tom, Jason. Yeah. I was thinking of somebody else. I don't know. You bet.
All right. Sound a little more heavy. This is not gonna like it. Yeah.
There's always a big problem with this forum. Every year, every time.
oh, there
There we go. It was turned on to TV mode. All right. Power cycle, and then hopefully that will fix it.
That's right, you're getting scan lines. You recording this?
Yes. Just make sure you use the microphone.
Use the microphone.
I closed your. I didn't close it. I minimized it. Is it this one?
I'm there. Acrobat. All right. Before we begin, who's here for advanced topics in Storm Spotter? You know, it's funny. I could probably give that talk. Last night, we had a very severe line of thunderstorms and a few tornadoes roll through Wisconsin. And my son lives back there near Stevens Point. And I think we were on the phone with him for about 2 hours straight, texting him information so he could feel safe. But we were watching one of the local sky cams, and I did see a rotating funnel cloud on Skycam that evening for one of the communities where he lives. So I could give that talk, but we won't do that today. I'm ready when you are. We got. Yep, we'll let you. It's the curse of Form 4. I think that's okay. No. Thank you. Again. Hey, my pleasure. Thank you.
Brilliant. Now there's nothing. I love that. I think what happened is they didn't have the box, so then they changed something to make it work. Or they changed to make it not work. Okay, here we go. So I need to change this back to be shared. That's not working. Duplicated. We should see it now. There we go. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Oh, no, I've messed it up again.
All right. We got our technical difficulties resolved. We'll let the video guys get all rocking and rolling here. Sorry. No, do what you gotta do. It's the second microphone. That's what's making all the noise. It doesn't have a power switch on it. Okay, all right, we're rolling this morning. So how's everybody doing? You're staying cool. I know, I know it's going to be a struggle today. So drink lots of fluid. Good morning. I'm Michael, KB9VBR, and I'm sure most of you probably know who I am because that's the reason why you're here. But I guess I got a YouTube channel with a little bit of notoriety, and which means I get a call on early Friday morning from the Hamvention crew saying, "We need a speaker. Can you speak?" And I said, "Sure, I'll do that." And they graciously allowed me to fill in this time slot, and I really appreciate that. So thanks for everything. But once we get all these little technical details worked out. My presentation probably won't run the full time, so we'll have plenty of time for questions. If you wanna ask me anything deep, we can handle that. But my presentation today is 5 years of POTA, what I've learned. And I guess I'm kind of one of those early adopters with the Parks on the Air program, and actually really got my start before that with the National Parks on the Air program. If people remember that from the ARRL. That was a really great thing that they did, but it only lasted 1 year, and it was only with national park entities, and people loved it because afterwards, after that program ran in 2016, the next year, so a few individuals decided, hey, let's continue the fun, and we'll expand it to other types of park type state and federal lands that we can get out on the air and activate. I probably had my first experience with Parks on the Air around 2018 or so. I was set up at a Boy Scout camporee. We're showing the kids ham radio, and when you're doing those kind of things, you need something to, you need something to tune around and find so that they can hear some activity on the air. And I'm looking around up and down the dial, and I hear these people calling CQ POTA, and I go, what the heck is that? Is that some kind of, I figure, well, this must be some kind of new QSO party or something like that. So, yeah, we give them a call, we return the call, and I give them a signal report. They give me some park number and whatever. And after the fact, kind of put 2 to 2 together, get my account registered, and hunted for a couple of years. Did my first activation in 2019, and now I'm about 5 years into it, 500 activations later. So it's a fun trip. How many people here are really familiar with the program, have been out, activated, things like that? Okay, about half the room. How many people have never gone out and done their own? Okay, about a third. And then how many people are hunters only? Yeah, okay. And who's here just to see me? Yeah. All right. So my first, like I said, my first activation was in 2019, and I wanted to include this picture in my slides. This is at Governor, actually, I'm going to back up. This slide, I really enjoyed this picture here because there I'm activating on the shores of Lake Superior. It's definitely a lot cooler there that day. US 1439, Big Bay State Park in the beautiful Chequamegon Bay of Lake Superior. So we can see the beautiful Northwoods of Wisconsin there, the lake. I'm sitting on a log on the sand, and I'm trying to get my 10 contacts in before the black flies get me. But beautiful place. If you ever get up into northern Wisconsin, I recommend going there. But my first activation was in October of 2019, Governor Thompson State Park, and I forget the number. I think it's 1482, maybe. I don't know. I didn't have a real elaborate setup, and because, really, I think, if you haven't gone out and activated a park yet, there's nothing really holding you back. And I just say, because you can do it now. You probably have all of the equipment you need. I didn't have a whole lot, when I first started out. I had my little FT891 by then. Picked up a inexpensive lithium-ion battery, a little end-fed type antenna, sat around the campfire, and I made about 50 contacts that weekend. 20 and a 40 meter band. It was, back then we were towards the bottom of the solar cycle, so it was pretty tough going. You spent more time back in 2019, even 2020, explaining to people what Parks on the Air was and why you wanted them to talk to you more than you were getting those, logging those contacts and moving on. So it was the early times were fun in a different way than they are now. Now it's all really you can get on the air very easily. Find that empty spot, call CQ POTA. People know what to expect, and make your activation really quickly. But like I said, you've got everything you need. There's really nothing holding back. You've got that HF transceiver. You've probably got a battery. You've probably got some type of piece of wire that you can use as an antenna. Logging paper, your phone, a notebook, computer, whatever. It doesn't have to be anything super sophisticated, if you're just starting out. So do what you feel, most comfortable with. Which brings us to our next point. It's because once you get bit by that bug, you're probably going to want to start to amass equipment. Because there's a lot of stuff out there, especially antennas, that really can help improve your game, so to say. But honestly, spend your money where it counts. You don't, like I said, you don't need a lot of fancy equipment. Transceivers probably going to be your biggest line item in your portable kit. You can go as little as $100 for one of those TRU SDX transceivers. If you like ultra QRP, you can go $2,000 if you're going to go over to the Yaesu booth and get that latest that latest rig that they're announcing today. So it's I sit sort of somewhere in the middle. I don't use a lot of extravagant equipment, just a reliable transceiver. Either my FT891 or my QRP 817. There you can see me. That's typical setup with the headset and the computer. It's all you really need. Most importantly, though, before you spend your hard-earned money, think about your goals and objectives. Are you QRP, QRO, full power, barefoot, CW, digital, phone, no frills, or you want to be state-of-the-art? It doesn't matter. I'm not going to tell you to go one way or the other. It's, and not tell you what to buy. It's your decision to make. Just, have a conscious decision on what your goals and objectives are, and use that as sort of your guide to what you feel you need out in the field. Which brings us to our next point. Really, expensive components, they are overrated. You don't need top of the line. I found that anytime I ever review an antenna or put an antenna on the air in one of my videos, I get somebody's going to comment and say, I can build that one for cheaper. You don't have to spend that much money, so you can do it for less. And you absolutely can. You can, time is money. You can invest the time and the effort into building, whatever type of antenna system you want. You can invest one in if you don't invest your dollars in one if you don't have the time to do so. It doesn't really make a difference. They both going to do the job. $100 homebrew antenna is going to work just as well as that $400 one. But on the flip side of that, really don't buy cheap. And I feel like I'm not a cheap ham, but I am a frugal ham. And that's an important decision. A frugal it means not spending less money, but it means doing more with the money you have and investing in quality, or making your what you're going to use work to its best ability. One example is with coaxial cable. There's a lot of cheap coax out there. Don't have to spend a whole lot of money on it. That can be a false economy, though. I found that most often, if coax is going to fail on me, it's the connectors that are going to break. Either they get the threads get goobered up, or the connection snaps in them because it was a bad solder or a bad crimp or something like that. And typically, if you spend a little bit more money on that quality coax, it's gonna, those connections will probably last longer on you. There will never be enough antennas, and antennas are nothing but tools. No more, no less. There's a myriad of styles and types of antennas, because no one single antenna is going to be right for every job. As much as we aspire to owning the Swiss Army antenna that we've seen, some manufacturers will tout, they might not be the best in all types, in all situations. And for that reason, I like to carry a couple of different antenna styles with me. Typically a vertical of some sort or fashion that can be set up in a small or condensed space. and a wire antenna that if I've got the room and I want something with a little more capability, I can deploy a wire. Or as that large vertical image shows, one of my favorites is Greg KJ6ER's Performer antenna. So how many people have run the Performer antenna? You know, it's worth, you're here today, get yourself that 17-foot whip, mirror mount of some sort, you know, with that 3/8 by 24 stud, and you are 75% of the way of having yourself a Performer antenna. All you need is an inexpensive base like a tripod, and you can download his plans and build those wires yourself for the elevated radials. And that antenna, in the wild band conditions we've been having these last few weeks, will just absolutely knock your socks off. Like I said, usually do, you know, like I said, I like to use carry a couple different with me. Part of the reason is like I've had equipment fail in the field, antennas, you know, connectors break or not work right, and I've had to switch to my alternate one, or I get to a location and things are not what I expect them to be. So maybe I was thinking of deploying a wire, and I get there and there's crowds or whatnot, and I can't get a good spot in the parking area. So, you know, the vertical it is. To have that variability with you so that you can set up no matter where you go is a good thing. And with that being said, you don't have to have an optimized antenna. That Performer is probably one of the more optimized antennas you're going to get. 90% efficiency is what he's measured, Greg's measured with that antenna. The upper image there, my ground level vertical with the magic carpet, may not be as efficient as it hardly takes up any space at all. So if push comes to shove, I can deploy in 2 parking spaces or in a in a little bitty corner there on a snowbank or something like that, with just that ground mat and the vertical radiator, and get on the air just as well. I might not be as efficient, but I'm going to get on the air and I'm going to make my contacts. So, what's important is you don't need the most efficient antenna, just an effective one. Does it matter if you make 10 or 100 contacts? You know, not really. What matters is that you're using an antenna that meets your objectives, works in the location you're at, and makes those contacts. You know, so don't feel that the antenna needs to be perfect. It just has to get the job done. One of the favorite things that Chris and I like to do, you know, if we road trip, is I might just throw a couple ham sticks in the back of the car and that little FT817, and we'll find a park somewhere along our ways, quick setup, quick dozen or so contacts, and then we're off to the next adventure. So works really, really well. Okay. Which is next, don't trust the propagation forecast. So how are the band conditions? Has anybody been out in the last few days, on the air in the last few days? Good, bad? Yeah, a little bit of both. I found, you know, reading the social channels, it's really funny because, you know, you've gone out for an activation and you feel like you've done reasonably well, and you come home and you're uploading your log, and you go look on like Facebook and see what other people are saying about the day. And it says somebody will say, "Boy, did somebody turn off the sun? I can't make a single contact at all." And then the first reply is like, "Band has been great where I am." Well, if you see here this image of the maximum usable frequency map, you can see, you know, depending on where you live, there's a great level of variability in propagation and band conditions. So don't let somebody tell you the bands are dead or whatnot, because probably where you're at, you can probably find a frequency somewhere that's gonna deliver at least your 10 contacts, like, you know, 20 meters, your bread and butter band. So that's, I'll use that to kind of guide me on what antenna I want to use, maybe what bands I want to focus on. If I see the maximum usable frequency is low, you know, then that's, well, okay, so I'm not going to get on 15 meters. 10 meters is most likely going to be closed. I'm going to use an antenna that's going to really favor 20 and 40 meters. If I see the MUF numbers, they really climb up, then I know, yeah, we're going to start out at 15, or we're going to give 10 a shot. So we'll might have a different, an antenna, a little bit different antenna system with me, so I've got that ability to make those decisions. But I don't live in fear of the pulling up the numbers, looking at the A and the K and say, no, I'm going back to bed. No, it's it's more than that. So you at least need to feel, give it that try, because no matter what those propagation numbers are, you're gonna be able to get on the air, get those contacts at some point, or even worst case scenario, if things are totally obliterated, I can probably sneak out. I can probably get 10 on a digital mode like FT8 or CW for that matter. So, okay, moving on here. Really know how to manage your activation. And so when you're going out for the first time, you're probably kind of excited, you're probably kind of nervous, you're probably kind of anxious, something, all of three. You're not quite sure, what to expect. What's going to happen to me on the air? Am I going to do great? Am I going to do terrible? The number one rule, though, in starting off a Parks on the Air activation is, and this is a mantra that I've heard repeated many, many times, it's your activation, your rules, you're in charge. You can, if you've got that frequency, you can run with it the way you want. You pick the band, the frequency, the mode, how long you're going to be in the park. You're going to make 10 contacts, you're going to make 100. All of those decisions are up to you. So, but if you spend, any amount of time on the air, you're probably going to run into a pileup, because, once you start getting going there, you make one contact, you make two, you make three, all of a sudden people, are showing up on the spotting page, and you're good. You're showing up on the spotting page, people are finding you, and the floodgates open up, and you've got 5, 10, 20 people calling you to get your park number. Especially if you're putting a good signal out. If you picked an appropriate antenna system for what you're doing, you're going to get out a good signal. You're going to get that pile up. And if you've never really experienced the pileups before, they can be, they're interesting, terrifying, exciting. It depends on your kind of personality. If you're more of an introverted kind of person, you might want to pull back a little bit. If you love that kind of thing, throw yourself into the scrum and fight it out. But there's many ways to manage the pileup so that you can get a rate and a flow that feels most comfortable for you. And I find that, some of the best ways to work on that is ask people to slow down. If call signs are coming too fast, have them slow down. Have people spread out. Like I said, you're in charge, so you can give direction. Tell people, spread things out so I can catch, multiple partials or at least something. Pick around the edges. Sometimes you'll hear the early bird or the late comer, in the pileup, and grab those. If you can't figure out anything else, ask for repeats. But my best advice for managing that pileup is to develop a routine and to stay consistent with it. So once you kind of get going with your activation, try to use the same, run each QSO sort of the same way, so that people know. And then when people hear you over the air, they'll know when to expect when you're kind of finished with the QSO and you're ready for the next one. So like almost every time, when I do my activations, I always say the exact same thing: 7-3, Kilo Bravo 9, Victor Bravo Romeo, Parks on the Air, QRZ. And I always say that. I don't say something else or mix it up or things like that. I try to be consistent in that regard so that people know, when you're done and you're ready for the next one. Okay. I think the most important thing is, actually, that's one more thing. I'm reading my notes here, and they're in a different order of my slides here all of a sudden. When we talk about the pileups, and when you start attracting attention, you're going to find that you're not going to make everybody happy. There's going to be, on the air, just like in life, you're going to run into blowhards, malcontents, bitter people on the air. It's expected, and that's okay. You can't let them get you down. You can't let you run them away. They want to live their life angry. You don't have to take on their energy. A lot of times, if I get those people, I'll ignore them the best I can, because they'll give up before I'll give up. I'm a pretty stubborn German, and just ask my wife. I don't bend very easily, so I could put up a lot. Tuner-uppers, they're easy to deal with. You just hit that auto notch button on your transceiver, and they're gone. But for the other people, they're just looking for engagement. If you don't engage with them, eventually they'll give up. There's been one or two times that I've had experiences where the person was probably more stubborn than I was. It's been a while, but there used to be a couple individuals on 17 meters that didn't like POTA on 17 meters, and they do their best to kind of run you off, and that was a challenge. Of course, we've got certain frequencies that are best to stay clear of: 7200, 40-meter band, 14313. The maritime net, we give them a wide berth. Unless you like noise, you probably don't want to be on the slow scan TV frequency. I've seen a few people activate there. Kind of get to know, where those bad, I'm not going to say bad spots, where there's those areas where you can just keep away from, and you'll do well. Nets are always something you really have to deal with, especially if you're trying to activate on the lower portion of the 40-meter band. Eventually, you're going to run into a net that wants to start up. And I'm good with the nets. I'll yield to the net. If somebody comes on and say, well, we got a net starting up in 15 minutes. And I says, sounds great. I'll be off the air in 5, or I'll be off the air in 10. And, I call it quits when I call it quits. Let the net do their thing. And make sure you log those people. The early birds checking into the net, because they count as contacts too.
Michael, how long do the nets usually last?
Oh, it depends on what they are. If it's like a traffic net, they might run for 45 minutes, half hour or so, or more. I don't think a net really runs more than an hour. If they've got the attention span to let them run longer than that. So, but the most important part in everything that I've said today is, POTA, Parks on the Air, isn't a contest. Just enjoy the ride, and that's important. We're not out there contesting. There might be a leaderboard, but the only person you're competing with is yourself. You set the goals and create the objectives. So, you can decide that if you want to try to climb that leaderboard, if you want to hit so many different parks in a day. Those are all objectives that are special to you and not to the Parks on the Air organization. I've used POTA as part of a contest, but I'm, Dave KZ9V and I, we love to mix Parks on the Air with our QSO party operations, because it's a great vehicle to kind of, you're out there with QSO parties, you're activating counties, and especially if you're a mobile operator, you set up at a couple different parks, move from county to county, and use the POTA system to kind of get people into you. But you're running the QSO party, you're part of that, and it's just Parks on the Air is just an auxiliary to moving into that contest. my advice to anyone, getting started with Parks on the Air is just relax, enjoy the ride. It might feel foreign, if you're just starting out, it might feel foreign or unusual at first. I know it's pretty crazy to sit out there in a park on a picnic table with this radio, with this all this gear around you and a stick in the air or something like that. I get those questions all the time. What do you tell people? I find the easiest thing, if somebody comes up to my table and asks me what I'm doing, oh, just ham radio. And that's enough to usually satisfy their curiosity. If they want more, then we kind of dig a little bit deeper into things. You may feel frustrated because things aren't coming together as quickly or as well as you want. I know I've talked to a lot of people. Their first activations were, in their minds, terrible. Maybe they only got a handful of contacts. Maybe their antenna didn't work. Maybe they found something that wasn't a piece of equipment that failed. That's all part of that learning process, though. It's you're working through the bugs in your particular system, and it might take a couple times out there to really get things dialed in and feel comfortable with things like that. But comfort comes with experience. Experience comes from repetition. So get out there, make some noise, and most importantly, you got to have some fun. So that is the end of my formal presentation, but I'd love to entertain any kind of questions that anyone might have this morning. So, yep. And
Yeah, you may have already kind of touched on it, but what is the best kind of portable antenna for a beginner that's easy setup, easy tear down for a total beginner?
For a total beginner, I think really the best, probably the best way to get started is, we kind of move back to the quarter wave vertical is super simple. Get yourself one of those 17-foot whips. They got them out here today. Prices, they're not that expensive. I think no more than $70. I think if you get the Chameleon branded one. And then just need some kind of a base or a stake to get it into the ground. You don't have to use the magic carpet. You can use ground radials. Once you lay wire on the ground, it becomes non-resonant. So 4 or 8 16-foot radials is all you need. And now you've got an antenna that'll be resonant on 10 through 20 meters. All you got to do is tune the length of that whip. You can do it if you don't have an antenna analyzer. You can kind of do it formulaically. 234 divided by frequency equals your length in equals your length in feet. So, you can use like that quarter wave chart to get an approximate length and the SWR meter on your transceiver to kind of dial it in if you don't have that meter, that analyzer. NFIT half-wave antennas are super, if you've got the space, are super easy to deploy. Usually, when you get them up in, that 40-meter NFIT half-wave is 60-some feet of wire, and that'll work 10, without a tuner, 10, 15, 20, and 40 meters. So that's all you need. A lot of times with parks, depending on your location, they may not want wire in trees, though, or you may not have the real estate to put that antenna up. So they're, both those types of antennas do have trade-offs, but they're very simple and easy to get deployed. Yeah.
I have a power MFET 2040. I love that little thing. It wraps up in a little piece of wood.
Yeah.
And that's what I put in the trees. And I found out later, you had mentioned, at the park, will let you put it in the tree. How do you know if they'll let us put it in the tree?
That is a really good question.
One of the guys in my club, the Lark Club, said that he activates every Sunday morning at Mulberry State Park in Michigan. And Michigan State Parks do not allow antennas in trees. But if you ask the park ranger that's there, a lot of them will say yes, write down their name, and then you can put an antenna in the tree. So ask whatever park is available.
Yeah, sometimes, Michigan State Parks, they're very strict about having wire in their trees. I've run into the exact same thing activating in the Upper Peninsula. Minnesota state parks are the same way. They don't like a lot of wire in their trees. If you're concerned about that, you can use a push-up mat, fiberglass mast or something like that. It's reading, I guess it's kind of reading the rules and asking other activators what they do. I think, yeah.
Yeah, a comment along those lines, putting stuff in the ground. A lot of places allow it. Pamolo V Indian ruins outside of Winslow, Arizona. Fortunately, I asked. He said that's the quickest way to a felony conviction. If you put a stake in the ground, because it's a Native American site. So ask.
Yeah, if you're, I think that's a really good thing, because if you're unsure of the rules or the regulations for the park, ask around, ask other activators if they found any kind of problems with the park. One great example, last February. So Christina and I are on a road trip. We're going to spend the weekend in beautiful downtown Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And Milwaukee has got a state park right downtown on the shores of Lake Michigan, Lakefront State Park. And it also has the state trail running through the city, the Hank Aaron State Trail, the Home Run King. So I wanted to activate the park and the trail at the same time as a twofer, but I wasn't quite sure of where the park boundaries were, because it being an urban park, it's this weird mess of city land, state land, lease land, and all that. So I looked on the POTA on the POTA information page for that particular park, and I looked at the leaderboard. Who's had the most activations at that park? Find the call sign. Find his email on QRZ. Send him an email. No less than 30 minutes later, I had all the answers I needed to activate that park. So, so if you're unsure about what to do, do that. I think, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, with regard to antennas in the trees, Ohio doesn't care. I've done it so many times. The park ranger walks up and says, "What's going on?" And he's like, "Cool." So in Ohio, as long as you get it out of the tree when you're done, they're fine with wires in the tree.
Yeah, so some states are cool. I know Wisconsin's kind of a mixed bag. I think I saw it over here. Yeah.
I work for Great Council State Park, Ohio's newest state park, right here in Xenia.
We drove past that yesterday. That is amazing.
We are an interpretive center that tells the story of the Shawnee people in the Ohio country. And the first time we had a Parks on the Air activation, right after we opened last summer, the staff was like, "What the heck is going on here?" So I know you're focused on the activation, but if you get the chance to interact with any park staff, you have no idea what it means to us that you are activating and getting the word out about the places that we work and serve, and we think it's amazing.
And I think that's a really good point. You got to be, when we're out there in parks, we got to be good stewards. We got to be good stewards to the land. We got to be cognizant of why these parks are here. Great Council State Park, it's parts of it, I'm guessing, are probably sacred land.
Yes.
to indigenous peoples. And I've done that. I've been to parks in Wisconsin that are full of native mounds. Exact same thing. You got to be cognizant, and you also got to be good stewards of the amateur radio hobby, amateur radio service. So, present yourself in a professional, respectful manner, and offer some education if education is necessary. So, yeah.
On the POTA website, not the POTA app website, the POTA website, there's a PDF that you can print out, a trifold, where it kind of explains what it is and everything. And so I always have a few of those in my bag in case.
Yep, the little bifold brochures is a good thing to have if you can't quite explain how to, you feel like you've got the means to kind of explain how the system works. Yeah.
Have you ever had to get pre-approval before you activated the park?
I have not. There are some entities where that is quite important. and ones that you're going to want to tread very lightly. National wildlife refuges are one of them. Some national monuments may require a permit. I guess you got to kind of play those by ear. If you're unsure, maybe contact another activator if they've got some information. I think I got a couple hands here. You have a first? Yeah.
Do you self-spot or wait till someone spots you?
I self-spot.
Okay.
I will, if I can get a connection, I will spot myself. A lot of times, if I'm looking for new park locations, I will pull up my carrier's coverage map to see if the area I want to set up in, the parking area, actually has service. And that's helped me pick a good location from a bad location. So, but I do, but then I don't try to connect my logging to the internet, because self-spotting doesn't take much of a signal. Logging online takes a lot more.
So you do it all on paper?
No, I use a computer.
Okay.
I use the Smart Logger app, but it runs totally offline.
Okay.
So I think I saw a question in the back. Yeah.
Winter in Texas, Texas state parks, you have to be very, very careful, and always ask state parks, cattle, elsewhere, and cattle people, you have to get a permit to operate. Some people haven't, that's wrong with them. The other thing is they don't want stuff in trees. The other deal, if you don't want things pounded in the ground, I use a tripod with sandbags. And that would have never disturbed the ground, if I got a delta or a dipole, I put sandbags out, and that solves the problem. They're cheap, you can get them off Amazon for about $25.
Yeah, I got it back here.
You stop by POTA booth, he has color brochures that he has for a very reasonable price that explain POTA, they're beautifully done.
Right.
And as far as the permits, if you check the actual POTA page, they often will have a note if a permit is needed. I know Dry Tortugas is very strict on that, because their park rules, when you go up there, say no amateur radio, but you
Yep.
can get the permit.
You can get the permit. Usually, typically, from what I found is, no, I haven't really activated many parks that require permits, but in speaking with others, if it's going to be a battlefield, because we got to respect, we got to respect what happens there. If it's a national monument, they might be space constrained. If it's an area that's important to Native or Indigenous peoples, so we have to respect that. And those are usually places that are going to require a permit of some sort or other. Wildlife refuges are another place where it's some type of very light activation style or permission might be required. So yeah. Yeah, yes and no. I think it's like wildlife refuges. If you're gonna do, mobile drive in, drive out, you're fine, because that's very low impact. Other spaces, it's kind of a mixed bag.
Like the flagpole stand.
Yeah.
You can set it on the ground, you don't have to poke any holes anywhere.
I thought that, maybe an all mobile type activation would be okay, but then I was just reading the other day, somebody was at Four Corners National Monument in Arizona, and the Navajo control the land, and it's permits are required if you want to activate there. Yes and no. Yes and no. It's usually not. If it's non-commercial use, it's usually not. Which kind of brings me back to, if you're really unsure, you've never been to the park before and you've got questions, look at that leaderboard in the park and see what what the other person has done. Yeah.
If you're going to activate an area that you've never been to before, what is the process you go through to identify where you want to go?
All right. That's a great question. What I do, so when I'm looking at a new park, the first thing I'll do is I'll go to the web's page for that park entity that's managed by either the state or federal agents like our Department of Natural Resources or the federal agency, if it's federal land, and I'll look for maps. What the maps of the park location to figure out where the parking areas are. You know, when I find those parking areas, I might pull up Google Maps satellite view so I can actually see what that parking area looks like, if it's a good spot, if it's a bad spot, if it's accessible. Sometimes there's a parking area that's behind, I don't know how many miles of dirt and gravel that you have to get to. And I'll kind of, you know, those overhead shots are really helpful in me determining how big that space is and how, you know, how I can make an activation work. I might look, you know, like I said, I might pull up my cell carrier's map to see if I get a signal in there. You know, that might be a determining factor if I want to activate in that parking area or not. But that's, you know, for like those, some of these remote wildlife areas, those are some of the things that I use is maps. Yeah.
On top of that, Google Maps Street View.
Yep.
People go camping there, they hike there, they take pictures, they end up in Google Maps Street View, even though it's like a hiking trail. And that's remarkably detailed. You can, nothing wrong with the satellite maps, but this takes you to the next level.
Yeah.
This is what it's gonna look like 1 year there.
If the
You
parking,
can turn around and see everything. It's astonishing.
if the parking area is on a county or a state highway, usually a Google car is driven past it, and you can street view right into the entrance. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as spotting, if you're a CW guy or even FT8, especially running CW, if you run your CQs in a certain way, the reverse beacon network will pick you up and post it on the POTA page.
Yep.
The other thing, though, in order to make that happen automatically, is you just go in and schedule your activation prior to even knowing. And then it'll just, as soon as the RBN hears you, it'll just pick you up and automatically spot you. So you don't need cell access.
The POTA site allows you to schedule activations where you enter like frequencies or bands, time you're going to be on the air, and mode. And if your mode is one of the digital modes or one of the CW modes, the reverse, when you get on the air within that time period, often the reverse beacon network will pick that up and it will spot for you if you're in an area that you can't get a signal out. And, you know, even too, if you're going phone operation, get on the air and I'll listen around. If I find an activator on a frequency, I might set up 5 kilohertz away because I figure, a hunter, if he's going to work somebody that's spotted, he'll probably find me 5 kilohertz away because I'll show up on his band scope, and then I ask that person to spot me. So, all right, how are we doing for time? We're doing good. Yeah.
The Gauge 2 891 seems like your go-to photo rate.
Mm-hmm.
Any tips or tricks, nuances you've learned over the years about that radio?
I've got a couple videos that I've done with a lot of the features on the 891. I think what I've done with mine, and I think one of the two best features of that rig is number one, you've got the A, B, and the C buttons that you can self-assign menu items, and on mine I've assigned those 3 programmable buttons as my width setting, so that if I go into the digital mode, I can set the width all the way to 3 kilohertz for digital. The second one, I've got my auto notch filter. So if I got a tuner upper, I can just hit the B button and auto notch takes care of it. And then the C button, I have the my voice keyer. So which I press that button and it goes CQ POTA, et cetera, and which you can record several different voice messages to transmit out so that you can save your voice in calling CQ. Which brings me to the second great feature of the 891 is that voice keyer. You can use it in both digital or CW or phone, and you can have up to 5 different messages, CW, 5 different messages, phone. So that can really streamline your activation, especially if you've got the hand controller for the 891. I don't use the hand controller out in the field, but just that one button to voice key my CQ routine is enough to save my voice a lot of times, especially if it's slow activation. Anything else? Yeah.
I just want to say thank you about the 891. I used your video to learn how to set it up for FT8.
Yes.
Which was very straightforward and easy to use. And I also learned about POTA because I was searching teardrop trailers. Google took me to your website
All right.
and your YouTube video. That's where I learned about POTA.
Well, we're camping at Caesar Creek, so we got the trailer out there this weekend. So, yep, in the back.
Just for self-bonding, take like a lanyard, put your cell phone in it. If you got a push-up pole, haul it up there.
Oh.
Then you're in a hot spot. And it's slow where I go a lot. You don't have to have coverage out there. You can't sell spots, so I just take a lanyard or whatever.
I love that. That's a great idea. I'm going to do that now. Another thing about spotting, if you're not getting cell coverage, a lot of times, I haven't had a chance to try this because I just found it last week, but somebody created an app called Offline Spotter, and I don't know who did this because it doesn't say on here who created it, but I found it on the Apple App Store. It's like 99 cents, but what it does is properly, it has all the park numbers and all that, so you can enter the information into this Offline Spotter app, and then it creates the properly formatted text message that it can send to the APRS SMS phone number, and it sends out a text message as a formatted APRS message that that's got it where there's an API to get into the POTA app, and you can spot with just an SMS text message, and a lot of times SMS will get out where internet won't. Yeah.
Michael, there's a web-based service. Go to apspot.radio.
Yeah.
It stands for APRS spot, and you can actually, there's a certain number you can use, the SMS text, same functionality. You can spot yourself. You can also pull the last 5 spots that were on the page if you're like 5 minutes. Well,
Yeah.
fire it out.
And there's a third app called SodaMat, which will allow you to spot using FT8. You actually put your information. You got to do a little bit of setup with SodaMat, but once you get it set up, you just put your spotting information into the app. You hold your phone next to your microphone, and then it sends a crazy FT8 over the air, and you get spotted that way too through the RBN. So okay. Anything else? This is good. I'm learning stuff today. This is great. You're a great crowd. I love one of the things I love about producing online content is I learn just as much from the comments as people learn from my videos. So that is greatly appreciated. So I'll just pull up my contact information here. If you want to get a hold of me, my channel and the socials and the whole 9 yards. So I get emails all the time. I love answering them. So yeah.
I want to say thank you for the production value.
All right. Believe it or not, I'm using my college education. I got a degree in communication arts, and so I know a thing or two about production. So. All right. Well, thank you so much. I think it looks like we got people ready for the next show. So, all right. This is a great crowd. I had a good time. All right.
I'm sorry. I was talking. What am I in the back of the room saying you said you want something?
Putting my cell phone.
I'm the next up, so I'm gonna need to get into the.
Yep.
Close out. I enjoy it. I'm doing some activations from Nebraska.
All you gotta
See, I live in Nebraska.
You said put your cell phone into like a lanyard holder or something like that, so you can hoist it up on a third.
It's a good day for it.
Or you turn and then turn the hotspot mode on your phone. Put it up on a 30-foot mast. It'll grab a signal and then broadcast it via Wi-Fi down low to your computer.
Long time to answer what I mean about soldering stuff.
Oh,
Thank you.
you bet. And I was just there, and they have stuff.
Same here.
I don't have it. He has it.
Oh yes.
I talked for you.
Okay. I remember.
Good meeting you, Philo. Yeah, thanks for the presentation, awesome.
Glad you enjoyed it.
It's getting a little cooler.
Where you at?
Doug Hayward,
I think
Okay.
and he is going to take over DARA website.
Oh, okay.
And he is interested, and we'll have some programs or information by now.
It's 20,000 acres, you can, yes, you can pick anywhere about picking.
Okay. Anything I, send me an email and I'll be glad to dig through the photos. I don't, that's the thing I screwed up here. Yes.
Just enough so you know.
Yes.
Otherwise, you gotta.
Lincoln to Bridge.
Yeah, no, we gotta get those UP perks activated.
But she can get a hold of
For sure, other half enjoy going with you and running around.
Oh, yeah.
And I got the feel for that.
Yep, no, it's, like I said, we turn it, a lot of times we turn it into a road trip, weekend adventure. and-
I gotta see if I can make this thing work.
Leaving some.
How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing all right. I gotta see if this is gonna let me in.
Seems to work well. I like the tripod and
How you
the
doing?
radio.
Okay.
The only thing about the clock
Okay.
is that, sometimes,
So you're working with Brian.
we'll go,
this
Independence
weekend.
Day 4th of July, oh, well, let's go out to a park with a swimming beach so we can enjoy
Okay.
some cool weather and, have a
Gotcha.
picnic, yeah. Yeah, we'll put that, I'll set that up because it has such a small footprint, because invariably, we get there early to get a good
Very
deal, but then when they're walking all over the place, and if I had wires spread around.
I think so. The stupid thing is I forgot to bring my remote clicker.
No, it'll stick to the ground.
But if I'm just standing here, I'll be all right.
I think it's Form 1, but
And I can usually.
No, that's okay.
yep, just make sure you use sticks, yep.
Okay,
Or I
and
have an extra
recommendation.
piece of equipment I'll throw on there, like I got a second.
Oh, if they can't hear you on.
1, 2 test. Oh, yeah, that's plenty of audio.
Awesome. Well, anything, don't hesitate to get into the
Are
room.
you AV?
No, yes, no. Yes and no. I'm the live stream.
Oh, live stream. Okay. Which means I won't play my musical
Well, I live
slideshow.
in Wausau, so if you want to do rap, you should
Copyright.
call me up sometime.
Yeah,
That'd be
copyright.
great.
This year's song,
right.
when I make the show,
Definitely do.
will be.
Yes, you certainly can.
So please, I missed you last year. Why we maybe invented new
Deal.
Yeah.
It's fun. Save me something.
Okay, I'm looking at everything. It looks like everything is set and running, and my thumb drive is reading.
Okay, yeah, we're at Cedar Creek again. We're in A loop. You'll spot the little teardrop. If we're around, stop on by.
Okay.
Yes.
I saw it.
All right.
All right. You gotta give up with the state.
Yep.
We got it. So, yeah, I did just that, but historically, the AC I just said, I was.
I love how laid back you are.
Yeah, when you get it, yeah. It doesn't, it won't recover fast.
I love how laid back you are.
You look for bathroom? There's a bathroom right there, block that.
Thank you. One by two. How do they do?
Looks like pretty good soldering to me.
You know, initially I used fire base on there, and I had my blower from way down, but I still ended up with, it's a fidget spinner. $8. But I still ended up with a mess. I told my wife, you ain't gonna have a fidget spinner and make a mess. So I went in, I desoldered everything, and then I soldered everything.
Well, you did good.
It was my first one. Anyway, I have a digital microscope. You ever use one?
No, but I've got a lot of friends that have those, and they have the camera that comes down and it's got the lights and all that.
Right.
And I've seen them on like Amazon and stuff. And a friend of mine in Fremont uses it, and he, you know, I tried his. I put together a board like that, and it was wonderful. I just don't have.
I bought a ton, the 4K Auto Black Star. My thing is your depth perception is a little off.
Yeah,
Do you eventually get over that?
you get used to it.
I thought if I can solder a 1x2, that's it.
Be good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make
Yeah.
an announcement. All right, we're gonna check the audio level. S9, 10 over, 10 over, good. It was neat. I got to see Don N6JRL, who used to be president of the Dayton Club. I just saw him a few minutes ago, and 2 weeks ago, I worked him when he was at Galapagos. And it was on 10 meters, and he said, you know, I'm digging through pileups, and he says, all I heard was K0NEB. So I thought, well, I'm glad it's working. So, and it was a new country for me, so they confirmed it for me, and he brought me a card. So. Gotta wait a little bit. No, there isn't. No, you have to go out. It's interesting, they put me in a room that's got an Ohio State Buckeye symbol, and I'm a Husker.
We could paint it over.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of fun when Nebraska joined the Big Ten. But that's why I wear this tornado watch. Got a severe weather day? Yeah, that's me. They don't send me on the hills anymore during tornado watches. I get to go to a local TV station and I scroll notes, and the weather guy is like standing over there, and I go like this. I tell him what our spotters are seeing so that the warning goes out long before the sirens sound. We have a really, really good system. We have spotters at every media outlet in the area. And last year, just before Hamvention, we had an EF3 touchdown a little less than a mile from my house. And then it went on, and it took out a factory and stuff like that. And when I scrawled the note on a map of the county and showed him where it is, he looks at me and he's like, confirmed on the ground? Yeah. And he was like, oh, it was great. And then they quickly because I gave him the map, he quickly zoomed the tower cam to it. He says, oh yeah, it's right in your neighborhood. All right, we'll get going in a couple minutes. Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have the base, so you're free to move over inside.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get the one though with the lights.
I read
All right, we'll get started here. You see there's a new logo there. It doesn't say CQ anymore. CQ magazine, of course, is dead and gone. I wrote for them for 15 years. And now I am writing for the Spectrum Monitor, which has taken on 4 or 5 of us CQ authors. So if you're looking for my magazine home, it is the Spectrum Monitor. It came out of the old Monitoring Times magazine. It is not in print. It is a PDF file. So you can download it and view it on any device that reads a standard non-encrypted PDF file. So that's who I write for now. And I'm going to tilt this, and I'm going to see if that works. All right, a little bit about who I am. I was first licensed in 1969, so I'm a little past due to get my 55-year pin. My Elmer was Leo Meyerson, W0 Get Fat Quick. How many people know what he was famous for? I had a very famous Elmer. He was the founder of World Radio Laboratories in Council Bluffs. They made the Globe and Galaxy kit radios and so forth. My first radio came from World Radio Laboratories. I'm originally from Omaha. I used to work there almost every day. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska. I am now retired. I was an IT field tech, so I got to see people at their worst, especially when their printer was down. And so or their network or their Wi-Fi or something like that, and I would troubleshoot it and get them printing again. So I wrote the magazine article for CQ for 15 years, now writing for Spectrum Monitor. I've also been the author of the Construction Techniques chapter in that big, thick YLRL handbook since 2014. I take a lot of photos. You'll see me walking around with the camera, but when I'm at home, I take more artistic photos, and I enter them in our state fair every summer. I made my first trip here in 1975. This is my 33rd time speaking here at Hamvention. And I make slideshows. How many of you have ever seen my musical Dayton slideshows? A few of you, okay. This year's song is going to be, I Would Walk 500 Miles. So it's going to be fun. We're going to get people walking in the photos. All right, let's talk about things we want to do when we're building kits. We want to keep these items on hand. Now, I'm going to recommend doing this soon because tariffs are coming, and we do have a little break in it right now for the next 90 days, so let's use that as a chance to buy this stuff. Pre-sorted standardized parts. What I try to do is I try to get common values of resistors, capacitors, diodes, transistors, and ICs, and I get them on Amazon. I thought, wow, that's a neat place to find them, because I didn't realize that Amazon had such things. But if you put in like transistor assortment or resistor assortment, guess what? All this stuff comes up under names like Bojack and stuff like that. But these are plastic divided cases that have all the parts sorted out for you. Or sometimes in the resistors, they're in little envelopes that are pre-marked and sorted. A lot of times your assortments are anywhere from $7 all the way up to about $15 for these. But if you spend about $100 or less on these assortments, you're going to have all the standardized parts you want. Why do we want to have those? Because when you're building a kit, how many of you have a Radio Shack available in about 10 minutes away? No. No. And I used to work for Radio Shack, by the way, way back in the late 70s. And we took that for granted. Well, that's not available. How many of you have an electronics parts store around? Nope. They aren't there. Oh, you do. There's one in Fairborn here, but I don't know how long they're going to be here. So the other things you want to have on hand are 9-volt battery snaps, battery holders, commonly used plugs and jacks. And by the way, back to the 9-volt battery snaps, twice this has happened to me. I bought something in a flea market, like I bought a antenna analyzer, and the guy said, well, it's dead. It absolutely doesn't work. I put a new 9-volt battery in it, and it still doesn't work. And I'll sell it to you for like $20. I thought, okay, well, it's worth about $250. And I thought, well, I wonder what it could be. And I took a meter to the two posts inside on the circuit board with a new 9-volt battery on it, and there's nothing. Turned out to be a broken wire in the battery snap. So I solder a battery snap in there, and guess what? I've got a nice analyzer like the guy was talking about for POTA. I put my vertical up, I put the analyzer on it, and I trim it, and away it goes. So now you also want to have commonly used plugs and jacks, like your 1/4 inch, 1/8 inch, 2 and 3 conductor stuff, RCA plugs, PL259s, SMA cables. A lot of kits now are using SMA for output, even on HF. So you might need an adapter cord or connector. 12-volt coaxial power plugs and jacks. I am tending now to use the kind that they're these green ones. They're kind of big, but they have 2 screw terminals in it, so you can put the wires in there. Because when you're doing POTA or just working with kits and you break that thing in the field, guess what? You can take out a little screwdriver and you can just strip the wire back, put it in there, and you're running again without soldering. Once again, make sure your kit, what size it uses. Most of them are 2.1 millimeters. Center pin is positive, but there are variations in some of the kits. Solder wick or other desoldering aids, he has a whole bin of it. If any of you have ever been to EAE sales, right outside this door, I think that's why his booth is there, because I'm here. And I just bought a new pound roll of solder because my roll is just ready. I can see the last of it. Everybody says, oh, I'll never go through a pound roll of solder. Guess what? I do. I do build a lot of stuff. Solder wick and desoldering aids. Now, what I recommend is to go out in the flea market, because I've never been yet that I go to the flea market and there's nobody giving away free circuit boards. It could be motherboards, could be anything. Guess what? Those are great. What for? And they're giving them away. I teach people how to solder and desolder using those. Desolder the part off the board, put it back, okay? You don't worry about it. You don't have anything in it. And you learn all these techniques, and you don't have to worry about destroying your kit because you've already learned on this old computer board or something. Emery boards, okay? Now what I do is I will go to like the home show, boat show, state fair, ag show, whatever, and they have all these emery boards with their name on it into the bag. Okay, now I got my year's supply. Emery boards, we use that for enameled wire, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. Cookie sheet or a soldering mat or both, those are very helpful things to have. because you can ground the cookie sheet so that you can have ESD protection. Soldering mats help too as well. I get my cookie sheets from $1.25 Tree. They used to be Dollar Tree. Now they're $1.25 Tree. So that's where you're going to go. And I get the regular metal ones, not the foil, but the regular metal ones. And you can use magnets with them and all sorts of stuff. They're really good. $1.25. You can't beat it. The reason for having that is because your parts are going to go all over the place. And you want to keep the little pieces of wire when you cut them. You know, you want to keep them on that tray. Because when you're done, you take everything off it, reach over the trash can, tip it over, and now your tray is clean and ready for your next kit. Multimeters don't have to be expensive. Now, the one on the left, how many of you have ever had one of these? Okay, yeah, Harbor Freight, $6. Okay, is it as accurate as a Fluke? It comes close. I was surprised. It's pretty darn accurate and probably good enough for most kit builders. But this one on the right, and I don't have the number magnified on there, but it's a 2C23T. And they now have a 2C53T that increases it to a 50 megahertz scope. It is a 2-channel color digital oscilloscope and multimeter. And they sell for about $80 or so, $80 or $90 on Amazon. And I have had just wonderful results with it. It comes with all the probes and everything, and it's even got a signal generator in it. It was just like, wow, I can do everything with that meter. Absolutely everything. And very, very worthwhile. I get it on Amazon. So if you look up 2C23T or 2C53T, that meter is a meter and scope and everything else that a kit builder could possibly want in a portable meter. 53T, T is in Tango. But the neat thing about it is you don't even have to put batteries in it. It plugs into your cell phone charger. It has the battery in it. Choosing the right soldering iron, that's a big topic. I get a lot of questions about it. I look to see if it's comfortable for me to hold because otherwise I'll get hand cramps and so on. You want to have it temperature controlled. Now what that means is it doesn't mean just an up-down thing that's like a variable resistor. It's thermostatically controlled, so it holds a level temperature. The reason is that your typical plug-in $6 soldering irons, forget it, don't do that, don't use those when you're building kits because they do not regulate the temperature. When you put that tip on the board, it's going to draw the heat away from that tip. And then so the temperature is going to slowly drop, and guess what? You're going to end up with a cold solder joint. And then when you hang the thing up, it gets too hot and it burns the tip up. Instead, we have these digital temperature-controlled soldering stations. And they don't have to be expensive. I've seen them now around $50. This one's about 60, but it comes with all of this stuff. If you see that it has a 3-prong plug, chances are it's ESD safe because that means the tip is grounded. Make sure it's got at least one way to clean your solder tip. Everybody asks me, when do you clean your tip? I do it both. I do it when I hang it up and I do it when I pick it up. This one's around $60. It keeps the temperature plus or minus 2 degrees Celsius, which is pretty much the standard in the electronic construction industry. And that's a website you can get it from. I was shocked to find out a few years ago about this company and their soldering tools. And the guy came up to me right here at Hamvention after my talk and says, you know where it came from? I said, no. And he says, Lincoln, Nebraska. And I said, no, you gotta be kidding me. So I called the company and the lady there was really nice and filled my trunk with samples. And they have a lot of neat products and they're constantly updating them and they're very affordable. This is something new. These are around $30, $35, something like that. These are available through Amazon and others. It's spelled exactly that way, PINECIL. It is a temperature-controlled soldering station in your hand. Now, the soldering station I showed before, when you hang that thing up, if you ignore it for a while, like 5-10 minutes, it goes to sleep. It cuts the temperature down to that tip, so you're not going to oxidize and burn up your soldering tip. This does it too. This is all controlled by kind of an open source OS inside the soldering iron, okay? It is completely digital temperature controlled. It uses 2 different power sources. You can use anywhere from 12 to 24 volts DC, and you plug it into the back, and it does not come with the power supply, or you can hook it up to your cell phone charger. Unbelievable. I hooked it up to my fast charger for my cell phone that puts out like 40 watts or whatever. Guess what? It powers this thing fully. And you can program it for your favorite temperature and so on. And by the way, what's our favorite temperature? If we're doing 6337 solder, I put it about 600 to 630 degrees. Okay, I built enough kits to not make mistakes, have I? Oh, no, I do make mistakes. I do. And that's why that box on the left is really worthwhile. That is around $120, $130, at least last I checked. It is a hollow-tipped desoldering station. Now, what it is it's a soldering iron. It's digitally temperature controlled like the others. The tip is hollow, and it's got a vacuum pump in there, and it sucks the solder up, okay? And when it does that, it cleans the hole around there, so you can get the part off nice and clean in case it's a hard to get part and you put it in the wrong place and you need to move it. Great tool. If I'm doing a big kit, that thing is on and running. The one on the right, okay, I know we mentioned Harbor Freight before. I used to always tell people to stay away from it, and I don't anymore. This soldering station on the right, it's just like those digital ones. It's analog, okay? It doesn't have a digital display. It's $45. How many people have ever paid full price at Harbor Freight? You don't. They always got the coupons, 10, 15, 20% off, whatever. That's when I go marching in there and I go buy a soldering iron or whatever. These are kind of heavy because it has an analog power supply in it, but it is grounded. It is ESD safe. It comes with the cradle and sponge and everything. $45 is the full price. I think I paid $35 the last time I got one of these. Those are very good for when I do group kit builds. And also the solder. Everybody says, oh, it's really expensive, it's hard to get, and so forth. I recommend 6337 solder, not 6040. I use 6040 when I'm soldering the wires on my dipoles and outside antennas, things like that, big connections and connecting lines. But when I'm soldering stuff on my bench, it's 6337. The reason why is 6337 is a eutectic solder. And 6337 solder flows much better, wets better, flows through the board on a double-sided board and gets you a nice connection on the top and bottom of the board. But what you want is rosin core, no clean. Okay, he has it over there in Kester for about $35 for a 1 pound roll. This is a half-pound roll, and it's not marked other than it's rosin core, but I discovered when I took it home and saw how it worked, it is rosin core, no clean. It's really good, and they get like $17 for a half a pound, so it's comparable. Okay, and it's about the right diameter. It's about an 0.31 thickness. This is commonly available. Most of your Harbor Freight stores don't get the real thick stuff. Remember, you want to get this thin stuff. And it will say 6337 on it, and it's got it like an item number 50,000 on it. Once again, don't pay full price for it. They always have it on sale. Some nice things to have, a variable voltage power supply with meters on it. You want to know what voltage you're delivering to your kit. You also want to know how much current it's drawing, because let's say I'm building a little Pixie kit that would normally run on a 9-volt battery, and if I got it hooked to my bench supply giving it 9 volts and it's drawing 4 amps, I think I've got a problem. Okay, something's getting hot. Okay, a frequency counter. They're actually pretty common and not very expensive for a a simple frequency counter. An oscilloscope, I've seen CRT scopes in the flea market today, Tektronix ones for like $50 and stuff, and they even had them running. I thought that's pretty cool. You can get kits to build your own scope for about $23 online. A dummy load. I'm enough of a dummy myself, but I need a dummy load. Okay, so the dummy load that I use is got to be the right value for what I'm doing, because if I'm putting together a 10-watt transmitter, I better have a 10-watt dummy load. Most of your QRP dummy loads will handle that. And there's lots of neat dummy load kits. And actually, those are a good first kit to build. Why do I use a dummy load? When I finish a kit, if it's a transmitter or a transceiver, the first thing I do is I hook the dummy load to it, and sometimes a watt meter as well, as the very first power-up test. Why? Because I want to know if something's shorted and that thing's key down. Because if that thing is key down when I power it up and there's no antenna on it, I don't know, but I just blew the final. Okay? Because a lot of kits don't have VSWR protection. So putting it into a dummy load is a really, really good idea at the beginning, and also watch your current draw. Vacuum desoldering station, we already talked about that. A general coverage receiver is great. I just did this before I left. I was putting together a simple 40-meter receiver, and I hooked it up to the antenna, and nothing. And I thought, oh, this is not good. I thought, what did I do wrong? And then I turned on my general coverage receiver that was on another antenna, and nothing. I thought, oh. So I looked up WWV online, and guess what? We were in an R3 level blackout. Okay, the bands were dead for 3 hours a couple days ago, if you noticed. Was not fun. Okay, so you want to have a general coverage receiver to know if the band is open or not, because otherwise you're going to worry that you didn't do good on your kit. Now, an AM/FM clock radio is good because it's good entertainment and it gives you time reminders. Even if you're not looking at the clock on it, the radio station's going to come on and give you their ID. Okay? Don't listen to talk radio on that thing, because sports talk and political talk is only designed to tick you off. And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. It's not worth listening to that while you're trying to build kits and enjoy yourself. So I listen to my favorite local classic rock station. Sometimes I have the shortwave on and I'm listening to WRMI Legends, and we lost a great man in Ted Randall, a good friend, and he had me on the air several times to talk about kits. Random wire antenna, you can string a wire out from your bench, stick it through a window, tie it to a tree, whatever. That works pretty good as well. I have a solder roll holder. That's a must. Some of those soldering stations, like the one I showed you, has a roll holder built onto it. If you don't have one, the solder roll in my house would quickly become a cat toy. Okay, and it still does sometimes, so I have to wind it up so the cats can't unwind it. I have a 2-story one. I have 2 different thicknesses of solder because in case I'm doing surface mount or other fine connections, I use a thinner solder. Once again, my prescription for solder is to use 6337, 031, or 025 thickness, rosin core, no clean. Okay, the reason for that is you don't get those brown blobs of flux residue on your board, and the no clean means it either evaporates or it's clear and it's easy to come off with a damp cloth or alcohol. It comes right off. You also want to have something to store your kits in, because you can't build it all at once if it's got 300 parts. So you want to keep it secure between sessions, because the enemy of all kit builders is cats. Okay, like I said, I got 2 cats, Marconi and Max. And Max is the real pest, but Marconi has gotten up on the bench and almost got fixed a second time. He was very, very careful, though, to get over the soldering iron. This is what I use if I'm working on multiple kits, because I do. Sometimes I'll be working on multiple kits at the same time. So I use the top part of one of these things to put the big parts in, and the 4 trays, I pull those out and I can label those, and I can have several kits in progress or one large kit. So when we want to sort the parts in those little plastic trays, you can use a cupcake tray if you don't have kids, cats, dogs, and other distractions. Otherwise, I use these tackle box trays. You can, if you have a cupcake tray that's metal, you can ground that thing for ESD. And where I live, if it goes down to like 10 below zero and I'm working on the bench and I touch the light switch and I draw an arc, that's ESD, okay? But a lot of times, you're not going to draw an arc. It only takes 30 volts to blow a CMOS part, and you may not feel that. So got to learn your ESD. I sort the parts that I use most often in the corner closest to me. So that's usually resistors, and then we go capacitors and so forth, and we kind of work our way up through the hierarchy of electronic parts. So you can see how I sorted things out there. Now this particular kit had a lot of a certain value of capacitors, and I kept those out separate. Some kits are stage by stage, and I really love this kind of kit because they may have a lot of parts, but you don't have to work with all those parts at the same time. And the neat thing about a stage by stage kit is when you're done with a stage, you get to test it and you get to see if it works, because now you have a stopping point. You can say, oh, I can go to Walmart, I can go to Runza and get lunch or whatever. And it's a lot more comfortable knowing that at that point, you know the kit works. Now you see what I've got here. You can see I put these little slips of paper in there, and they're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, and that's for each step of the kit. So like the first stage is going to be your power supply. And so what they'll do is they'll tell you that, okay, you're going to have 3 volts here, 5 volts here, 7.2 volts here, 12 volts there, and 29 volts there. Okay. And if those voltages are present where it says, guess what? You're on your way. Okay. But you might have only put 6 parts on that board. If it doesn't work, how many parts do you have to dig through to figure out what you did wrong? 6 parts maybe, instead of 300. So I love it when they do them stage by stage. So you test it before continuing on. Now what you want to make sure is you have the test equipment that they ask for at the end of that stage. So I look at that first and I say, okay, it says I need a key, I need a headset, I need a wire, I need whatever. It tells you what you need to test it. Make sure you have that stuff ready while you're building. So once again, if it don't work, it's easy to figure it out. Small number of parts at a time, great stopping point. So like I showed, you put them in their own container. When it's empty, shouldn't need any more parts for that stage. That's another good checkpoint, okay? And like I mentioned, have the right test equipment. Okay, a lot of kits have no sequence at all. Okay, and by the way, how many of you have ever built 4-state QRP kits? Okay, quite a few of you. All right, the last 5 kits I think we put out, I get to write those manuals. Okay, so I wrote the manuals for those, and I will be writing probably all the 4-state kit manuals coming up. And we have several kits coming up shortly, including a neat analog watt meter and SWR. And it's fun, and I get to be the beta builder for the kit, and then I get to write the manual, and I get to make the manual the way it should be. Easy way to build the kit. I make it easier for people, and I've gotten a lot of compliments at OzarkCon in Branson this year, and they all said, we got to have you keep doing the manual, so I get to do that. If it's got no sequence, I start with the resistors, then the capacitors, and I kind of work my way up the hierarchy of electronic parts. That way, you know everything is where it belongs, and you're not having parts blocking each other. Once again, make sure that your supply of each part is gone when you're done. In other words, if you put in resistors and you have a resistor left over, well, you're going to have to look to see, what did I miss? Okay. Sometimes there are parts left over. Why? Because sometimes the kit is multi-band or multi-optioned, and so they may have a couple of different options for you. But make sure that the instructions might tell you that that might be a surplus part. What do I do with the surplus parts if it happens to have that intentionally? Remember those sorted parts things? I find that value into that bin, I got an extra part. The trouble with toroids. Okay, folks. When I first saw those things, I thought, oh my God, this doesn't look good. But as you can see, when I wound that toroid, I did a pretty good job. Toroids are there because it's a lot better than pill bottles, which is what we used to use in the 50s and 60s and so on. You get better inductance and a lot smaller size and a lot more efficient. What are we looking at here? What's this toroid I have in the picture? What kind of toroid is that? Exactly. It's a transformer. You see a primary and a secondary. That secondary there has 2 turns. Okay? How do we count the turns? The turns are how many times it passes through the middle of the donut. Everybody says, well, if you look at those turns at the bottom, they don't go all the way around. So what counts as a turn? It's how many times does the wire pass through the middle of the donut? Okay, that's how we count it. The program that the kit maker uses to determine the inductance goes by the permeability of the kind of toroid that we have and the diameter of the wire and so forth. And it takes into account that the first and last turn are not going to be 100% all the way around. It might be halfway or 3/4 of the way through it. There's a lot of techniques to taking the insulation off. Most often, the wire supplied is what we call thermalese wire. And so what we do is we take our variable temperature soldering station and we turn it up all the way. And we put a blob of solder on the end of that tip. Okay? Looks like a teardrop. And then we take that and we hold it next to the toroid and we draw it away from the toroid after it starts smoking because it's burning off that insulation. And what else is it doing when you draw that back? It's tinning the wire, okay? Well, if you got a double-sided board, which is not what's in this picture, a double-sided board, you're going to get a strong physical connection on the top and the bottom of the board. That is essential on toroids because you have a strong physical and electrical connection. If it's really thick stuff or they gave you old motor wire or something, armature wire, I use a cigarette lighter to burn it off, and then I clean it with an emery board or sandpaper, and then I tin it. And then I mount it. Once again, tinning the leads is essential. However, Hans lectured me last night and told me that don't tell people to tin them because some of my kits, the wire is so thin that you cannot tin it before you put it on the board. So some of the holes are real small. So sometimes the kit will tell you not to tin them, but not very often. And by the way, if you don't like toroids, do them first. I know that sounds funny, but if you do them first, you can put them in one of those containers and you can mark it T1, T2, L1, L2, L3, L4, whatever. And then when the instruction calls for the toroid, you don't have to stop and wind it. Just plug it into the board like a transistor. It's kind of cool. Some of the RF chokes that you'll see out there look almost like resistors, so check the markings. Double check your electrolytic and tantalum capacitors. If you put them in backwards, you're going to get the 4th of July a little bit early this year. They do blow up. I had a tantalum go boom, and it was like, my son says, did you set off a cherry bomb down there? Look at all the smoke. And it was just a tiny little tantalum capacitor, so you want to make sure they're polarized right. You want to use a lighted magnifier to check your 1/8 watt resistors and use a meter. if you think you doubt what you're seeing. The reason I use a LED or fluorescent lighted magnifier is incandescent light is a wrong color temperature, and brown and orange and stuff and red sometimes look the same. Look for your diode markings, make sure you put those in right. And when you're bending those little glass diodes and small capacitors and so on, be really, really, really careful. Don't stress those things very much because they are very fragile. So let's talk about a component tester. I have not seen any here yet today, but I have not been through all the exhibits. There are different brands and varieties of these things. This particular one sells for about $17 online. It's from Wired Communications. They are not here this year, but they will be at Huntsville, I think. They have one like this. You stick the part in there and it tells you which pin is which connection on that transistor, and it shows you, oh, it's an NPN transistor. Shows where the collector, base, and emitter is. It'll also tell you if it's a PNP. A MOSFET, it'll say DGS, drain gate source. It's going to tell you everything about that part. And there's even more sophisticated ones that'll say, oh, this is an LED. What color is it? You know, wow, it lights that up. There's some that do surface mount parts. This is a simple one. It is a kit. You don't solder anything. The kit part is putting together the case. It's like kind of putting together a Chinese puzzle. This is an AM broadcast receiver kit, also put out. This is put out by the four-state QRP group. It is a very simple AM broadcast receiver. I've gotten a lot of great feedback on this because you do not solder wires through the board. You solder to pads on the back of the front panel. Everything is pre-cut and marked and everything and ready to go for you. And when you solder to the pad, you just trim the excess wire off. And if you messed up, you don't have to use a desoldering tool. You just heat up the pad and use the tip of the soldering iron and you just pluck the wire back up. And you can lift it off and move it wherever you want, or for modifications, it's pretty easy. The only bad feedback I get on this kit is sports talk shows. Okay. I thought political talk shows were bad. We have a sports talk station at home that's kind of wow. I didn't know they'd say that on the radio. This is a good kit for beginners also, because this particular kit is a power supply that goes anywhere from about 17 volts down to about 1.5 volts at 1.5 amps. I use old laptop power supplies that I get from my work. They just throw them in this cardboard barrel. And I'm retired, so every couple of months I'll stop by and fill my trunk with laptop supplies. And I cut those oddball Dell and HP connectors off the end and strip them back, and they're good input for this, because this takes AC or DC up to 30 volts. You can go to the hardware store and get a furnace transformer or a doorbell transformer, and it makes a good input for that too, because it's going through a full-wave bridge rectifier on the way in. Your regulators on the right, you see that pot in the upper right, that's a bear to get the voltage right. So you just take that off and you put a 5K pot on there, and that works good. This is a 20-meter CW transceiver. The guy that designed this is NM0S, David Kripe, and he is the head of the 4 Days in May operation there over at the Holiday Inn. And he is our kit designer. And this is one of his. This is a 20-meter, 1-watt CW transceiver. Runs on a 9-volt battery. You plug a headset in. It's got the straight key there. And you hook up your antenna. And how many toroids? There ain't none. He came up with spiral wound coils on the circuit board. I love it. And I've made several contacts on this, and when they say, what rig are you running? And I say, 20-meter cricket, and then they have to look that up. It's pretty cool, and it's a fun kit to build as a group, because when you do that, and if everybody uses like a dummy load on the output, you can still hear each other across the room making contacts, and it's a lot of fun. There are 2 sets of paddle kits now from the 4-state QRP group. You have a dual paddle, and you have a single lever paddle we call the Cootie. I wrote the manual for both of those and did the beta build and everything else. And they're fun kits. They're a lot of fun and a little more affordable way of having a high quality paddle for soda, POTA, or at home. This simple FM stereo radio kit, I can get these online for about anywhere from $3 to $5 each, so it's a good group build kit. It's got a 16-pin flat pack surface mount IC on the bottom. You know, he said, no, we can't do those. Yeah, you can, and I show people how to do it. I won't get into it now, but I have a lot of techniques, and it's a lot of fun, and first-time kit builders walk out of there with a stereo FM radio rocking and rolling. The multi-band QRP vertical kit, these were on sale last night also at FDIM and might be again tonight, not sure. What you're seeing here on the left is the dual band version 20 and 40, and it sits on a photo tripod, and it's got a little counterpoise, and then I 3D printed the winder for the feed line. And it's a nice, simple kit, and it's great for POTA. The guy before me here said, use a vertical to start out instead of trying to string wires and trees, and this is ideal. I have made a lot of contacts with this one. 3D printed dipoles. I am making these. This is made with 3D printer, and I make the end insulators as well. I buy the toroid cores in bulk, and I use the red-black 24-gauge power wire that I on. I get 200-foot rolls of that stuff, and it makes a toroid, and it's a 1-to-1 balun, and so you don't have any RF coming down your feed line. And I use 22 or 24-gauge wire, and it makes a neat dipole. I've on POTA several times. It works on 20. You got to cut it for it, but 20, 17, 15, 12, and 10 meters. If you take out the toroid, you can make it for 6. And I've made one for 6, and it works great on FT8. Some tips. You want to remove the distractions. Let your voicemail pick up the calls. RTFM. Okay? Folks, I write manuals, okay? And when somebody asks me something, I would hate to just respond to their text message RTFM, but really, we try to make the manuals at least as explicit as possible. Use your cookie sheet to keep your parts from getting away, protect your surface, keep peace in the household. Make sure you have your batteries and power supply ready, plugs, jacks, cables, anything you need to talk to the outside world. Now, I buy my batteries in bulk. I go to like Costco or Sam's Club or something, and I ended up with a clinker this last time. After a couple weeks, one of the batteries started leaking. I thought, oh, that's not good. So what I do is, before I put a battery in a kit, what do? I test it. I put it on the meter. Is it saying 1.1 volts instead of 1.5 or whatever? You know, you want to test them first. Keep those standard spare parts on hand. Once again, there's no Radio Shack, so there might be a mod that comes out. A couple months later, they say, oh, by the way, the version of this transistor we put in your kit, it biases a little different. If you change this one resistor, it'll make it work even better. Stuff like that. Keep your tip clean. I always do it when I hang it up and when I pick it up. Once again, you want to use LED or fluorescent light. Take your time and enjoy the fun. I got to be, how many of you heard people on the air doing the 12 Days of Christmas in December on HF? Quite a few of you. If you worked the 9 ladies dancing, Whiskey to Lima, that was me. I was in Nebraska doing that, and I made over 2,700 contacts. And I would just turn on, and I would work 3-4 hour long pileups, and it was a lot of fun, and that's what I looked like when I was done every day with that. But it was fun. It's like the 13 colonies, and we're going to be doing it again this next fall. Any questions?
Telescope, the bandwidth, what's good for kit building or general troubleshooting for radio systems?
That's a good question. If you're doing audio, you don't need much. But if you're doing any kind of RF, I would say a 50 meg, probably. 50 meg minimum. I use, my main scope at home is an old Tektronix 465, and it's a 100 megahertz scope. But I've got my eyes out because I love these new little color screen scopes, and a lot of them are 100 meg or so. But yeah, 100 meg is good, 50 meg will work. If you're just messing with audio circuits, a 10 meg scope is fine. But that meter that I showed at the beginning, if you get the 50 megahertz version of it, that's more than adequate for what we do.
I have a comment and a question.
Okay.
About the power supply, they're a little more expensive, but if you get a lab supply or something where you can current limit, so you can not only measure it, but to be able to.
Yeah, and I just got one. That same place that makes the soldering stations just handed me one about a day before I left here. So it's still in the box. But you can set those to a current limit. You can tell it, don't draw more than like a half an amp or something. So if you hook up something that's not right, it's going to clamp shut like that, and it's going to stop. And so you can save damaging your circuits. If you're drawing too much current, it's going to clamp shut, and then you got to disconnect it and reset the supply to get voltage back. And that's really, really a good deal. But get a good quality one. There's some real rotten ones out there that are really noisy. I tried one once at home, and I put my scope on it, and it was just full of garbage on it. And I found others that it's just a nice, flat DC waveform.
So my question, or questions are two. One about the solder cleaning technique, and also flux. If you're preparing the board, is the 6337 with rosin core sufficient, or do you need like?
It is. The only time I add flux, I have a flux pen and a little syringe thing that I use when I'm doing surface mount parts, because it helps especially the ICs, it helps the solder flow a little better than just what's in the solder. That's when I use the liquid flux. I don't use a paste. The only time I've ever used a paste was soldering a PL259 and a dipole. I've used paste flux, but there's this real fine liquid stuff you can get in like a little syringe or something. You put a few drops on there and it works great.
When you talk about that flute, I looked up and there's another name, FNIRSI.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's the one I was showing. FNIRSI. That's the one. And they also have a component tester that even tests your TV remote control and shows you the binary code and stuff, so you can hack those. That's kind of cool. I saw one somebody was selling here that the meter would not only read the code from an infrared control, but it would reproduce it. All right, any other questions?
You mentioned you didn't want to go into the surface mount and solving that surface mount chip. When can you go to find information?
I'm going to be putting out something on that. I could do a whole seminar on doing surface mount. There's a lot of different techniques. Sometimes I use solder paste and a heater, and sometimes I've used a toaster oven. Sometimes I just put a little solder on a pad, drop the part on there with the tweezers and heat it up, and then solder the other side. There's a lot of different ways of making your connections. And I think next year when I'm here, I'm going to emphasize some of that, because a lot of guys are running into it. A lot of parts are no longer available as through-hole parts. And so a lot of kits are now coming with the surface mount, either pre-assembled or you get to do it.
Thinking any type of socket or dip socket to a surface mount?
Yes. I've seen those. That you can solder a surface mount part to it and put it into a dip socket. I have seen those. I don't know where, but I know I've seen them. What? Yeah, oh yeah, Rex. Yeah, Rex has those.
And they'll go from SOIC 6s, 8s.
That's right.
And it's like a breakout board. You solder it on, it will go to pins. You put the thread board.
And yeah, you can put pins on it and it'll plug right into a socket. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about Rex. Rex has those. He also has them for tubes. You can solder a tube socket to a board and then put that into, it's pretty wild what you can do.
Get your cell phone out when you're doing toroids. Best thing you can do, you wind a toroid, you're supposed to have 27 turns on it. Take a picture with your phone, zoom it up. You can go around and you can count the number of turns.
That antenna.
Try to look at it.
Yeah, that antenna kit that I did, what I did was I took a picture of it with my phone and then I sent it to my printer, okay, and had my printer blow it up. And then I could put hacks on there every 5 turns so I could audit that toroid, and that's how I knew how many turns I had. So that's a good thing too, but your cell phone does work really good on that.
I'm going to ask, do you use a sponge on the solder? I've always just used the brass.
The brass, okay. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. I keep both available just because if, most of the time I use the sponge, but if there's enough stuff built up on that tip, especially if I've just done a toroid where I've heated up all that insulation and it gets kind of a crust on the end, I use the brass for that. All right. Anybody else? Thank you guys so much for coming. You bet. Yeah,
Only problem I got is I have too damn many kits and none of the time.
I do too.
I got a lot of KD1JB's kits, Steve Webb.
Oh.
I got a whole bunch of his stuff that I've never built in surface mount, so it's kind of hard. So,
Yeah, his stuff is pretty good. Now, some of our 4-state kits are coming with the surface mount already done. But sometimes,
especially for older people with bad
exactly,
eyes.
exactly.
Thank you, sir.
I got some for you. If I can find them.
Hey, there you are. Here I am. If I give you the right time, you're here. Not like last night.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good afternoon.
It's afternoon. Barely. Yeah. I'm still behind the time.
It's morning for a long morning.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you guys have done a great job. You know, I've done this for a number of years.
Oh,
It's really, really on top of it.
I appreciate you coming out.
And this was absolutely perfect timing for all. I mean, we gave you more constraints than I thought you could deal with, and you met them all and got those fixed at the right time. So if we can do this again in the future, when's the best time to start contacting you? Like January 1st or?
Sometime in January.
I don't want to start too early.
Sometime in January.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Okay, super.
Enjoy your presentation.
Okay, thanks very much.
I know.
I still think we're stick to 4x3 for contest university, right? I think we're 16 by 9 in here.
That's 16 by 9.
Even though I'm pretty sure they're still making you stick to 4 to 3 for CTU, right?
Hang on, just let me test both of them and tell me, is that everything on the screen? Okay, so does that mean the other ones are gonna be just in the middle?
You can give them a try right now. We got a couple minutes, right?
It's set up here.
All right.
Okay, yeah, there was a little pricing. But I just. You know, you think that, yeah, you sell it for that much. Yeah, it's still.
It's not bad.
Which one do you prefer?
I prefer 16 by 9.
Well, that's what we'll do. And that's the way he's doing the live streaming, so. So we'll do yours 16 by 9 and mine the other way. So I have everything here, but be ready in case something doesn't work. Oh, and one more.
You know, then about $16 in front of your panel and you're all. You know, it's.
I mean, I'll go over.
Most people, like you, are just going to get that. I also have it. You probably saw it.
I need a hat like that.
And just the rubber stump and then. I'm sure like some of those did.
I can have maintenance.
Some people manage to do it. Yeah, for some people, they just want to buy the solution. That's what I was engineering. And different stuff that they do to wildlife with. You really make some money. A few customers do. Good. Yeah. Well, it's one of them. Just in case I did bring my.
Good, and your presentation?
Yeah, I've got a couple.
Okay.
Sticks of it.
Do you want to look at what I have here to make sure it's right? or-
No,
I think
it's
okay.
all the same.
Yeah,
I
that's what
brought my own.
thing. Okay, so you'll have this to move the slides if you want.
Yeah,
And you
I'm
can
good.
stand here and talk because you can see your notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do the notes come up here on this?
Yeah, there's, on the other computers I had, it showed the slide and the notes here. This is not doing that, so,
Well, you know what, I've got my notes over there in the paper and I've got them annotated, so. There is a way to do it. I'm just not enough of a PowerPoint expert.
This is exactly the same as what's up there. It's not.
right, on the last
You have
one,
to ask Kentucky about you.
well, he's streaming, I'm not, let's see, maybe. There's a,
There's a checkbox that says use presenter view that's already checked, so that should be good.
Where is it? 'Cause I would assume it's from this, right?
Yeah, I think if you started, you might find that the presenter view shows up on the.
Yeah, but you're not getting,
on where?
but you're not getting your, do
No,
you,
it's not on here, that's why I'm.
do you have
doing all
notes? I don't see any notes, so I don't think that's why it's not showing up.
that. Oh,
They're down there, but it's not, you may not have notes in yours, I do.
I don't have notes, okay.
I have.
Okay.
Well, let me test it with yours.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Hopefully.
I mean, I don't need them, but.
But now it's not here, so how do we do that?
Go to the next slide. No, it's not.
Not there. I don't know.
I've got them all on my arm.
Lots of good suggestions. Okay, well, can you deal with it?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got
Okay.
the notes printed out, so
Okay.
not a big deal.
Okay.
The old standby paper. There's a presenter view.
Yeah, if you pull it back up real quick, it should be, I think under view, it should be like the present thing.
How do I get back to my stick?
Whichever one it is.
It's not on the,
Oh, oops.
There's PowerPoint.
no, that's somebody else's thing. Where's my stick? There we go. Oops, wrong one. Okay, and it's this one. Huh? Okay,
Okay, so now how do they get, you go to the presenter mode?
Yeah, this one's weird.
Okay, so, yeah, but that's just what's showing up there.
Normal.
yeah, I don't see under you that there's a choice for printer, for presenter.
Sorry about the slideshow, wouldn't it? No, that's not doing it. What's wrong with that?
Use presenter view.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Undo,
That's great.
unclick it.
I think it has more to do.
Now go back and click it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that.
What's on the projector is exactly what's on that screen. It's a different mode where they're different.
I know,
I don't know how to get this.
Yeah, I don't think it's doing
we're
it.
at the place that you check the box and it's not working, that's all.
Actually, outside of
to set up for 2 monitors, one
Yeah,
monitor
and this is just
the
mirroring,
display
so.
and one monitor is right here. If you have
Oh.
2 monitors, then you can present different.
Because the right thing's checked here in
I think so.
PowerPoint.
I think it's on
Yeah, I think,
PowerPoint.
sorry, I forgot.
I don't think we
have
want
to-
to, I don't think we want to do that, that'll throw everything off.
All right, sorry.
Okay.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but I think we can do it with a hotkey from the screen.
Notice there might be a hotkey to turn on.
I don't want to screw around with the
Oh, yeah.
monitors.
So, oh,
I
okay.
don't want to do that.
Yeah, I think.
I've not had the best experiences doing that. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. You got a bonus program if you came in early watching us play with the technology here. So I think we figured out the answer and decided it wasn't worth risking doing what probably needed to be done to make it work. So I'm Ed Munns, W0YK. Welcome this afternoon to the Digital Contest Forum. And I'm glad that we weren't at the 9 o'clock slot again this year when people are still trying to get into the fairgrounds and had a problem getting going last year. So welcome to the forum. We'll take questions if we have time at the end of each presentation, but if we have filled the time, we'll keep going till the end. And if we wind up not getting your questions answered here live, you can catch any of us afterward and so forth. So we have 4 presentations today. Actually, are you hearing feedback out there? Okay. So these are the presentations we'll be doing today. And I think you'll find it's a nice diversity of topics to go through. So first up is Ten Chopa, N3QE, have a real interesting deep dive into a lot of contest data, and the data is not so important as what it implies and what we can do with it. And I think he has some interesting insights that have come out of that, things that weren't apparent to us until we looked at the data. So Tim, come on up and we'll key up your slide here.
All right.
You know, this is the pointer.
Okay.
That's the pointer, right?
Yep.
And that's the slide too.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ed, for inviting me back. Thanks to everyone at Hamvention who runs these forums. Over time, I've discovered that the forums are a true highlight for me as I learn all the different areas of ham radio. So today I'm talking about data mining, digital and RTTY contests. Data mining means I go out to public sources of information. All the contests for the past decade or so do a great job publishing results. The CQ Worldwide and ARRL contests go even further by open sourcing. Those are a great source for research. The data you can download in various formats, tables, CSVs, and you can go to town checking out every correlation and every pattern and trend that you want. So I'm going to give you an update for 2025. The last time I did a deep dive like this, digital contesting was new. So I'm specifically going into digital contesting today. Broadly, we're going to start off with the weekend contests. There's 22 RTTY contests listed in WA7BNM's contest calendar. There's 3 big RTTY contests: the ARRL RTTY in January, the WPX RTTY in February, and CQ-WW RTTY in September. The less big but highly recommended are the February and July NAQP RTTYs. Those are a lot of fun. If you're in North America, you got to get on for NAQP RTTY. Digital FT4 and FT8 contests, here I list 2 of them, but ARRL Digi is right around the corner in a couple of weekends. WW Digi is at the end of the summer, August 30 and 31st this year. And FT Challenge is?
First week in December.
First week in December is FT Challenge. That got neglected here. So let me start off by comparing the biggest RTTY contest to the 2 biggest RTTY CW and SSB contests. What's biggest? CQ Worldwide. There's no doubt about it. That's been the biggest forever, and it's going to be the biggest for all time to come. There were 21,850 logs submitted this fall in total for CQ Worldwide. Of them, 15,839 distinct calls submitted them. Let's look a little at the overlaps. This is a Venn diagram. You can see here, SSB had the most participants. It's the big blue circle. CW had almost as many participants, the big green circle. And the smallest of the 3 is the RTTY with 3,440 RTTY logs submitted. It's interesting to look at some of the overlaps. So what calls appeared, what calls submitted more than one log in more than one mode? Let me look at the numbers. The biggest overlap is CW and phone. That's 2,522 overlap logs, people who entered both those contests. Next biggest is the people who entered all 3 modes. 1,145 guys got on in the 3 fall months of CQ Worldwide and submitted a log for each of the 3 modes. You might think that, well, of the remainders, are RTTY guys more likely to do SSB or are they more likely to do CW? And that's actually somewhat neutral. RTTY and CW combo had 623 guys, which is just a little bit bigger than the RTTY and SSB combo. Knowing a lot of you guys, a lot of contesters personally, there's a wide variety. Some people simply don't know CW. They don't enter CW, but they enter phone and RTTY. Other guys do CW and RTTY. They don't like the microphone. They don't do phone. So everybody has a personal choice. This is an interesting breakdown of the very, very largest contests in the world. Now let's take this one step further and compare CQ Worldwide RTTY with the 2 largest Digimode contests. That is, contests that use FT4 and FT8 WSJT exchanges. CQ WW RTTY, how long does that date back, Ed?
Back into the 70s.
Okay, and before that, there were predecessor RTTY contests back into the 50s. That's very directly descended. WW Digi and ARRL Digi. WW Digi's been around 7 years now, 8 years.
6 years.
6 years, okay, 6 years. And ARRL Digi, that was started first Just two.
It's on my slide later.
Okay, 2 or 3 years. Okay, so there might be a little bit of disadvantage to ARRL Digi for being a newer contest that people aren't familiar with. I am a big fan of it. Let's check out the breakdown. So in total, there were 3,440 ready logs in 2024 worldwide ready. And WW Digi and ARRL Digi are definitely smaller. WW Digi, and it's 6th or 7th year, had 1,397 QSOs. And ARRL Digi had 919 logs submitted. If you start looking at the overlap, the biggest overlap is WW Ready and WW Digi with 296. That's the strongest overlap between these three contests. And similar is the guys who did all three, the guys who did CQ Worldwide and ARRL, and the guys who did WW Digi and ARRL. If you just sort of look at the overlap, there is a substantial overlap between WW and the Digi modes, but it's not a perfect overlap, and it's not a perfect disjoint. It looks to me a lot like the disjoint between the three modes in CQ Worldwide. So you might think that Ready and Digi, all the same guys should be doing that. That's just not how it worked out. Now this is just 1 year. Maybe some guys are going to do more Digi contesting in the future. I think that's certainly a growing segment, but that's where we are in 2024. Let's take this one step further and look at the three largest Digi mode contests, those contests using FT4 and FT8 exchanges. The newbie here is FT Challenge. There were 550 FT Challenge logs submitted last year. Now there's substantial overlap between that and both WW Digi and ARRL Digi. They are three different contests. They all use the same mode. They have different rules. They have different goals. That's an interesting overlap there. But so I would say there's substantial overlap between these three. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the solar cycle. I've seen some great predictions, and there's been some recent great history. We are still near the max of solar cycle 25. The consensus trend from the presenters I saw yesterday at CTU is we're already on the downturn. That doesn't mean we won't have some brief spikes up and down in the solar flux. Last summer in the ARRL Digi, we had a huge spike up, and the conditions were just phenomenal. I wish for nothing more for that to happen again in the coming year or two. We're close to solar max. So it's a very exciting time. This is especially exciting because most of several of the Digi contests have distance-based scoring. And you can set, now's the time to set records if it's based on distance-based scoring. Let's look at how the modes are gonna evolve in the are gonna be useful here at max, at solar max. First, the low bands, 40 meters rarely goes long near solar max, and is open to locals and useful after dawn and before dusk. After dawn and before dusk. When states or grids are molts, and that's an example in WW Digi, you have to hit the 80 meters too for local molts at the very least. In WW Digi, am I right, Ed? 160 counts as well?
No.
No, it does not count. Okay, thank you. Now let's look at 20 meters. 20 meters has been a tale of emptiness at some times, but only because 10 and 15 meters have been so amazing. So if the 10 and 15 meters are wide open for DX, there might not be much activity on 20 at that time. However, especially in a molt-based contest, you might find rare over-the-pole molts on 20 anytime during the day. And then of course 20 can be open through the night to somewhere interesting, even after 10 and 15 have shut down. 10 and 15 at Solar Max are where the action is. 15 may be open well into the evening, and even like last summer, after midnight at Solar Max for DX contesting. Look for a couple sunspot number excursions above 200 remaining in the solar cycle. That's my personal prediction. There's no guarantees. You gotta be on the air to take advantage when it happens. So let's talk about the distribution of frequencies to use in the different modes. If you're on RTTY, you want to avoid the, so I'm going to do a deep dive into RTTY frequency usage, and this is going to be very relevant for CQWW RTTY this fall, RTTY Roundup in January. This is all going to be very relevant. Since this is also talking about WWDigi, FT8 activity round the clock on these frequencies is a fact of life. They're not going to be on any other frequencies. They're going to be here. They're not going to move. They are not going to spin their VFO knob. We're the contesters. We have the ability to spin the VFO knob. We're lucky that we have some, they're sticking to a rather confined area. In smaller RTTY contests, you might have to watch out for the 40 meter and 20 meter FT4 windows. In the bigger RTTY contests, these tend to just get overrun by RTTY guys. But in the smaller contests, there's a substantial presence of FT4, and you should avoid these frequencies. So let's see how this, there's also some automated packet modes still running in the HF digital RTTY segment. They are smarter today than they were 7-8 years ago in terms of not popping up on top of you, but it still happens. That's a fact of life. QRM from WinLink is still present, but in my opinion, it's not as bad as 5 years ago. What do you think? You agree? Do you think it's less bad than it used to be? I think it.
Only when I'm off.
Only when you're operating. All right. It seems like they find me too. What can I say? And finally, there's FCC rule compliance. When you're contesting in RTTY and you're a US ham, you have to obey the FCC rules. The DX hams, they can be having fun outside of the US digital band allocation. You can't go above 3600, 7125, 14150, or 21200. Even though in WWRTTY the bands are packed, especially on 80 meters, that's a pressing thing. 80 meters mults are important in WWRTTY. Let's see how that spills out for the 80 meter band. If you check out the distribution here, the traditional start of the RTTY segment is 3580, and the top for US hams is 3600. Above 3600, if you're US ham, don't go. You might want to even consider doing something in your spotting filters to eliminate any spots above 3600 so you don't accidentally click on them. It's very easy to accidentally click on a spot out of band. There's one opportunity, so 3574 to 3570, 3573 to 3576 is not going to be useful. I want to say last fall, there were some spectacular DX opportunities with low QRM down here around 3570. There's, as far as I can figure out, there's not a lot of digital competing modes down there. There aren't enough people taking advantage of this. Since we can't move up, we ought to start moving down, skip over FT8, and start filling in below 3570 a little bit. 40 meters, the traditional EU area for RTTY is 70-40 to 70-70 or so. 70-80 and up is the most common for US hams. US hams spend plenty of time down here working DX in the RTTY contest. DX hams come up and work US guys in this region too. If you're US ham and you want to work DX, there's actually a good advantage to CQing here. It's less crowded. The DX can work you there. In a big contest like WWRTTY, the phone activity in Europe that might be QRMing you there, they tend to know that it's there's more productive things to do. And the FT8 window is completely useless. Don't even go there. There's also a 70-47, an FT4 window in a big RTTY contest. They find something better to do. In 20 meters, again, that the traditional start is 14080. 20 meter FT4 is rather persistent. Going up above 14083 is a great idea. We can go all the US hams. It would be unusual for activity to spill above 14150. As we get closer to solar minimum, and 15 and 10 aren't so useful, more action is going to move to 20, and it's going to start occupying all the way up to 14150. There are some CW beacons between 14100 and some automated packet about 14105. There's this interesting dip here, like 14099. I'm not sure I can explain that. I don't know what that is, but I think there's some automated digital modes that make that less than useful. The CW beacons are at 14100, but there's some other automated digital stuff in that vicinity. I don't fully know what it is. 15 meters, pretty clear cut. There's this FT4 window. We got the FT8 window. Everything has been packed the past couple of years as DX conditions are great on 15. Spilling above 21.143 is certainly possible, and some of that happens here. Do not be scared to go high in the band and call CQ. There are skimmers high in the band. I strongly recommend, and you'll show up on reverse weekend and get calls. I strongly recommend avoiding the QRM down here and going high in the band. You can have some great results. 10 meters, again, that starts at 28080. I don't know what this is at 28126. It sounds like a carrier instead of a digital mode, but you can just skip above that and run on up. At Solar Max, activity has been going all the way up to 28200 in digital. Let's look at where the winners hang out. Bud AA3B did a great job hanging out on 3582. That's the bottom skirt of the 80 meter band. I would really like to see more activity picking up at 3570 and below. There's just too much QRM in the general 80 meter window above 3580 to do the DXing that's possible if there was no QRM. Bud's best 40 meter run frequency was 7053, and that's the thickest part of ES, European US overlap. That works great for Bud. He's got a great antenna system. Don't be afraid to go above 7080 if you've got a lesser antenna system. His best on the higher bands, you might think that a powerhouse station would always hang out between 080 and 100. No, there's too much QRM. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded, as Yogi Berra would say. So Bud was on 14121 most, 21120 most, and 28110 most. There's nothing wrong with going higher. You will get spotted by reverse beacon and show up if you CQ up higher. If you're not CQing but tuning the dial, you gotta tune the dial out of what you thought the RTTY segment was. You gotta tune way on up until it stops. Don't go into the go outside the FCC allocation. Let's look at some of the split up between FT4 and FT8 subband usage. Ed, you've always been promoting the secondary subbands. Hardly anybody goes there, hardly anybody. In the ARRL digital contest last June, 41% of the activity was FT4, 59% was FT8. That's not too surprising. FT4 is still picking up. It's a distance-based contest, so your higher QSO, you might get higher points per QSO on FT8, even though your rate is lower. Of the submitted logs, 87% of the activity was in the suggested contest segments, and 13% was in the non-contest segments. That's an important statistic. So you can work non-contesters as long as you get their grid in this contest. But most of the activity in the submitted logs was people working other contests in the contest segments. Regardless of mode, do real-time data mining using PSK recorder or DX maps. If you have a TV that's web-enabled, it's great to put this up in the shack. You can see band openings that you might not otherwise have thought of. The graphical display just works wonderfully for me to key me in that, hey, that's picking up. It's time to check out that band. This is the highlight for me last summer. It might be the highlight of my ham career. I was on 15 meters after midnight from my home station with just wire antennas running Eastern Europe on 15 meters in the June ARRL Digi. Man, it would be great if the sunspots peak up there. Watch solar conditions, watch the upcoming contests, take advantage of every intersection. When things are that optimistic on due to solar flux, absolutely. Let's look at some of the details regarding contest logger usage. I've done some breakdowns for the CQ, Worldwide, CW, and phone, but let's look specifically at the RIDI and digital contests. N1MM still remains the most popular contest logger, even after you go into the digital modes. QAR test, MixW, and DXlog are up there. DXlog is very much an up-and-coming contest program. And then there's some other ones down here. In WWDigi, not all these programs offer good integration. N1MM has excellent integration with WSJT. I myself have trouble following directions. You might think that, oh, I got WSJT downloaded, I got N1MM downloaded, I'll just start clicking on buttons. That never worked for me. I had to sit down and follow directions. It's worth it, guys. After you do it, you get a decode list on your screen. Blue is color-coded, red is color-coded for a molt, and for example, WWDigi.
That middle one, the M1MM screen, blue one?
That's the new one that pops up if you enable integration.
On N1MM?
Oh, well, you work and you work, okay, it's easier than it sounds, but in N1MM at WSJT integration, you work the contest from the W screen. You even have log on the WSJT screen, or jump in sequence as necessary. The decode list is a N1MM feature that will be about the only N1MM window you click on. It's very often more efficient to go search and pounce than to run, especially if you're running, you might get a low point caller, and you would prefer to work high point QSOs. My one wish list for N1MM is that you could sort the decode list by point value. I've heard talk that is coming, but I haven't seen it myself. So Digimode and N1MM work very well. Strongly recommend the combination. If you don't want to do that, you can still just run the contest from inside WSJT, generate your Cabrillo or change your ADIF into a Cabrillo using the tools on the WWDigi homepage and submit. That's a fine way of doing it too. That was all about weekend contests. Let's talk a little bit about there's several monthly or weekly contests available in the Digi and RIDI modes. The Monday RSGB FT4 contest, I've only occasionally participated in, but over 100 logs are submitted for each session. And they actually do real log checking on those logs. It's an interesting thing. I've only barely participated. I would like to rearrange my Mondays to do this more often. The exchanges, the signal report, is that also true for FT Challenge?
No.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Okay, the multipliers, the XCC countries, the RSGB sponsors it. You upload your logs. It's an interesting permutation there. For those of us in North America, the Tuesday night NCCC FT4 sprint is a highlight. A busy guy can make 30 plus QSOs in half an hour. Again, it's sort of a personal challenge. How many QSOs can I make on FT4 in that half hour? The exchange is the grid square, which is a common FT4 exchange element. So most of the people I end up working are not people on for the FT4 NCCC sprint. They're just people who are on for FT4.
Thursday.
You're right, it's Thursday. Thank you, Thursday. Find out more at the NCCC Sprint contest website. And finally, there's the Thursday night weekly RIDI test. RIDI is so little used on the air outside contests. This gives you an opportunity to get on the air, make contest style exchanges, tune up your equipment, get your skills in check, and tune. We notice activity very much picks up right before a big RIDI contest because everybody's getting their equipment ready. The activity starts on, so it's each night, each Thursday night, 8:45 p.m. for those of us on the East Coast. Activity starts on 15 and 20. Most of the activity is on 20, especially in the summer, and then we move to 40, and there might be a couple QSOs on 80. There's regularly 30 plus participants, and nearly and at least 200 occasionals who have hit this event in the past year. So if you just want to get started and ready, Thursday night Ready Sprint is the way to get started. We got NAQP coming up, NAQP coming up in August. Get on this a couple times, get all your equipment up tuned up.
Go back, wouldn't that 8:45 Eastern, wouldn't that be 7:45 Central?
Thank you. Thank you. Sharp eye. Thank you. Well, it's an hour off. It runs on UTC. All right. Thank you. Some great data mining sources. If you're going to enter one of these contests, look at what your buddies have submitted in their logs, whether they be high-end contesters or other beginning contesters. Look what they did. So CQW Ready public logs are available. Entry stats are very interesting. For example, you can see that Indonesia is one of the largest, fastest growing ham populations for Ready and digital contests. The YLRL DigiPublic logs are great. Reverse beacon archives are wonderfully deep sources of information about Ready and CW. They're useful for so many things. PSK Reporter, I know how to get that data real time. If anybody knows how to mine the archives, I would be very interested in starting to mine that as well. Thank you. This is my quick run through. Any questions we can have? I got a couple corrections already. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I would let you speak.
Okay. I will, I'll post the presentations and give you a link for it so you can, don't need to take notes. Oh. There we go. Yeah, we're okay. So next up, I'd like to introduce Courtney Kriebel, KD6X, who is the creator of a product that you can see over in the DX engineering area. But this presentation, I'd really like you to focus on the application of this product and what it can do, and to give you some ideas of maybe other things that we don't talk about today that it would be capable of doing. So it's not so much a product presentation as what the product can do in our station and so forth. So Courtney?
Okay. Let's put this, I think the arrow keys work the same.
Yeah.
I'll probably use the arrow keys and not screw stuff up. Okay. So Ed stole my first slide. I'm Courtney Kriebel, KD6X. I'm from Carlsbad, California, which is just north of San Diego. And the thing I'm going to talk about, let's get this, I think I'm a little shorter than Ed, is the Rig Select, which is a radio switch box. So we're going to cover what that does. I'm going to do a few slides on kind of preliminary background. Let's see, forward here. Okay. We're going to try and go through the first half of this fairly quickly. Not everybody is an advanced SO2R contester, so we're at least going to kind of cover what is that and how this particular product might fit into that kind of an environment. And then we're going to do a deeper dive into some pretty unique capabilities. The radio switch in a multi-radio setup is really the brains of your radio connection. You've got a lot of things you can do. So the idea, the goal of this is, as you look through this, think of it as a green field. You're going to mine this for ideas that might make you a more successful contester. So the first set, the overview, the station integration, basic SO2R, we're going to cover that pretty fast. Unless there's questions, we'll take them. But then we're going to go into some more advanced capabilities. Okay, so not everybody has seen this. This product was actually introduced last year at this time here at the Hamvention. So it's right about now, it's its 1 year anniversary. So not everybody's seen it. if you want to take a look, it is at the DX Engineering booth, and I will be going back there afterwards and be happy to give anybody a demo that wants to see it. This is the front panel. You've got 4 push buttons, a little display. The box does have a WinKeyer chip built into it for those who are into CW. So there's a volume control here in the front. But other than that, it's pretty simple. You connect your radios up, and you just press radio 1, radio 2, radio 3, radio 4 to select between them. The back panel is a little bit busier. There's, I think, my numbers, there's 20 3.5 millimeter phone jacks that are used to connect everything up. And if you've got 3 or 4 radios, it's helpful to have small fingers because it gets a little busy back there. So the central box, this common box, this is where you would put the paddle, audio, push to talk, and the mic. And those are the things that you're going to share between all 4 or 3 of the radios, whatever you've got. 12-volt DC is down here. And then there's 2 USB ports here. We're going to talk a little bit more about those because that's kind of the key to computerizing the setup. One of them is labeled app. That's a direct pipeline on that USB port right into the CPU. And so you have access direct to the CPU. And I've written an app that allows you to kind of take advantage of that. And then the run USB port actually has 2 virtual ports, one for OTRSP and the other is for the WinKeyer. And we'll go into a little bit more on that. So what is Rig Select? Well, you can do, it's a switch box. You can do SO2R, single operator 2 radio, on any 2 of the 4 radios in any order. And you can switch between them very, very quickly. And I mean, very, very quickly, we're talking, milliseconds. If you set up a macro, you punch the macro, boom, your SO2R pair is switched. The OTRSP switching protocol, you can switch. Now, this is not switching from transmit to receive like TR. This is switching from one radio to the other. The audio switches in a matter of about 2 milliseconds typically. The TX functions, because they're relay driven, I've got a picture on a data sheet that shows about 4 milliseconds, but the processor may be doing something else at the time, so I've kind of padded it a little bit and say 15 milliseconds. Now, for those who are in electronics, 15 milliseconds sounds like, well, that's an eternity. The reality is, for people, 15 milliseconds is a dot, a Morse code dot at 117 words a minute. So, it's pretty fast relative to our perspective. So for all practical purposes, you can switch this stuff around instantaneously. The OTRSP switching protocol, OTRSP stands for Open Two-Way Radio Switching Protocol, and it was developed by Paul, K1XM. It's been around for quite a while. Believe it or not, he's actually extended it not just to 2 radios, but up to about 10. So Paul's way ahead of the game here in terms of supporting some pretty advanced schemes. I mentioned the 3 serial ports. We're going to go into how you plug those things into the station, and I'm going to use N1MM, but Rig Select works just as well with Write Log, WinTest, most all the big logging programs. Kind of a cool thing that, and this is, again, we're going to come back to this, so I'm going to highlight it here. The front panel push buttons, you can program those with macros. So there's a way to program them. So instead of sending it to radio 1, radio 2, radio 3, radio 4, you can use that to fire off a macro. And you can use both single push and double push. So you can leave the single push set up just for regular control, but you can set up 4 more special macros that you can fire off during a contest or whenever you want. There's a Rig Select app. The best way to kind of think about this app is you don't need it for anything because you can do everything. Rig Select the hardware is completely standalone, but this gives you the opportunity to have a window into what's going on inside Rig Select. And again, I've got that demo set up out over at DX Engineering, but it makes it a little easier. The little tiny screen is about yay big, and unless you've got really good eyes, and it's harder to use to do anything complex. I have to applaud some of my early beta testers. Before we had the app, they had to do everything using that tiny screen, and I'm impressed with their patience. Anyway, and we mentioned the genuine WinKeyer. So here's just the basic connections. The thing I want, what you're going to share here, the headset, microphone, and so on, you connect those up to that central common group. And then here, this is the USB connections. The app, which is optional, connects up to its own serial port, so it doesn't interfere with anything else. And then you have this USB run port has both a WinKeyer virtual port and an OTRSP virtual port. And so the way the logging programs work is if you want to send Morse code to the WinKeyer, the logging program looks for a serial port to send that ASCII text to. And RigSelect presents that. And so you just type in the number of that serial port. Same thing with OTRSP. The logging program expects a serial port to send OTRSP commands to. RigSelect delivers it. It's really easy. So this is a picture of the N1MM configurer. This is WinKey, COM4, and this is an example, it's COM4, and OTRSP is COM5. And all you really need to do is you basically tell it what port it is, and then I'm going to use OTRSP here. You tell it that it's a CW, or I think it says CW other. Yeah, CW other. It's not a radio. It's a CW or other. And then you click the set button up with this dialog box down here. And you really have to tell it it's an OTRSP, or in the other case, you would tell it it's a WinKeyer. And you're probably going to want to use that with both radios, so you click both. And that's it. Close the dialog box. Not too hard to configure. Okay, so this is the app, and you probably can't see anything on it, and that's sort of by, I'll get into one of these in much more detail, but there's 4 different panes or forms, because it's done in Visual Basic. This is sort of the main form. This is what it's going to open up. You've got the 4 buttons here. You got your serial connection, and you got some SO2R controls right here in the middle. You have a sort of a tools and WinKeyer screen down here, and they don't all open up at the same time. You can have one, or none. You don't have to have them all open. If you're not going to use it, don't open it. But if you're using the WinKeyer, you can configure WinKeyer parameters. You've got some tools to use where you can, for example, simulate push-to-talk occurring without actually going, transmitting on the air and stuff. The next button, this is where you would program the buttons if you want. And we'll talk about that a teeny bit later. And then this one right here, we're going to do a little bit deeper dive into. This is kind of the override screen. And the override basically allows you to completely control how the audio is being switched, completely independent of the programming that's in RigSelect. So RigSelect is going to do what it's set up to do, and we'll go use a couple of examples for that. Maybe both were listening to radio 1. That's fine, and that's exactly what it's sort of showing in this particular picture. Green means there's a bigger picture. We'll get to that. All right, so now we're going to just go to the SO2R part. So now, by the way, for the first part, just doing it with one radio doesn't make any sense. I mean, just plug the radio into your stuff. But if you have 2, now this allows you to switch between it. And so in this particular setup, you've got the 2 radios, the stuff that's shared. You're listening to radio 1, say in the left headset, and radio 2 in the right. So that's pretty standard for SO2R. Your focus is being shifted between the interface. You're just shifting it between either of the 2 radios. So now we're going to get, this is a little bit more advanced and some stuff. And this, by the way, originally, I didn't come up with this. Paul, K1XM, originally came in the Yankee Clipper Contest Club when they developed their YCCC SO2R box, I don't know, 12 plus years ago, something, 2015. They came up with some of these concepts. And so RigSelect, since the YCC box, CCC box is no longer being made, adapted some of those same capabilities. So let's suppose, for example, that you're in a contest, you're transmitting, it's transmitting, say, CW or digital or, maybe from a voice keyer. You know what it's saying. You don't need to listen to it. That's just a waste of time and, burdens your brain. So what can happen is you can decide, hey, I'm going to blank while I'm transmitting, I'm just going to turn the phones off. So I'm only going to listen to radio 2 so I can focus on what's going on with radio 2 in the other ear. If blanking is a little harsh, maybe, you can do a blank. So now there's other options. You can do a blank with blend. You can just turn it down so you hear just a teeny bit of the transmitting signal if you really want to listen to that. And there's others, split stereo or split latch. Basically, they take the earpieces and both of them now go over to the transmitting radio. Now, if you, for some reason, something's going wrong, you just hit the key or, push to talk or whatever, and as soon as that goes on, boom, it breaks it out, puts both earpieces back the way they were, and you can grab a key and start, doing a fill or whatever else you may need to do. Okay, so now we're going to start pushing the frontier a little bit here because this box can do it. In the absence of SO3R support by logging programs, right now, the OTRSP protocol supports it. Rig Select obviously can support more than 2 radios. People only have 2 ears, so maybe that's probably a good limit. But especially with digital contesting, remember, you're not doing the decode. You're letting the computer do the decode. So you can kind of take advantage of that, maybe squeeze in some information from a 3rd radio. So there's several options available with Rig Select. And I'm going to kind of call it round robin. The 3 techniques are round robin with SO2R pairs. So my SO2R pair would be, say, radio 1, radio 3, and so on. Radio 1, radio 2, radio 2, radio 3. That's one pair. You can round robin different pairs. They're using the overrides, which you're going to get into, to put in a background monitor signal, so you can listen to actually a 3rd radio at a very low level, or you can do a combination of those 2. You can do a round robin for your SO2R, main SO2R pairs that you're going to work, but you can listen to a 3rd. And that's what Ed, I think, has done on your winning venture down in Aruba. Okay, so this is the round robin pair. So what you do is you're going to build a macro to select radio 1, radio 2, radio 2, radio 3, radio, and so on. These are a command, and they're actually pretty straightforward. The command is AA1. That's mean radio A is 1, radio B is now number 3. So this is the 1-3 pair. And ST1 is just stereo, turn on stereo. And the pound percent that you see is just a preamble, so the computer program knows that this is, in fact, a command coming in, and it needs to do something with it. And it's just an ASCII command, so you can send it from a terminal, you can send it from a macro, from a push button, lots of different things. So sending the commands is quite easy. You've got the push buttons, you've got the Rig Select app can also send macros. You can also, I think, use any keyboard macro program. I don't know if some logging programs may support this. I don't know all the details of all the logging programs. But if you can get something to send ASCII text to a port, you can send these commands. So you can use this then to switch between pairs. So what Ed does is he writes these macro commands, assigns them to the push buttons, and he'll just, when he wants to switch pairs, he just pushes a different button on the front panel of this box. Okay, so now what about getting multiple radios in one audio channel? And so this is where the override feature comes in. And as far as I know, it's pretty unique. And the Rig Select app, you don't have to, again, use it, but it's kind of an easy way to visualize it. And so we're going to talk more about that and how you can use that to override the stock audio switching. So this is the audio override command screen. A couple of things here. So these signals along the bottom here, radio, audio, left, right, for 1 through 4, those are exactly the same as here. This radio here and this one are actually connected. They're the same signal. It just was a little too busy for the graphic to do it that way. But if you think of it, that's what's happening. This is think of this as a bus, and it's going to the left audio channel, which is usually your left earpiece on the phone. This is the bus for the right audio earpiece. And you have the configured state. The configured state is showing you what's happening with your audio right now. And so If it's green, that means that audio channel is switched to on. If it's red, it means it's off. So in this particular case, right at this point in time, this is standard SO2R. You've got radio 1 in your left ear, and you've got radio 2 in your right ear. So it's pretty straightforward. Now let's suppose we've got 10 meters and we're kind of looking for some activity or maybe even some multipliers on 10 or whatever we want, but we'd like to see what's happening with 10. We have two different types of overrides here. There's an on override and an off override. And the thing with the override is it's going to make something happen that wasn't going to happen otherwise. So if you click an on override, so I hit this one right here, it's going to turn this on regardless of what other intentions rig select might have. The similar thing is the override off. They're a little less useful perhaps, but you can say, I never want this on. I can just turn it off permanently, and you can do that with the off override. So the off and the on overrides basically work the same. They're an override, but one turns the signal absolutely off, and the other will turn it absolutely on. So I'm going to go press this little button right here, that little checkbox, and now, boom, it looks, we're now SO3R. So we've got radio 1 in my left ear, radio 2 in my right ear, and I've got radio 3 now also in my left ear. Now you can change the volume level on the radio. If in digital contesting, which is what I think most of you are interested in, maybe you can shift the tones. You could probably even do that on CW if you are very clever about how you set up your monitoring. So you can have different tones, different volume levels to differentiate the signals. You also can turn the whole thing off. This will turn off all override processing. The override processing does add a few, maybe millisecond or so to the switching time. So if no overrides are in place, you just turn that part of the processing routine off. And so this button turns override processing off. So it's a pretty cool feature. It allows you to configure the audio basically any way you want. One of the things too is you don't have to do it with this. These overrides are just a command. And I don't know if it's showing, it's not showing here. But we had it a couple of slides ago. These are you can use a command like this to set up an override. So again, so you can set up an audio command to make that turn like that. Okay, so now here's a use case example. This is I think Ed's set up down in Aruba. He's got radio 1, radio 2, and radio 3, and he does this kind of a multi-op setup. So each radio has its own PC, and he's switching you're not switching the focus with rig select between the radios, but you're just he's moving his eyes between the different radios. And he can use rig select now to switch any pair he wants out of these three radios, and then use the override to listen to one of the unused radio that's not being used in a pair in the background if that's advantageous at all. A couple of other things. There's another possibility, and this is sort of a feature that hasn't gotten a lot of attention yet, but the rig select has an input for the key out command. The key out is a command that's typically used to turn on a switch for a linear or something, and so it's going to go low when this radio starts transmitting. The key out signal is a digital signal typically that goes low. Rig select can listen to that and then say, hey, radio 1 is transmitting. I'll switch everything over to it. So you can basically tell rig select, radio 1 is transmitting. So there's a command called DX command, which means it's actually %, the preamble, DX. And DX stands for directed by transmit. So you can actually use rig select to listen to what the radio is doing. You don't have to give it any command at all. As soon as the radio transmits, boom, rig select will switch over to it. And it's kind of a feature that hasn't gotten a lot of attention yet. It's a pretty new product. So again, this is sort of some future possibilities, maybe where this could go. Improve this DX feature to control like a networked SONR type of configuration. You know, there's, I think, some pretty interesting possibilities there. It certainly presents the opportunity for a lockout, if that's important to your setup, because only one of those radios can be switched at a time. So if you try to do transmit on 2 radios, rig select is going to go, it won't do it. And it turns out that the higher numbered radio wins, if that's a question you had. Anyway, so those are some possibilities. You know, I kind of want to close with, what would you like to see it do? Because I'm the developer designer, and I enjoyed coding this stuff. I enjoyed developing the hardware. I have a lot of fun doing it. So if you've got some ideas, you say, boy, if it could do this, yeah, shoot me an email, give me a call. You know, I may not be able to do it. I'm trying to keep the hardware the same. I don't want to start modifying hardware, because that, you know, it gets difficult and expensive, but you know, stuff evolves. But the software, there's plenty of space in the memory for a lot more code if it ever comes out. I've been right now releasing updates on the software about every 2 to 3 months as new ideas, new features pop up. It'll probably slow down, but maybe we'll get a burst of new ideas after a show like this. So anyway, that's my piece on Rig Select. I appreciate you all listening. Thank you, Ed, for bringing me back this year. And I'd love to have you stop by the booth. I'd be glad to show you more if you're at all interested. Thank you.
So as a user of this capability, one of the things I'd like to emphasize is that if you think about all of the audio switching that Courtney talked about, any of you that have tried to do that with commercial products know that you almost always wind up with ground loops and hum and noise and everything. It's when you start hooking audio from different radios together. This thing is absolutely whisper quiet. And it's because both the ground and the hot lead of all the audio going in and out of that box are switched. It's completely isolated. Nothing is tied common until it's, you know, connected inside the box. And I could not even do any of this audio switching with, at least I could figure out how to do it with commercial products. I just had all kinds of RF buzz and pickup and ground loops and everything. And I was absolutely stunned. I thought the box wasn't working when I first took all the cables up, because it was just quiet. It was just like it was not even turned on. So any of you that have tried to do anything in this realm, this type of thing, will have run into that and know that that's the number one problem when you try to interconnect boxes within your station. So to me, that's one of the top capabilities. The next one for me is the flexibility. The hardware is truly set up to be, it's very generalized, and with the coding, all Courtney needs is some ideas from us as users to achieve, I think, quite a bit with it. I had thought that there would never be a way that you could have a networked PC station, like a multi-op setup, right, where you have a PC, a computer on each band, on each radio. There may be 2 or 3 radios on a band, and they're all networked together, so the logging is common. But now you got all the control for all of the radios all separated across the network, and there's no loggers today that take advantage of that. They all assume that you've got one PC where the logger is running, and it does the SO2R. And so that's one limitation. The other limitation is there's only 2 radios. And you may say, well, you only have 2 ears, so why do you need more than 2 radios? And you can mix things like Courtney has illustrated here today. And if you have it set up in a very high rate station, if you're in a DX location or a location where you have very high rate contesting, you actually can, as a single operator, make good use of at least a 3rd radio, if not a 4th. You can have the 3rd radio on a 3rd open band, and your logger's hooked up. It's telling you what notes are showing up on that band that you don't have, what stations that are there that you don't have, and as soon as you see those numbers getting bigger than one of the radios that you're running on, you push one button on this box and go right over there. I mean, you don't miss a beat going between the bands.
So for most of us, depending on where we're operating, that may not be a feature that, that you can use and make useful, but in some cases, it really is. So it's pretty amazing.
Courtney told us that in your 3 PC setup that the control can be either done through a PC or through the buttons on the front. Which do you end up using?
So right now, all I'm doing is that first application that all I've done to date is that first application that he's talked about. So I just use the buttons on the thing, on the front panel, and I have the rig select right between the 2 CRTs, so it's right in front of me. I just reach up and pop it. And I have the 3 PC, or the 3 user interfaces, keyboards and displays all right tight together. So I'm not running around the room or anything. I'm sitting in one chair and just briefly, moving back and forth. This works better.
For your preference is the button on the front
in that
rather than using a mouse on a screen.
For me, yeah, for that, because I don't do it that often, right? So I don't want to put it back down into my user interface where my hands are working stations while I'm, wanting to do that. Okay. So I'm going to just give a brief update on this FT challenge. The FT challenge is you may think it's a new contest because it ran for the first time this last December, but what it really is a significant rule change in the exchange area of the FT roundup that's been going on since, 2018. So you may, those of you that have been contesting for a while may remember that Don Hill and I started the 10-meter RIDI contest back in 2011, the first weekend in December. And we run evolutions of that contest every year since then. And here's just a history of what that is. So the FT Roundup, when FT8 was introduced in July, I guess it was, of 2017. And in 2018, we had the first FT8 contest that was ever organized, and ran that until, and then the next year FT4 came out, so we added that to the rules. That was pretty straightforward. And we ran that up until this last year, and we changed the rules, the exchange rules from the YLRL roundup rules of QTH or serial number to make the exchange exactly the default exchange that everybody that's on FT8 is using. So our goal was to make the contest absolutely transparent, that there was no way you could tell whether you were working somebody that was quote unquote in the contest or not in the contest. And this was good for everybody that's on the air at that point in time, because it doesn't matter whether if you're not in the contest, you get what you need and you're happy and move on, and you can't really tell whether this person is going to take their log and send it into the contest or not, and you don't have to decide whether you are in the contest or not. So it solved the problem of what subband you're on. The contesters can go off and on the recommended subbands that we talk about and work each other. When they work everybody that's there, the rate goes down, they can go back to the default area. But we have a way to get some of the activity in the QRM out of the default area into a contest area. So basically, the community, everybody that's participating, based on what their behavior is, can work, and there's just no conflict. So I think this is unique. I think it's the first time we've had this sort of thing where you don't have this conflict or this tension between the everyday operators and contesters. So my thinking was, wow, this is such a great idea. We're going to have a great turnout. And as Tim showed on his slides, we had 550 logs submitted this last time. So we were surprised and, of course, disappointed that it wasn't higher, because it seems like anybody can work anybody is a pretty good format. So that's what it's all about. The other thing we did was we changed because we're using the daily exchange, you have the SNR and the grid square. So we changed the scoring to distance-based, which I think makes a lot of sense for most all of the FT contests, not try to do the classic historical sorts of exchanges we use in RIDI and CW and sideband, and really take advantage of the modes. And this makes a very strategic decision for operators about which mode they're going to be on, because on the FT8 mode, you have a higher probability of working longer distances and getting more QSO points and increasing your score. So it just gives you one more thing as an operator to juggle, another knob to turn in your recipe for increasing your score. So then the problem comes up, well, what about the everyday guys? So you go down into the normal daily subbands, and you get half or more of the people down there answer your CQ with TX2, right? They come back with their signal report, and you never get their grid if they answer that way. And so what do? So we decided that you still get the basic QSO point. What you don't get is distance points, because we don't know the grid. You haven't exchanged the grid in that contact, so you still get partial contact for that. And one of the techniques you can use, I think I cover on the, this next slide on the third bullet there, or the fourth bullet, what you can do when you go down into the daily subbands is don't call CQ, because if you call CQ, you're going to get, a large percentage of the answers are going to come back without the grid. But search around for people that are calling CQ themselves, or have, finished a call. Anywhere, if you get the grid, however you get it, that's all you need, and then you can call them. So you think about it, in the FT modes, the distinction that we're used to making between run and search to pounce really goes away. It's really irrelevant, because you can see everybody that's on the band, and if they're operating properly, which means they found their own clear frequency, so everyone's on a different frequency, you're not QRMing each other, and you can see everybody. It doesn't matter whether they are logically running or searching and pouncing. If they're finishing up a QSO, you can call them. Even better, you can call them while their QSO is in process, while the messages are going back and forth in their current QSO. You can call them, because you're not going to interfere with anything. They can see that on their screen and say, oh, I've got another station that's basically in the wings, basically ready to work me, wants to work me. As soon as I get to the sequence in my current QSO that I can, send my first message to them, I can roll right into that and avoid the CQ phase and so forth. So it's really, I think it gives us a very much different way of contesting, and we're still learning as participants in these contests how to take advantage of what's available in the FT modes. So one of the things in terms of strategy for this contest, or most any of the FT contests, is to alternate, make sure you alternate between odd and even modes. In other words, every few minutes, as your rate goes down, go back to switch from even to odd, or vice versa, because there will be stations there that you're not hearing, and they may have just come on. And so you want to make sure that you get maximum exposure to that. Same thing between the two modes. And be sensitive depending on the contest rules. And like in this one, since it's distance-based, FT8, the majority of the time is going to be the best mode to be on to increase your score, just because with FT4, there's a lot more repeats. And so the fact that it's twice as fast intrinsically, that is on each cycle, may mean that the QSO time is really not a big advantage by the time you finish the actual QSO. And then, of course, alternate between the bands. And I already talked about the TX2 problem, how that's solved. And of course, if you're SO2R, it's really easy with the FT modes. You just got to make sure that each radio is on a different cycle, right? One's on odd cycle, the other's on even, and the basic protocol of FT keeps track of that. So anyway, I'm hoping that this contest gets more recognized and takes off, and we get better propagation or better participation, because I think it really is pretty unique in being able to solve the conflict and the overlap between the activity on the bands. And as we all know, the bands during the week are often completely quiet except for these little tiny sub-bands where the FT people are QRMing each other in this really small space, and that's what we want to take advantage of in contesting. Okay, so I'm going to move. Yes, sir. You know, I don't know. The FT contests, I don't have those slides from my presentation there, but if you look at the FT contests compared to RTTY, they're lower participation. When the YLRL had the FT modes as part of RTTY Roundup, and the total participation went up because basically the FT just added to what the RTTY was. If you look at those separated, I have a graph that shows that. The FT portion that was on top of RTTY was about half of what it is now that they're separate. So by separating, we got more participation on the two modes. But together, when they were in the same contest, people just made a choice. So I don't know. I think the FT contesting just hasn't taken off. I think it has potential. Whether it does depends on the community. But I think a lot of people, the masses just feel like, you know, it's what they say, the common thing is saying, you know, it's like watching paint dry. And so there's kind of this negative perception about this is really not a contesting mode because it's so slow. But in these Thursday night FT operations, people have figured out how you can roll between QSOs and cut out cycles. And with SO2R, you can theoretically, with FT4, get the rate up above 200. You get up to 240 an hour. Right, but the slowness of the cycles is not an inhibitor. Like I said, theoretically, you can get up above to 240. And the highest rates that we've recorded in RTTY contesting SO2R are less than 240. So the potential is there, but we're getting nowhere near that. I mean, about the biggest highest rates we get in FT contests are up around 130, 140 with SO2R. And so I'm just saying the potential's there if we can get the participation up, because you got to have enough people there to work, right, on the band, and using some of these techniques. So maybe as we roll into the future, we'll move forward and we'll just see. That's one of the things that ham radio is great about, is experimenting and trying new things and moving into the future. So we'll see what happens. So that's the nice segue into the next presentation on log checking. So the question was, for the people that don't submit a log, does that mess up the log checking? No. It turns out that we get, if you look at the number of QSOs across all the logs, in most contests we get the logs submitted for 90 to 95% of the QSOs. Okay, so we may not have 95% of all of the logs of all the calls that entered, but most of the casual people are lower numbers of QSOs. So we get 95% of the QSOs. So we can do a very good job on log checking. Second thing is that one of the things the log check software does is it creates reverse logs. So we create the logs that are missing. We create all the logs from the reverse logs, and we use that as in some of the log checking algorithms. So we can go in and let's say it's a serial number contest, and somebody doesn't submit a log, but they've got a QSO with a serial number, or I work them, and there's I log a QSO serial number of 274. But we have reverse logs that show the time that they were on, and the highest serial number they sent was 11. Well, we bust the exchange on my log because we have the reverse log. So we can do quite a bit with data mining and data processing. And by the way, with the logs, say we get 3,000 or 3,500 logs, on my home PC, I can run the entire log check, which prints out all of the data, the result files and everything ready for publishing in 30 seconds, can cross-check everything, cross-check all the QSOs. It can be hundreds of thousands of QSOs, And that's the kind of processing power we have. So it's very different than the old days when we were looking at paper logs and, you know, trying to read things and see if we could find a mistake or two. So it's pretty good without that. Okay. So what I thought I would do is go through and talk about the log checking, and in particular the log checking report, because for almost all major contests now, there is a report that we do for every entrant that's available to you. And most contests, we send you an email after the contest with a link so you can go to it. In other contests where you haven't implemented that, you can just email the organizer, such as myself, the log checker, and I'll send it to you. So I'm going to talk about that log checking report. And the log checking, a lot of people think about it as, you know, it's like the military or the police force trying to find you doing something wrong. And it's just the opposite. Think of it like, say you're in school and you're taking a course and you get a test. And again, it's not really a punitive thing, your grade that you get back when your test is scored, but it's feedback to you about how you know, what have you accumulated, what have you learned from that course. So it's not something that's negative, it's something that's very positive, because it's a tool that tells you where you might be able to improve your operating. So that's the way I want people to think about log checking report. It's not, our goal is not to try to find, you know, that you're bad in some way, but we want to feed back to you where your mistakes are. Because if there's common mistakes that you're making, it may be something you can do. I know one of the first big RITI contests that I did, I got my log checking report back and I had a whole bunch of nils, not in logs, which meant that I had logged a lot of QSOs that, other people had worked me, and they were not in my log. And it was a very high number. It was very suspicious. And I eventually found out that what I was doing in my operating, I was new to RITI at the time, and my sequence of how I was running my hands over the keyboards, I was not hitting the enter key and recording QSOs that I worked. So I'd have a good QSO, work it, and then be distracted by the second or third radio and going over and working different stations and not actually hitting enter and recording the QSO that I had. It was a good QSO that I'd worked. So I created lots of nils for these other stations. So that's what I learned from the, you know, log checking report. So that's really, really helpful. And the log checking reports are equally beneficial to everybody in the contest. It doesn't matter whether you're trying to win or you only made a couple of QSOs. It really tells you. We get lots of logs, especially small logs with 10 or 15 QSOs, and sometimes all of them are bad for one reason or another. And to the extent that that person understands what we're feeding back to them, it can help them in operating their station. Here, going along working stations and not having valid QSOs. So if you, to talk about the log checking, first of all, you need to understand the basic, or remind yourself of the basic way that contests works. Almost all contests are based on QSO points times multipliers. Your score is the multiplication of the QSO points and some definition of multipliers. But the QSO points can be 1 point per QSO, can be up to 7 points. In the ARRL digital, they have distance scoring, or for every 500 kilometers, you get another point. So if you think about it, that could be up to, you know, 40 different points that you could have on a QSO. So that can vary a lot. So bad QSOs can be removed for one of three reasons. There can be not in log that I was just talking about, or the call sign could be busted, could be incorrect. That is, you could have the wrong call sign entered in your log, or the exchange could be wrong. And so those are the three type of errors you could have. And in most contests, if any of those three things happen, you lose that QSO. But if you think about it, that QSO could have a multiplier tied to it. It could be the only multiplier you worked in that contest. So you also lose the multiplier, which changes this score formula. And the points in these points contests, especially the FT contests where you have the distance contacts, you really want to make sure you don't lose those out of your log, because there are a lot of points. You know, a 7-point contact is like 7 QSOs of a, you know, close-in station. So That's very important. So your score reduction is always going to be, almost all cases, is going to be 2 or 3 times what your error rate is. So you may have made 4 errors, that is, you lost 4 QSOs, but your score reduction may have come down much more than that. And that always shocks people, you know, about how much their score changed, but that's the leverage that you have in the way the scoring formula works. So I'm going to go through, well, first of all, let me make a couple comments about the log check report. So commonly we call the LCR or log check report, but it's also referred to sometimes as a UBN, and that those initials just stand for what I've written here on the slide. But it's the same thing. It's the same report that gives you the same type of information. So I talked about these 2 things, the error rate and the score reduction. Those are the 2 kind of top level things that you can look at. But the report shows a lot more detail to break that down to show you where you might be able to improve. And then these 3 areas here, the highlighted, the 3 things that contribute to lost scores. So this is just a breakdown of how the error rate and the score reduction relate to one another. And you can see that depending on it, well, so there's a third way that error rates and score reduction can diverge from one another, why score reduction gets, you know, even higher. And that is that in some contests we actually have penalties. So not only do you lose the QSO, potentially a multiplier and the QSO points that were associated with that QSO, you may also get penalized additional QSO points. And it's usually in terms of QSO points. So for example, in the worldwide contests, we actually have a penalty of 2 times the QSO points for all of the modes except for FT, which I'll talk about in a minute, but for RIDI, CW, and sideband. So you wind up equivalently losing 3 times the QSO points for every lost QSO, in addition to, you know, a molt that might have been in there. For the FT contest, we've backed off that to just 2 because the nil rate, as you heard me talk many times, is 3 times higher in all the FT contests compared to RIDI or CW or sideband. And that's due to a problem that I explained many times in other presentations, but we won't go into here today. Sure.
Why differentiate between a busted call time and a busted exchange? No penalty for a busted exchange. Just use QSO. For a busted call time, there's a penalty. Why? What's the rationale?
So it depends on the contest in terms of, so I just gave an example of one contest, but for the worldwide contest, we want to, basically, if you get the call right, you know, the zone, for example, is comes through super check partial. So we really want to put an encouragement on people getting the call right, not guessing the call, okay? On the exchange, especially in worldwide, since there will be a few people in the contest that don't send the right exchange, and so then you're confused. What do? You know this person's zone, but they're sending something else. Do you put in what they sent, or you know? So it makes it's confusing. So we don't consider that as big of an error in terms of feedback to users. But getting the call right in that contest is really important. In the FT modes, because of this nil problem, there are a lot of very good QSOs that just don't get logged by one partner or the other because they think it wasn't valid because they didn't get a third QSL message, when in fact the QSO was complete, everything was exchanged. And so you get some penalty for that to keep pressure on the community to solve that problem, but we don't think we should be as punitive as we are in the other modes. Okay, so on the log checking report overall, we give this section, which gives the overall statistics for the contest. So what below this will be your own personal statistics, so you can compare that to what the overall contest did. And what we show here are the busted exchange, missing exchanges, busted calls, and not in logs. And these are the median of what's in the contest.
Station on several different bands, but you have things on one band.
So the question is, if you work the station on multiple bands that have different exchanges on that, we will know again from log checking, from the logs that if we receive the other log or the reverse log that we create, whether the other person made an error and switched their exchange partway through, or whether, for whatever reason, you just had the wrong exchange. So most loggers will pre-fill the exchange that you got in the last so once you work a station, it'll pre-fill that exchange for the next contacts. But regardless of that, if it's the case that you just described, you'll get busted for the ones that are wrong, okay? Unless we can detect that your QSO partner switched exchanges somewhere through the contest, and we can tell that from the reverse logs. So this is the case where I've highlighted here, gives your error rate and the score. So the first thing to understand is what I talked about earlier about why those two things are different and how those are different. And so this slide, and you can look at this later, just goes through and shows the detail of how that calculation is made, where it's coming from the numbers. So as you're looking at all these numbers that you get, well, how did you compute that score? And it shows all of that. Okay, this slide moves on into showing how the score reduction is coming about. And you can see that in this, I used one of my previous contests as the log checking report to illustrate this. This shows that the error rate was 2.7%. So almost 3% of the QSOs I had had an error in them for some reason. But my score reduction was 6.2%, and that just shows the leverage, the multiplying factor of the penalties and the multipliers and QSO points. And so as we just go through these slides, they just increase. You can look at these offline later. Just shows the math on how this goes together. So if you're ever curious about doing a deep dive on your report and how we got to the numbers we did, this is a way to look at that. So it just goes through, and I've annotated the report to show you how all of those come down. So going quickly through the rest of the sections in the report, this section shows the results by band. So up to this point, we were just showing overall for the contest. This shows the breakdown by band. Raw is what you submitted. Your loggers talk about claim score, and the Cabrillo log talks about claim score. That's what your logger thought that you were submitting, and oftentimes that's not exactly the same as the raw score, because it depends on whether you had the latest multiplier file in your logger, and so there can be differences in what we compute and what you compute. But basically, it's what you submitted without any errors subtracted, and then the final is what we've done after the log checking. So there's that comparison by band. And then there are a number of sections. So this is the section that is the not in log. So it lists every QSO that was not in my QSO partner's log. I logged it, but it was not in their log, and shows the exchange and everything. Here's the incorrect call, the busted call, same thing, shows all the QSOs. And here's the busted exchanges, all the QSOs that I had busted exchanges in. So I can go through that, and oftentimes you'll see to the question about if you work somebody on multiple bands, you'll see that I got it wrong the first time I worked them, and then it just propagated through because I, for whatever reason, didn't copy. I saw it pre-filled, and maybe I was delirious or working on another radio or something. I just made a human mistake and didn't change what was actually, what I actually received printed on the screen to what my logger had from the pre-fill. So that's an example of how you can use this to find problems. And then there's a section what we call unique calls. So a unique call is a call that is across all the logs that we have, all the QSO data that we have, is only in your log once. And a lot of those we bust, and we know from experience and from data that 99.9% of those in most cases are busted calls. The exception to that is a rare DX station where a lot of casual stations will get on and work, one or two of them, and that's all. So they truly are unique. It's a genuine unique. And we can tell that just from the call, knowing what the station is. But 99% of these uniques are actually busted calls. There are a few European contests where the contest management actually bust the call. They take the QSO out of your log if they don't find it in 3 more logs or 5 more logs. We do not do that in all the domestic or the U.S. sponsored contests that I know about. We give you the benefit of the doubt. So if we can't prove that unique QSO, unique call sign was actually busted in some way or another, then we don't subtract it. But we give you a list, and so what I encourage you to do is look at this list and think to yourself, those are probably busted calls. So that's feedback to you, but it doesn't subtract from your score. Yes, sir.
You validate that those busted calls are in fact actual valid call signs?
We can when we have the databases. So for example, on that list, sometimes we'll say incorrect call, but we won't tell you what the correct call is. And that's because we don't know what it was because it's not in the FCC database, right? So if it's not in the FCC, we get the FCC updates their database daily. So on the weekend of the contest, we get that data, so we know what a legal, valid U.S. call is, and we bust them if it's not on their list. Multipliers by band, so this gives you a list of all your multipliers on each band. And then we give you kind of the reverse. We have sections that tell you what other QSOs that were deducted from other logs of QSO partners that were QSO. Here's stations that copied me incorrectly, and that can be useful to see maybe there's something I'm doing that's causing that, right? If I see a common thread or something that's going on. So it's worthwhile to look at that. Almost all of these are clearly mistakes on their end, but you can see that.
How the log checking software has gotten good at identifying multi-character busts.
Yes.
More than one character. It's surprisingly good.
Yeah, we have algorithms that look at off by 1 and off by 2, just like super check partial you can usually set up. So the log checking's got very sophisticated with the algorithms and the CPU power that we have available nowadays. These are stations that got nils from me that I caused, and then ones that got my exchange incorrectly. So depending on the contest, this may or may not be, or maybe more or less meaningful. So that's a quick tour through log checking reports. If you have, first of all, please get your log checking reports. It's totally a benefit to you. It gives you feedback on your operating, and it's not something that is a negative thing on you at all. It's all a very positive benefit that you can use. And if you have any questions about it, please ask me or whoever the contest manager or log checker is, because we want to help everybody improve their operating skill to the extent that they're motivated and willing to do that. Okay, so we're at the end. If you have questions, I'll be happy to take them, or any of us offline. Yes, sir.
When do you think WsprDaemon?
It's all done. It was done a month ago. I'm waiting for Chris to finish the article. I would look, the results are done. I could put them on the website, but I am encouraged not to do that until we have the article done. Okay. What's your call? Oh, okay. Oh, good to meet you. I worked you a million times and didn't know who you were.
So I just moved back to Ohio.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And I just moved back to Ohio. So I can finally.
You know, you're already, you got four. And you got
Okay, that's great.
People that have heard it a million times.
Well, thanks for stopping by. It's great to meet you. Okay, all right, thanks. See if I can get my, thank you.
They're going to be available online somewhere. Your presentation.
Yes, I'll put out on the reflectors where it is, but I'll put it on, I'll have a PDF online. You can look at that, yep.
Thank you very much. Thanks. So,
I'll give you the,
Thanks again.
yeah, I'll stop by and see you.
Okay. Catch up with you later.
How do I get this? Oh,
he's gonna play havoc with you.
close all windows. I don't want to save changes. Okay, there we go. It won't let me take my stick out. Ah, thank you. Okay. Hi, Bob. Oh, FT Challenge? No, it's the first weekend in December. It's the same weekend as the ARRL 160 contest. Be happy to, yeah. You know, we can look at timing, and if I can come over in person, I'd be happy to do that. But if not, yeah, we can do it. But I do lots of Zoom presentations. No, so it's private. It's not public. It's not public software, but yeah, it's software that will, well, most of the YLRL and all of the CQ content all done by the software. K1EA and Rook CT. So that's what he spent his life doing since CT, is that all the background. Different software, it's really great. So when the new content comes out, the variation comes out. So it's a growing, very capable thing that our content things. No, they don't. I mean, sometimes it lasts. It's just a nice idea. And it's all, it's not just adding new content. He's constantly working on it. Fixing both of the content. And I'm like, I used to look at things throughout. It's an ongoing, it's really big project. Visibility, and then the other one, that is some of the HRO is 2 hours long to go. Yeah, wealth of data, wealth of individuals, and a lot of people pay attention to this. It's like
So the one that's Angela's,
This one?
yeah, that one will go first, and then it'll be the other one.
Okay, you're wanting to do just images?
Images for those, yeah. And they'll be later, not right at the moment.
Okay.
Make sure we have it. Can you have PowerPoint on here?
Yep.
Perfect, thanks.
You want me to pre-open up any of these PowerPoints? No. I just run the live stream. I'm here out of gracefulness.
Gotcha.
So there is this.
And then just drop that guy. Okay. Yeah, okay, we can do that. Both those PowerPoints.
Would you like me to open one? I can open up the bottom one, I'm assuming? Okay. That way it can be ready to go.
Perfect. You're good. Thank you, sir.
Let's see. Should have PowerPoint.
Perfect.
All right, you should be good to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I love it. Goes back. Hi, how you doing? Good. I'll carry your
Thank you. I'll send it up.
Yes, you did. Yes. Yes. Oh, she froze. Oh, so. Hi. And so there's what is it? Yeah. Yeah. All right, so I got my phones. I gotta go to the next class. Yeah, I gotta take more labs and such. Is that where it is? Yeah. And you just pop it in there and no. I'm chilling. That's right. That's right. I don't even know if I don't know the big just like, yeah. Get in there, get in there.
Okay, before we get started, the first thing we want to do is give everybody a door prize ticket. If you are already a member of Young Ladies Radio League, you will get a blue ticket. Keep half, put the other half in the tin. If you are not a member of YLRL, You're going to get a yellow ticket and put half in the tin. And I would like a couple of volunteers who would like to help do tickets. Okay.
I'm sorry. I literally back to the driveway and everything. Like, they didn't try to please her. I'm sorry, I couldn't see you. No, I Julie, I was telling her as we were walking about figuring out times. Since I got
They're open because we have stuff packed for us.
Yeah, okay, I'm just wondering if I can go online or not from here, or if not.
They weren't able to at the last.
All right, I'm not going to try then. The Wi-Fi is not that great. I've been using a
We're in
hotspot.
room 2 and they can't get
I used a hotspot. That's what's running the computers over there. It's I'm running my phone with a hotspot. Nah, that's all right.
All right. Yeah, we have, we worked with the AV guy and got stuff prepped for our section.
Okay, that's perfect. Good afternoon. While we're getting, if you haven't gotten a ticket yet, why don't you stick your hand up and then the people with tickets will know where to head. Okay. She doesn't get one.
Do I? Okay.
Oh. No, that's okay. Anybody else still need a ticket? If your hand up, I've got some people right here in the front that don't have tickets yet.
You don't need one. You don't get one. You're from the old man. Thank you very much. Remember? Oh, okay. I trust you all. I need to be a member. Okay, well, I'm not a member. So there you go. I'm yellow.
Oh, she's got the can.
Yes, it was on top of yellow. On top of the original.
Gail? I think somebody up here. Do you non-members? You got one? Okay.
Anybody else not get it? Today. We're gonna change that. It's $2 a one-time membership.
You have the other half? Okay. They need to go in the can.
Anybody can answer the question.
Okay, well, they finished putting the tickets in the, they'll get those stuffed in the cans and we'll draw later. Good afternoon. My name is Ann Manna, WB1ARU. I'm currently the secretary of the Young Ladies Radio League, and we're happy to have this forum today that's open to all YLs, whether you're a member of our group or not. It's incidental. We'd like to have you, but that doesn't keep you from being here. And we're happy to have a few guests. Always welcome to have those too. Before we have start our actual program, I'd like to do just a couple introductions. If you are a YLRL officer, would you stand up? Because I see a few of you here. I'm the secretary. Linda here is KC8PKY. She's the District 9 chairperson. Are there any others here? Some of our volunteers? Oh, okay. I thought Vicki was here, but I don't see her. All right. Now, the next thing I want to do is just see where you all are from. So if you're from District 1, raise your hand. All right. If you're from District 2, well, we've got a few, New York, New Jersey. All right. If you're from District 3, which is Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Delaware. District 4, big southern district, Florida and Alabama and Georgia, Tennessee. All right. How about District 5, Texas, Oklahoma, Mississippi? District 6, California. Hey, all right. District 7, Northwest. That's always a tough one for here. They've got CPAC. District 8. Ohio and Michigan, Indiana, West Virginia. District 9, Indiana.
Illinois, Wisconsin. 9-0 if I was Missouri.
And District 10, which is Missouri, Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa. All right. I don't know, did I miss a state? Nebraska. Okay, thank you. All right, well, welcome all of you, and we're glad you came. We have a 3-part program this afternoon. The theme of Hamvention, as you all know, is, what did they call it? Independence, radio independence. Well, I thought that's what YLRL is all about. We are an independent group. We're not affiliated with, we're affiliated, but we're not part of anybody else. We are a group for women, by women, and we've been around since 1939. So I've kind of divided the program up a little bit. The first part, I just want to talk a little bit about our history, because since 1939, we've been supporting women in amateur radio, no matter what their interest is. And we have all sorts of interests, from certificates, contests, CW, single sideband, digital modes. And over the history of YLRL, you go back to 1939 when it was started by a dozen women who saw an ad placed by Ethel Smith, K4LMB, and she put an ad in QST and said, there's got to be some more women out there, because then they were all using CW, so you never heard voices. So she said, there's got to be some more women out there. If you're interested, we ought to get in touch with each other and maybe we could form some kind of women's radio league. Well, she named it, and 12 women answered her ad, and they formed the first group, and they grew exponentially and then, of course, World War II came along, and there was no radio activity. That didn't stop the women. They volunteered, they enlisted, they were radio operators, they taught CW, they kept radio going through the war and stayed in touch with each other, and after the war, took off like crazy. Like a lot of other clubs and organizations did post-war in the 50s, grew and grew and grew. And there's been a lot of well-known women who've part of our group. And I encourage you to go on our webpage and read a lot of the history yourself. And as I said, I divided it into past, present, and future. The past is our history. And if you come by the booth over in Building 2, we have some historical artifacts or whatever on display so that you can see some of the things that especially women way in the past did. Our second part is going to be present time. And I thought, what's going on that's new, different, and exciting right now? POTA. And so I got in touch with some gals who are going to talk to you about what they're doing with POTA and maybe get you inspired to try it yourself. I haven't tried it yet myself, so I'm anxious to hear what they have to say. And I'm going to mess up call signs or names so you guys can come up and introduce yourselves.
Okay, that's great. Get my cheat sheet so I know everybody's call sign. So I just became a member of the YLRL, and she reached out to me and asked me if I'd help when I told her that I was active in POTA. There we go. Is that better? I don't have to be up on my toes. Okay. So when she asked me, I said, I'm sure I can find some people to help me. So let me introduce. We have Carrie, KB3WAV, who happens to be, are you the top? Or is there activator? She's the most active activator of YL's, most parks activated for a YL. How many?
Over 1,500.
Over 1,500 unique parks she has traveled to and made at least 10 contacts in. So, and then we'll go the other way. We have Toby, Alpha Delta 2, Charlie Delta, who is the most prolific YL hunter. And how many, do you have any numbers?
Something over 8,000 unique parks, but over 89,000 contacts.
So we got our most prolific hunter and activator in YLs. Then we have Angela, N3 ARB. I guess I should have said you guys are going to be talking about some history, some hunting. We're going to be talking about other, other activities that go along with POTA. We have Molly, W3NY, who is going to be talking about trips. She'll be our last person, expeditions. We have Junie, N1DUC, and she's recently learned CW and has taken off with that with POTA, who is Kilo Juliet 4, Uniform Lima Zulu, and she's going to just help us fill in the gaps as well. So I'm going to let Carrie take off here with some history of POTA and explain a little bit about parks on the areas, and then we'll move on from there.
So POTA really started with an ARL program back in 2016, which was National Parks on the Air. And it was one of those things that you just kind of fell in love with as you went to parks. You got to see places that you'd never seen before. It was really fun. Just so happens that of the top 5 activators during that event, a year-long event, 2 of them were women. So I was number 5. I had somebody else who was number 3, I believe, or number 2. So we had a lot of fun. We wanted to continue it, and that continued with what we now have, Parks on the Air. We have, I think it's one of the biggest growing things in amateur radio right now. We have more women, couples, families activating parks. It's been, I mean, it's just been huge to see what people are doing. You have a lot of gear is now being designed and advertised as a POTA gear because, you know, it's something that people want to see. One of my favorite things to do is to do unique parks. Obviously, if I've done 1,500 of them, I kind of like that. And we travel across the country, visiting family or whatever. I'm going to find a park. The joke is that there is no direct line to any event any longer. It is now via some parks along the way. Then that's how you get that many parks. So that's one of the things that I enjoy about doing the parks and meeting all the people that we do. If you have a chance, stop by the POTA booth. It's right down before you go into the flea market area. We'd love to have you stop by and talk to us. We have a meet and greet area where you can meet everybody and just get an idea of what people are doing for POTA and with POTA and enjoying the amateur radio because it does. You're activating in voice, CW. It made me learn CW. I didn't want to, but I did. And digital. So it's giving you the options to do everything. You can do it however you want to do it. Make it your activation. Enjoy it. Have fun. That's what it's about, is having fun. So we want to enjoy having it. And I'll let Toby. Come on up, Toby.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Alpha Delta 2, Charlie Delta. I've been to Ham since 2021. I found POTA because it seemed like a lot of fun and easy to do, and it's laid back. The activators actually are the ones who set the tone. So there'll be activators that go very quickly, and some activators are going slow, and some want to chat, and some just want to move on and get numbers. So as a hunter, that's one of the things you want to listen for is what are they doing? What is the activator doing? If they're a fast activator and they're just looking to get a bunch of people on, either running to another park or just going to sit at that park all day. So that's how you're going to hunt them, is with that tone. If there's another activator who wants to have a chat, and you're willing to stick around and have a chat with them, then that's something you can do as well. So it's up to you as a hunter to find out what is the way you want to hunt. And is it something about being on, just going to get one unique park, or do you want to keep hunting the many parks, hunting one park many times? And that could be done too. The way I'm doing it and the way I look at it is, that activator got to that park, and they took a lot of effort to bring their equipment, set up their antenna and their radio, and get on the air. So I'm going to attempt to try to get there, make a contact with them, because that's an effort. And a lot of people will either sit at that park or go there many times. And some of the band conditions have been pretty awful lately. So that's a special time to try to reach those people. And you'll learn about different people and your location and what spots and what states you can reach often. So Florida from New Jersey seems to be a nice hot spot, except when the bands are pretty bad, but 40 meters in the morning, 20 meters in the afternoon, and it depends on your setup. Maybe you can only get one band. So you'll play with it and go to a station, or go out with another activator, or go to some friend's house and hunt with their radio and get a feel for what they're doing. So that's another way to get involved. But that's why I hunt, because I know the activators are trying to get out there and make an effort to get their 10 contacts or more. And that's fun for me to try to meet those people. And POTA is a community within the ham radio community. And we've met so many people, and this is the first time I've been at a ham fest that I'm meeting people that I've talked to on the radio for hundreds and hundreds of contacts. So it's a lot of fun. So I encourage you to give it a try. It's fun. Thank you.
So along with Parks on the Air and getting outside, you can combine that with lots of other activities. Myself, my husband and I and my family, we've been geocachers since 2005. And so a lot of times I might be looking at the map and I'll be like, oh, this is the perfect parking lot for you to set up in because there happens to be a trail right there that I can hike down and get some geocaches on. So we combine those two hobbies together and get out and about and do both. I'll get on the air with him too as well, but I like to go out and find geocaches. So we combine those two hobbies together. You can also combine other hobbies. And here's Angela.
So I'm like Carrie. She got me into geocaching, but I like to hike, bike, kayak, and go out and do all kinds of stuff. I actually have a couple of photos here.
It's the photo from down at the bottom, second one.
That one? There you go. So this is our YL, me and Carrie, and a couple other ladies. We did our YL POTA Day. Parker Dam. In Pennsylvania. I couldn't remember the location we were at. But yeah, we all got together, a couple of us. I think some other ladies showed up after this photo. But we did, it was a pretty bad bank condition day, but we had a lot of fun today working together. As it usually is. We do camping. This is at Willow Bay. We do camping. My husband and I go everywhere together. We meet up with other people. We go to a lot of the POTA meetups and all across this eastern states because we're based in Buffalo. And I love going out. We have 2-way radios we keep on our kayaks so we can contact back to shore if we need to, or boat to boat. But then also we have an HF radio we set up on one of our boats, and we'll make HF contacts out on the water. We have Pelican cases that we put our radios in so everything's water safe and tied to the boat, and so we make it all safe. We did a 5-island kayak rove and got put in the QST magazine in September of 2024. We did a kayak rove and got an article in the QSC magazine. A friend of Dennis is the one on the island there, and we were kayaking out, and we'd set up a 5-island rove. We kayak set up, and tear down out between each one. It was a very exciting time. 13 hours on the water. It was a fun day. There's the islands that we went to. And that's all I get for now.
So we did that, and now we're going to new things. We're learning new things. As Carrie said, she got into CW, so Junie is brand new.
Yes, actually.
So
Okay.
And she has some friends
Hi.
too.
Yeah, so Mochi and Marvel, Mochi, he's the one that most people actually, when I was doing single sideband, he'd be the one to chat to people. So if you ever hear me on single sideband, oh, look, there's a microphone. If you ever hear me on single sideband and Mochi is there, he will gladly just quack right into the microphone for you. He does, and I have a YouTube channel, him and Quackers, and there's a video of him doing that. And then Julie and I, we also met up, and this is a part of POTA, is meeting up with people you might not necessarily have met in person, right? So it's very much like this. Well, I'm in Florida for Hamvention, and Julie and I got together and we went and did an activation. But while I was there, I took out my little, straight key. I got back into CW in September. So I had done CW Ops Academy in like 2021, but didn't really get involved in the CW world. And then in September, I went to Long Island CW Club and started to, get back into the code and sending. And I'm like, this is actually a lot of fun. And then I was encouraged to go and do POTA, Parks on the Air. I love Parks on the Air, but I was like, I don't know about this. So hunting from your home is very easy. There's a very easy exchange. So if you do get into CW or it, very simple exchange. I would say that it's probably the easiest exchange to make a contact without having a rag chew or whatever. And then being an operator actually activating the park, it's relatively easy as well. But I gotta say, the first time, you don't feel like you're ready, and you'll never feel ready. You'll never be ready to do it. You just got to jump into it. And people are so nice and so patient. And I have to say, my first one, I was probably sweating and I forgot all my characters and I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy, but I did it. And that's the thing. And slowly now, I think one of my last activations was 97 contacts. So that was amazing. And you don't need a lot of power for CW. So you don't have to be running a kilowatt, not that people do that in the parks, but you can do it 5 watts, easy, QRP, get up your antenna. And I've met a lot of people through that group too. But yes, these are my babies. And like I said, that's my shtick. They're my buddies. They follow with me, and have also been kayak mobile with Angela and Matt, and we've had a blast. So POTA definitely brings people together, and I'm gonna send it back over.
Do you want me to do?
Do you have something? Then we'll have Molly come up and.
So my name is Julie. I'm KJ4ULZ. About a year and a half ago, every bit of my husband's radio equipment was in the shed. And because I didn't see the need for it. It's true. I was that wife who made fun of him and thought it was kind of crazy and hysterical. However, he started to go to parks. He started to go to battlefields and historical places. And he'd say, well, I'm going to go activate this park. And I was like, well, I want to go to that. That sounds like fun. And slowly he kind of just said, hey, do you think you could come listen for this call sign? Do you think you could go plug in that thing over there to that thing over there? And I would sit with him, and because I have no sense whatsoever, and those ladies that have actually activated with me know that, I would start to talk over top of him. And operating with me is an extreme, Junie?
It's an absolute pleasure. I'm very structured, like, okay, you, stand by, this person, go. And this was like, yeah, so how you doing?
Yeah, it's next level.
It was nice though, it was really nice because she's got a great following and she's got a lot of really energetic people.
They are
watching
a blast.
The live stream while she's doing this, and it was so nice to see a different activation.
It was. So my husband got together with me and he said, what do you think about us starting a YouTube channel? People want to hear themselves on the radio. And I was like, I don't care. Nobody's going to watch that. So, and I really did. I was like, whatever you got, whatever you want to do, babe, that's fine. And so he started to, and we just, with the iPhone, and we started to record our activations. And in 6 months, we have this amazing community and this amazing family that we activate 3 to 4 times a week. We do a kilo. We're on I think our 6th kilo. I just recently.
A thousand.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes. Yes, a kilo is 1,000
Not at one time.
Not at one time.
That's cumulative for one part.
Yeah, we have to live there for a while.
Yeah.
But and we operate. I'm very intrigued by CW, but we operate fully in SSB because which is the voice, because I'm very social. And our channel is called POTA Power, POTA, it's a YouTube channel. We have stickers and things with QSO cards. We're helping out at the Icon booth this weekend. Stop by and say hi and I'll give you one. And all I can say is that one of the huge benefits to POTA was that it involved me with my husband's hobby. And he has a funny saying, and he says that couples that POTA together stay together. And it's really funny, but it has really, really helped our marriage. We've been married for a long time. We knew each other from the time we were in 7th grade, and it is just absolutely rejuvenated. I mean, ladies, who doesn't like to go to new places? Who doesn't like to travel? Everybody loves to travel. And so this is a great way to do that, and we have a blast. I hope you guys will pull us up on YouTube and participate in our community. It's a lot of fun, and we stop everything for YLs and kids. We do.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
important. So thank you guys.
Okay, and traveling.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like to travel?
Who does not?
So Molly here was led up two trips to the 2 different expeditions, de-expeditions to the Dry Tortugas in the past. So here's Molly.
I thought I'd start out with giving you just a little bit of background about how I got involved in ham radio, et cetera, et cetera. Once we go to, there we go. So I first got my license in 2016, and I was pretty much, even though I had my general, I was pretty much just doing the local repeaters because I couldn't figure out how to make this HF radio work. And a friend of mine, they have a POTA activation. We're going to go to New York, do all these state forests, and we're going to have fun doing POTA. And I'm like, can I come along? And then he goes, well, you should at least have a POTA account and have done an activation before we go. So I did activation while because my main job is driving this van, transporting Amish people all over the place. So you can see this was in Utah. I take my own personal trailer, so I have my space while I'm traveling with a bunch of people I don't know. I also drive coach. So this coach went up 4 miles up a state forest road, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to turn it around, but we can back it up too. And this is from my very first activation down in Falls Creek in Tennessee. I was driving coach. I ended up at this campground. I was there for 2 days. And I'm like, well, it's a good time to fail. So sometimes I'm stuck in an RV with a bunch of Amish people, which is kind of fun because I throw the mag mount on the hood, and this was in a park in Massachusetts, and I got to activate it in Massachusetts. So couldn't really complain. POTA gets you in a lot of interesting places. You have to be really careful. Make sure you park on the downhill because we got 8 inches of snow that night, and I got snowed in. Fortunately, the plow truck came and plowed me in, but we got out. You can also get your jet ski beached when you're on Egmont Key, not paying attention on the radio, and the tide goes out. So it was 1 o'clock in the morning until a boater came along and threw enough water up so I could get off a little sooner than the tide coming in. But I like doing islands, so we did a rove up in New York. I think it was 3 islands. And at one of them, some good Samaritan called the sheriffs and said, you know, these guys are out on the St. Lawrence Seaway, and the ice just went out last week. And I should have looked across, because if I'd looked across and seen the trooper car, I never would have answered the phone. But I had enough contacts, so that's all that counts. And POTA's gotten me into a lot of amazing places. I was invited to go to Louisiana, like a paid trip, to help with MDS project, and they gave us a crayfish boil. And so I activated Louisiana while I was there because I was a driver, so I had access to a vehicle. So one day they're like, go to town and get this. And I'm like, how soon do you have to have it? They're like, 3 o'clock. I'm like, activation time. And when the guys won't do it, and you're close to the island, and this is as close as the boat captain says, you just put a life jacket on and jump in. Like they said, the cases are waterproof. But the Marine decided to follow me in. He said he can't leave a buddy behind, so 2 of us did it. I have a club. It's KC3 YQL. Imagine that the FCC actually gave me a YL call with Queen in the middle. So that's how you can remember it. So if you want to go along, we're planning in 2027 to have a Y expedition to the Dry Tortugas. And so if that doesn't intrigue you enough, I have some more photos of previous trips. Garden Key, where Fort Jefferson resides, it's an 18-acre island, and that fort covers 15 of the 18 acres. There's a small campground in the mangroves on the right side of the island on your screen there. The operating position for radio is kitty corner across, so it's a half-mile round trip walk up there, so you make sure you have all your stuff when you go up. It's a long trip. Here's one side of the fort looking down toward the campground, and if you would turn and look your other way, it would look you up toward where our activation area was. It's a really cool fort. We had a lot of fun exploring. The water is gorgeous. The snorkeling opportunities there are first world, I'm told. What's it take to plan a de-expedition? Well, it takes a vision. You have to know what you'd like to do, where you want to go. I chose the Dry Tortugas because we can double dip in so many programs. It's Parks on the Air, it's Flora and Fauna, U.S. Islands, IOTA, World Castle Award, and 2 different lighthouse programs if you go to Loggerhead Key, because the Garden Key Light doesn't qualify for the one program. Dry Tortugas is very remote. It's 70 miles west of Key West, Florida. So you've got the map of Florida, and then the blow up of the Keys, and then the blow up of the Dry Tortugas. There's a bunch of little keys out there. There's bird nesting there. Depending on the time of the year, the birds are incredible. 3 ways to get there. My favorite way is the seaplane. It's the quickest. You can take a private boat. This is the fellow that took us out a year ago. And when he said he had a boat. We showed up, and I looked at that, and I thought it was a bathtub, and we loaded him down. He took our gear out for us because the Yankee Freedom is the public transportation way of going. And they have a very stringent, they allow you like a 27-gallon tote that doesn't weigh more than 60 pounds for your personal stuff. No way we're getting radio gear with that. So we always charter a charter captain to go out. Inside the fort, it's really cool. Dr. Samuel Mudd set John Wilkes Booth's leg after he jumped in the Ford Theater back years ago. He was imprisoned here, and he was pardoned after he helped with a yellow fever outbreak, but this is his cell area. And depending on when you're there, you might get overrun by Cuban migrants. They actually run 100 and some miles in these chug boats, they call them. I don't think I would want to. So when you're planning, you need an IAP. I'm involved with the ARIES in our area. So I thought, well, we'll put together an IAP. So we had fun putting together objectives and et cetera, put together resource lists. That's our battery box. It has everything you need to run the battery and the power systems. And this is the list that I sent to everyone that came along. This is the bare minimum of what you need when you come. The thing is, we found less is definitely more because it's so much fun to explore there and the radios are so much fun to run. We ate really well. We pretty much had steak and potatoes every day. That was fun. This is our gear. Now on the one side, the left side, those are trash cans. They weren't part of our things, but the Apache cases, the yellow lugs. And we showed up at the boat and the captain says, it's going to take 3 boats to get this all out there. And we're like, well, we can just start loading it. We got almost all of it on. Loggerhead Key is right next to Garden Key. This is the lighthouse that we specifically activated the one day for the One Lighthouse program. It was a lot of fun because Julius and Diane Martin were over there while we were setting up and getting it ready for everyone else. And this is working on getting set up. This was what I like to call the first picture out of the wild, because some random person took this photo of us setting up, sent it to a friend that was a ham in New York, and he posted it on the POTA page and said, hey, I think these guys are doing POTA. And we're like, yeah, we are. The campground is nicely in the mangroves, so you get a little bit of shade, which is really nice because sometimes it gets kind of hot. But there are times it gets really wet. It was raining sideways, but it was fun. They have the wheelbarrows to help move our things. We had a lot of fun. We had over 4,000 QSOs, and we got 6 continents. Lancaster County, which is where I'm from and a lot of our people were from, had 88 contacts. There were 42 from Middlesex, New Jersey. Guess who's from Middlesex, New Jersey? Toby. I think she caught us on every band she possibly could, so it's great to have hunters out there like that. And behind the United States and Canada, Spain was our next top country that contacted us and down the list. So it was a lot of fun. Texas was 14% of all the QSOs, and 87% of our QSOs total were from the United States. So interesting stats. That's the group that went last year. There were 17 of us in total. 2 people aren't on this photo because they were the people at home making sure that our logs got uploaded. WinLink emailed them out, and so people could see that they were in the log. It was really fun. And you can see this is kind of split because we kind of had 2 different crews. But that was it. So in 2027, if you would like to be included on that DXpedition, send me an email at KC3YQL. I'm good on QRZ with that, or if you can't remember that, my personal call is W3NY, and I'll put you on the waiting list and send you more information as we get it. Be great to have a group of 15 or 20 of us there.
Whale only, right?
Yeah, 2027, the only men are going to be cooks.
And they might carry some of our equipment for us, and set some things up, some tech support. Only YLs are allowed on the air that we've decided. So, does anybody have any questions for any of us about Parks on the Air?
Might add that it only takes 10 contacts
Yes.
to activate.
Yeah, to make an activation, you have to be completely within the boundaries of the park. You and all of your equipment, if you're an activator, you and all of your equipment have to be within the boundaries of the park. You might have to do some research. You might have to look up a lot of parks. Wildlife management areas sometimes don't have the greatest maps online, but you can find those boundaries, and you and all your equipment have to be within the boundary. And all you have to do is make 10 contacts. Any band, any mode, 10 contacts. Yes. There is no failed activation. You are learning something with every time you go out into a park. Most people do have a quote unquote failed activation their first try, but they learn quickly. So for something like the dry Tortugas, you would.
It's a $100 permit, needs to be, you need to apply for it at least 2 weeks in advance. And it doesn't matter if you're one person or a group, it's the same permit for dry Tortugas.
But for most of the other parks, what parks are listed? There's a list of parks on POTA.app, and they are the national properties as well as state properties. We are just going to the park and using our public park just like anybody else would. So if you're like at a national park, you don't want to be in the middle of, like we go to Flight 93 Memorial, and we find a place out of the way and we set up. We're just visiting the park and doing things that we're allowed to do. We don't ask anybody for permission to do that. You don't have to ask permission to visit one of our national parks. You don't have to ask permission to hike in one of our national parks. As long as your footprint is small and you're not bothering anybody. Now, sometimes you will have park rangers that might come up to you and might have to explain some things, but just, we say just listen to them, be nice to them, stay calm.
If they state any rules that are.
Don't argue with them. You might know they're wrong, but just listen to them, deal with it after the fact. Just leave. Some parks have gotten removed. There's some parks that do not let you put wires up in trees, no stakes in the ground. So some people are very used to being self-contained within their vehicle in the corner of a parking lot. But every park is different. You get to know your local parks. You get to know your local rangers. The Pennsylvania State Game Commission, over the last 3 years, oh my gosh, it's one of you guys. They are so, because they see us and they know nobody's going to be doing things that they shouldn't be doing when they pull into a parking lot and they see a weird vehicle with all these antennas up, people get scared and leave quickly sometimes. So, so you do have some interactions, but you don't need to have permission. We're not an organized, you're going as an individual. You're not going as an organized group to do something, so you don't need a permit. It's not an event. You're just going there.
To see nature.
Yes, and you get to see nature.
Yep.
And if you go to a place that you've never been before, and you see that somebody else has already activated at that park, if you look on the logs in the POTA app, you can reach out to that person and they can ask them, hey, what did you do here? Where did you activate? Did you have any issues with any rangers? Just to give you a heads up. And you'll get a response back. Everybody wants to help you out.
It's a very great community.
Another thing to think about, though, is cell phone service. So you can actually spot yourself in a park. But if you don't have cell phone service, you might be able to use, Angela has an app that she uses, right? Isn't it?
Or that first contact you make, you ask them to spot you and stuff.
That's the best way, but there is a place where you can text message and it'll spot for you. I just don't know that information.
Sometimes it'll take a little while. You're calling CQ, and you're like, nobody's coming. If you don't have that cell phone service, but it's kind of like field day, right? I mean, this is basically like field day.
It's field day every day for us.
Right?
That's
so whenever you want to go, you just go.
And the ducks agree.
Yes, they do. Right, Mochi?
You have people who are already on the air. If you find another POTA station, you make a contact with them, ask them if they'll spot you, or set up, free up from them, and you'll get people that will find you there as well.
Yeah.
Carrie can handle that one for us.
Well, if it's in a state that allows it, I'm always carrying. That's the reality of it.
And then
I try not to activate after dark. And even if I'm there after dark, I'm using a red light so I don't lose my night vision, so that when I get out and take down the antenna, I'm already looking out the windows before I get out of the vehicle. So that's one of the things.
And just like with any activity, just be aware of your surroundings.
A lot of the places we camp also, and sometimes it's in the middle of the forest or something. I carry a taser and pepper spray with me all the time. That's also for animals too. Yeah.
What is Geocaching.
Well, that's a sideline, geocaching.com, geocaching. And geocaching is a game played with, where somebody goes out and hides something in the world and gets coordinates online and posts it, and then people go and find it all over the world, including out of the world in the space station. And you sign a piece of paper and say, I've been there, and it brings you to a lot of cool places, but it's a lot of fun. It got my kids really loving the outdoors and hiking, and
That's what got me hiking and biking more.
and we've traveled I've traveled the continental, lower continental 48. I found a cache in all of them. We drove to all of them. We've driven all, and now that we've added POTA, we might have to visit about 14 of those again so that he can activate a park in them. I think we're up to 36 or 37 states activated. I was told if I got my ticket, I was going to Alaska. And I got my ticket.
Well, I think we need you to have a general first.
He then told me that, well, no, you need your general. And,
Yep.
and you know, I was a little upset with him upping that on me, so I've been kind of resisting, but I'm gonna get it. So there was another question over that way. If anyone wants to talk caching, I'll do that gladly later. Anyone else? There was another hand up over that way, I thought.
Got one over there.
What logging software?
Oh, logging stuff. There's a lot of logging softwares. Who wants to?
We use World Radio League exclusively. It is a World Radio League exclusively. It's a free app. It's online. There's several others, but it's a very interactive. It's got a kind of a gaming interface. So for me, that was what was very nice about it. It does contesting. It tells you. It's got the POTA map. It's got the islands on the islands map, right? The
islands on the air.
Thank you. And it will also list all of your, if you're into contesting, it's got all of the QSO parties and things of that nature. It is a phenomenal app. There's several others as well that are very good.
Another one that that's being used a lot is Polo.
Mhm.
And Ham 2K hammers.
And hammers.
Ham 2K. Also, with Parks on the Air, only the activator uploads their logs to Parks on the Air. The hunters, a lot of people have already made Parks on the Air contacts and don't even know, because Parks on the Air activator doesn't even have to say, I'm doing Parks on the Air. So you might already have contacts. So if you go to POTA.app or parksontheair.com and look, sign in, create your account, you might already have awards that you didn't even know about. So a lot of people did, right? So you will already have awards because you've made contacts with people in a park. They just didn't tell you maybe. So don't be surprised when you log on and already have awards.
Yeah, we do QSO parties in a park, so sometimes we'll be doing QSO parties and be logging it as a POTA.
Yeah, so-
without even telling them we're doing POTA.
Yeah, QSO parties are
Yeah.
field day, a lot of field,
There's also good old pen and paper. For
Oh,
logging.
yeah, pen and paper. You do pen and paper still, or do you still do pen and paper?
I do pen and paper along with the Ham 2K, because I still don't.
I do pen and paper. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
I'm gonna say one more thing though. At our, this year, if you visited the POTA booth last year here or at, in any of the other shows, we did a bingo game. This year's game is a scavenger hunt around the fairgrounds. And there are QR codes. And you just have to go to potaevents.app and create a login. And there are certain tasks to do, like visiting the OMIS booth, which happens to be right next to the YLRL booth. So when you're visiting the YLRL booth, stop at the OMIS booth, and there'll be a QR code there that you can scan, and you can get some points for that. Or talking to somebody and asking them a question and getting a code word. But if you are here and you're playing, there's some QR codes around here that this is a bonus. So if you scan the QR code, you get some bonus points. This is a hidden task visiting this forum. So before you leave, there's some QR codes at the edge of the table that you can scan, or Carrie has one, I have one, Angela has one. Just ask us to scan it. And back to Ann. Thank you.
Thank you all. What an awesome presentation. And do me a favor, I would like all your names and call signs. Thank you so much. Now, that was present. And future, I'm just going to, 3 sentences probably. The Young Ladies Radio League has had scholarships for a number of years. Previously, they were administered by the Foundation for Amateur Radio. Foundation for Amateur Radio no longer exists, and so Young Ladies Radio League has taken over the administration of our own scholarships. We have 3. This year's scholarships are going to be announced at the end of June, and because none were given last year, there will be, I believe, we're going to give more this year. I'm not sure, maybe all 6. At any rate, I urge you to go online and look at YLRL.net. We have a very robust website, well-maintained, updated frequently, and you can find about the scholarship fund. You're free to make donations to it. And there is a list of award winners over the last 15, 20 years, and I think you will see some names of some gals that you've heard about. So that's kind of a shameless plug for our scholarship fund. We're trying to build it, make it more, be able to award scholarships for a very long time and have a principal base that we can award from. So that's my plug. And now there are 2 more things left to do. One is to take a photo of all the YLs in the room. Following the photo, we'll draw the door prizes, and following that, we have use of the room until 3:30. You can introduce yourselves. You saw somebody across the hall, across the room that you said, oh my gosh, I met her 3 years ago. Whatever. Networking, chance to say hello to these gals, ask them more questions about POTA. And so first we're going to do the picture. And I've been looking at the room, and I think probably the best choice is the back wall. We're very happy that you gentlemen came and joined us, but we prefer that this picture be only the women. So gals, if you can get yourself back there to the wall. Tall people in the back. If we can drag a few chairs for shorter people.
Do you have a tripod?
No.
We can do it. I can set a timer, and anybody else has a cell phone, we can switch out
Okay.
and take a picture. Were you gonna try to? I'm the first female.
Casey, should I put it up on the wall?
Yeah, I didn't know if you were gonna talk.
No,
about it.
I didn't. I did not.
So I wanted to add your club in
This
there,
whole
too.
form didn't go what I expected it to be.
No problem. I just thought, you were talking about POTA. I just wanted to, I'm Lynn. Yeah, I would, so I made the first North American female summits on the air. And, yeah, I'm Casey. I'm Casey. Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of introduce myself. I didn't know if you guys were going to talk about soda or not, but I haven't activated for a while because I've got health stuff. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to tell you.
Thank you.
I did just email you the list of everybody.
Okay.
And also included.
Okay,
Well,
excellent.
what I'm doing is, we got the poles in the way. The poles are gonna be in the way. I think she video. The poles are gonna be in the.
Oh, okay.
They have to be on this
How about
side.
on the angle? Can we do it from an angle?
Maybe, with them spread out like that, I'm not sure.
Okay, ladies, we just discovered that you're behind these columns. So can everybody just like,
Or there's over this way.
just sort of walk over to that wall, like as, the gentleman in the purple shirt is as far as you need to, that's good. Just migrate over. And I think we're going to need some more, that's far enough that way. We don't want to go too far. You got to get so we're shooting between Ohio State and the column. And anyone else, any of you gentlemen that would like to take a picture, please go right ahead. If you get a good one, you can send it to me.
Okay, and I do have a timer on here that's for 8 seconds.
Okay.
And,
Don't trip over the tripod. Or do you want to get one, somebody else to?
I can get somebody else to do it, and if somebody else wants to take it on their video too, and I can send it to your
Email.
You got Facebook or email.
Email.
Well, I don't know how video will do to email, but I did do pictures while I did it.
Okay.
So
All right. We have a tripod over here. with a cell camera on it, and she is willing to share her tripod with anyone else, but we don't want to make this last too long, so perhaps we can get some of these fellows to take pictures if you like. And you don't have to be a member of YLRL. I see some ladies still sitting down. Come on over and join the picture.
Yeah, the chair's in front of her. It's looking better. Yeah, the chairs in the front's nice. See if you know how to do it.
I'll make sure everybody laughs. Like Brendan, I have that same camera. Takers. All right. Chin up, chest out, plug it in. Girls. Get the hair out of your eyes. Everybody's bunched together, it makes it like further away. Okay. What it is, what it is. Okay. He doesn't shut up. Hey, on three, everybody stay quiet. Okay, where does everybody want me? Because I'm right here. Right here. I'm going to quickly go over, guys, and, or somebody else pick the button. It's on 8 seconds. In the center there, let me get seated, everybody just look towards the, for 8 seconds there. Yeah, 8 seconds. Ready? Everybody smile.
10, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, let's get a breath. Okay, what everybody looks like. All right, Robin? Somebody over that way is kid. Black shirt, glasses. Behind you through there is over next to you, right in through there, somebody is green shirt. Green shirt. Going up that way. I think it is. Through here, somebody up through the back there is, okay, you start in the red shirt, or just, okay, where she was at, no, behind, on, you go back on your break. Back. Yeah. Oh, that's still there.
You can come over here.
Yeah.
There's room over there. Room over there.
Stand on a chair.
Come over here.
Guys.
Come over here.
Somebody hold that chair for me. Okay, guys, all right, let's see here. I don't need glasses to see it, makes it, it's up. Okay, let's see. Trying to make sure and see if everybody can, okay, if there's somebody behind the blue shirt towards the back, it's blonde hair. Over this way, the one girl that just moved right there, you got the blue shirt, you got somebody back behind. Right here. Yeah. Okay, all right. Maybe somebody. No, you were fine, you were fine. It was further back that was blue. Yeah, but they're behind me. Then I can get out of their way. Good. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, I don't want people to be seen. Okay. Let me zoom back out. All right. Okay. So. There's the chair. There's you. Okay. Okay. You guys are ready? Okay. You there, okay. Somebody, when I get over, push the button. Okay.
8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Anybody else want, to take raffle? Okay.
All right, anybody didn't get a ticket?
Thanks for whoever.
If you came in late and didn't get a ticket? Is there anybody that does not have a ticket? Wave your hand all over the place because we have some more tickets if you didn't get one. Linda, where are you? Linda's right there with, she's got the tickets. Okay. Linda's behind you. Linda's right there.
Oh.
She's in the orange.
I forgot my own statement.
Oh.
Where do I get the ticket?
That must be hers.
That's not, oh, wait.
Did you get a ticket? No. She has them right there. Okay. Okay. Gonna pull a yellow ticket first. This is someone who is not yet a member of Young Ladies Radio League. Eight 786. You now will have a membership in Young Ladies Radio League. And you can come by the booth and we'll, I'll show you how to get. All right, now a blue ticket. 527-984.
Number again?
527-984. No, the yellow one, we already got a winner.
That must be stressful taking that large. We were kind of forced over there. We had, that was a, if it wasn't for I was concerned, I was bending over there. I was getting whatever.
Thank you all for coming. Oh, Katie, you didn't stand up when we did officers. You weren't here. You weren't in here. Well, appointed, you and Carol. Carol didn't stand up either, but that's all right. Thank you all for coming and enjoy. We can have the use of the room for another 12 minutes.
Question here. Which one, if I want to remember, because you would want to be either you live in the United States, so you either want to join for 1 year or 3 years. Yeah, but that's, you don't live in a foreign country, oh, would you want to join that? And I don't need that, right? No, that's for guys. Oh.
You guys have the pictures on the site from, I know you take one every year.
Yes, right.
Oh, okay.
There's no names attached to that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If anyone needs a link to our website, I've leaves the cards over here on the table.
Does the credit check, is that for credit cards? That's in, if you want to use your own credit card, just, no, you're going to use your credit card. In Belgium, right? Okay. Wait. No, you're not going to pay with PayPal. Pay with your credit card. Cool. Okay, cool. Thank you. Got it. You need my email. Wait a minute.